Fierce battles took place inside and outside the Actila-modified meteorite, but the outside was more than 100 times more intense than the inside. Moreover, Actila's transformation of meteorites still continues to advance. The third cannon fires. Fortunately, Lieutenant General Wu Wenyuan had already taken all evasive actions. Although some warships were still destroyed by the destroyer cannon, most of the warships and the Quasi-Agama warships were not destroyed. General, the big meteorites have activated their turtle shell shields again. Lieutenant General Wu Wenyuan frowned. The mobile drill missiles on their side were exhausted, and it was not so easy to penetrate the third layer of protective cover. The super mega cannon of the Nyagama battleship can only penetrate the incomplete third layer of protective cover. If it is complete, at least 2 super mega cannons are needed to have a certain chance. Moreover, Actila modified the meteorite and opened the protective cover, and the Tianyi Imperial Army inside the protective cover is still fighting. Has the request to the superiors for the Battlestar Bulger to fire the Bulger cannon been answered? Return to the general. The command told us that Battlestar Bulger has other tasks to perform and cannot agree to our request. What about Diva? Return to the general. Diva is on mission with Battlestar Bulger. Lieutenant General Wu Wenyuan frowned. Battlestar Bulger and Diva were performing other tasks at the same time. Could it be that there is a greater danger endangering our country? Otherwise, these 2 trump cards of the strongest strategic weapons will never be transferred to other missions. Lieutenant General Wu Wenyuan did not expect that there would be a greater crisis. It seems that the crisis I'm dealing with is probably not the most serious. You belong with me. Please don't say goodbye to me. Hug together anytime, anywhere. I belong to you. The inner desire is about to burst. I must give this heart to you. We belong to the Earth. In one corner of the distant universe, there is this shining planet. All sorrows unfold here. All the love goes here. Long Fei listened to Bioim in his Neo Gundam HWS-equipped cockpit. Long Fei once sang this song, which became the most classic song in the world after it spread throughout the solar system. They also sang in different languages, and some people even commented that this song is actually to promote love. Protect the Earth, the place where human beings originated. Don't be afraid of darkness. Radiate your own light. Protect love, and no matter how far human beings have developed, even if they have been able to as you walk towards the boundless sea of stars, don't forget that human beings all come from the solar system and the Earth, regardless of each other. Some experts even analyzed Bioim. Long Fei, the ancestor of the Tianyi Empire, wrote and performed this song, calling on all human beings, no matter where they go, to have love in their hearts and guard what they value. Long Fei also has the same opinion about Bioim's song. Especially at the moment, he most hopes that all human beings, no matter they are ordinary people, adjusted people, or new human beings, can let go of their prejudices and prepare to deal with the crisis in the future. No one knows when the alien civilizations will come to the solar system. If the alien civilizations who come to the solar system have mastered technology far superior to the solar system, they will not have any equal exchanges with the solar system. When a low-cost civilization meets a high-level civilization, the end will be miserable because the life forms of a high-level civilization will not pity the life forms of a low-level civilization, just like human beings will not care about the life of an ant. Long Fei hopes that the human beings in the current solar system can unite as one, and that the united human beings may still have a glimmer of hope for victory or survival. The top priority of the Sky Wing Empire now is to develop and improve technology. The antimatter bomb can be said to be one of the strategic weapons in the universe, and it is a very lethal weapon for civilizations below the second level. Even if the second-order civilization is hit by an antimatter bomb, the damage it suffers cannot be underestimated. If in the future, alien civilizations of the level of aliens come to the solar system, as long as there are antimatter bombs, they can sit directly at the negotiating table and negotiate. Long Fei took out the Dion Empire technology and shared it with the world, hoping that the whole world could unite and open their mouths. Didi, the cockpit information instrument sent a report. Long Fei opened it to check the content of the information. The Actila-modified meteorite is currently more than 10 million kilometers away from Mars. Actila's transformation of meteorites is still in a state of recklessness. According to this situation, it will reach Mars in about 180 hours. Long Fei didn't expect Fadis' grandson to use this suicide tactic to hit. If Fardis knew that his grandson was doing this, I'm afraid he would die and make him angry. Fardis would never use this method to harm new humans, especially as people who used to be. But now Fardis is still alive, and he will never do such a thing. He would rather give Mars to me, and he will never hurt anyone in Mars. Long Fei felt that Dikla was so stupid. If Fadis was still alive, he probably wanted to shoot this grandson to death. Then, Long Fei walked out of the cockpit. Li Xiuqing leaned on the protective pole, and Pan Jinhua was standing beside him. Your Majesty, we are ready. Then let's start. Long Fei took the earphone and headset from Li Xiuqing. Several unmanned cameras floated in front of Long Fei and started live broadcasting. My dear citizens and brave soldiers of the Sky Wing Empire, our Sky Wing Empire has been attacked today. The one who attacked our Sky Wing Empire was Dikla from the former Dion Empire. He is the grandson of Fardis. I believe some people are secretly delighted. Those who are secretly delighted, I also know that you missed the previous dynasty. But what I want to ask is whether you can ask yourself whether the Dion Empire has given you a peaceful and stable life and waged wars for many years. Think about it. How many relatives have you lost? Of course, I also know that as a new human being, there are many privileges granted by the Dion Empire, but think about it. How many people's sufferings are your privileges based on, and what price you paid to obtain these privileges? All the new humans who enjoy the privileges of the Dion Empire when they start a war will be sent to the battlefield. Are you giving willingly? Who has benefited from your efforts? Fadis' new humanism really made him successful back then. Can your efforts be rewarded in direct proportion? No, it is Fadis I am willing to share the results with you. But the entangled nobles in the Dion Empire will definitely take a lot of the benefits that His Majesty the Emperor gave you, and in the end what you get is just some residue and soup. Now, Dikla, the grandson of Fardis, is hitting Mars with a large meteorite. This person doesn't think about the feelings of his compatriots in the past. He doesn't care about your feelings at all, and he doesn't care about the common people on Mars. How many are your relatives, family members, lovers, such people? Are you willing to be loyal to him? When Long Fei said this, many people from the Tianyi Empire, soldiers and prisoners watching the live broadcast fell into deep thought. Is someone like Dikla really worthy to be their emperor? Such people have a question mark over their heads. Long Fei continued, although I hate Fardis, he is still an opponent I respect and a person I admire. Although this person is a racist in my eyes, he is very good to his people. He will never meteorites are going to hit Mars. He would rather lose Mars, and he never wants to hurt any people on Mars. As an emperor, his style deserves the respect of his people, but his grandson is so unbearable. It is embarrassing to him. When Long Fei said this, many members of the Tianyi Empire who were former citizens of the Dion Empire resonated, and many soldiers and prisoners of the former Dion army, who were still loyal to the Dion Empire, were shaken in their hearts. I know there are still many of you who don't want to recognize me as your emperor, and I don't expect you to be loyal to me. But I have this responsibility and obligation to protect you, Mars, and the people of the Sky Wing Empire. This is what I promise. Fadis' prayer, I promised him, and I will keep my promise, which is also the responsibility of the emperor. It doesn't matter whether you still miss the previous dynasty, or you still hate my people in your heart, or the people who are willing to work with me to build and develop the Sky Wing Empire. I only have one request to the soldiers of the Tianyi Empire to protect Mars, protect the compatriots and relatives on the planet, because they need your protection, because you are soldiers, and the duty of soldiers is to defend the country and protect the people. Now our homeland is being destroyed when it comes to attack. We should stand up and defend our homeland. When Long Fei said this, some of the shaken former Dion army's Tianyi Imperial Army had a sense of agreement with what Long Fei said. Just like what Long Fei said, their homeland is under attack, and they must stand up to protect their homeland. I want all of you soldiers to answer now. Are you willing to guard your homeland with me, defend Mars, protect civilians, stand in front of our compatriots, and prevent the crisis from befalling them? Are you willing to stand with me? Long Fei shouted out the last sentence. Will. Whether it was the original Dion army, the original Tianyi mercenaries, or the soldiers of the two Mars Circle countries that were destroyed by the Dion Empire, everyone shouted their willingness unanimously. The former Tianyi mercenaries immigrated to the Tianyi Empire with their families. Once Mars was hurt, their relatives in Mars would be harmed indirectly, and they were willing to stand up and protect their homeland. Okay, I am very relieved that you are willing to fight side by side with me to protect Mars and protect your family. Here, I also declare the duties that the Tianyi Empire and successive emperors must do well. The Sky-Winged Empire will never surrender to the enemy, let alone pay compensation to the enemy and cede territory. If the enemy wants to make an inch of our Sky-Winged Empire, then the only thing waiting for them is the iron fist of our Sky-Winged Empire. Even if we can't fight, we will never surrender to the enemy, nor will we bend our knees. Dignity and peace are all fought, not compromised. If the enemy thinks that we can use powerful force to make us submit, then it is a big mistake. We will let the enemy know that the end of provoking our Sky-Wing Empire will be miserable. Even if we fight to the last man, we will destroy the enemy country. Our Sky-Winged Empire will only become the enemy's nightmare. Ho 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 ho. All the soldiers on the scene shouted, responding to the Emperor's declaration with their courage and fighting spirit. Also, starting from my great ancestor Emperor, the successive emperors of the Tianyi Empire must guard the country's gates and die at the death of the country. Once the country encounters a major crisis, the Emperor must step forward to protect the country and the people. Long live my Emperor. Long live the Sky-Wing Empire. We are willing to fight shoulder to shoulder with His Majesty the Emperor. Long Fei's declaration immediately aroused the resonance of the whole country. Even the former Tianyi soldiers of the Dian army, who were still unwilling to be loyal in their hearts, could not but admire Long Fei in their hearts. They also saw that Long Fei was very similar to Fades, a courageous emperor who was willing to fight for the people. He also has the courage to be an emperor, go to the front line, and fight side by side with the soldiers. The Tianyi Empire and the Dian Empire will not surrender to the enemy, but will only fight to the last moment. Long Fei's declaration quickly spread throughout the world. As the general emperor of the Hanxia Empire, Su Weiran had to admire Long Fei, the emperor, who was willing to fight on the front line of the battlefield. On his side, only his third prince and third princess went to the front line in person. Su Weiran couldn't help but smile wryly when he thought of this. International experts also commented on Long Fei's declaration, thinking that the Tianyi Empire would become very tough under Long Fei's leadership, and even if Long Fei was gone, future generations of emperors would follow his declaration and go to the front. Let everyone know the toughness and backbone of the Tianyi Empire. At the same time as Long Fei issued the declaration, the space battlestar Bulger and the Diva, led by the fleet, arrived at the designated location. The photon burst cannon device of the Diva is ready to launch, and it can fire the photon burst cannon at any time. At present, the trajectories of 3 huge meteorites have been mastered, and there are still tens of millions of kilometers away from Mars. If it weren't for the 3 huge meteorites crashing the detector several times in a row, the Tianyi Empire would not have discovered the traces of the 3 huge meteorites so early. The Sky-Wing Empire used scouts and monitors to capture the traces of 3 meteorites, calculated their speed and course to hit Mars in about 120 hours, and calculated the light speed of the photon burst cannon and Bulger cannon, thus hitting and destroying the huge meteorite. The photon burst cannon and the Bulger cannon have an effective range. The former has an effective range of about 3 million kilometers, and the latter has an effective range of about 5 million kilometers. The firing interval time, the latter is faster than the former, and it can be fired again with full energy in about 3 hours. The fleet is on guard around the battlestar Bulger and the Diva, guarding against the sneak attack of the ghosts to disrupt their actions. On the other side, the Actilla-modified meteorite continued to rush towards Mars. The moment the second layer of defensive energy shield was opened, a super mega cannon bombarded it from the left side of the Actilla-modified meteorite. Moreover, on the left side, several electromagnetic speed cannons and thousands of mobile drill missiles bombarded Actilla to transform the meteorite. After about 10 seconds of bombardment, the second layer of defensive energy shield was destroyed under the bombardment of super mega cannon, electromagnetic speed cannon, and thousands of mobile drill missiles, and the protective shield like a turtle shell shattered like glass shards. The remaining more than 1,000 mobile drill missiles blasted towards the third layer of defensive energy shield. At the same time, Agdilla modified the right side of the meteorite and a super mega cannon particle cannon. Several electromagnetic speed cannons and thousands of mobile drill missiles appeared. Then, Agdilla modified the front end of the meteorite and blasted a super mega cannon particle cannon. The defense power of the third layer of defense energy shield is far better than that of the second layer. In addition to the two super mega cannon particle cannons plus the electromagnetic speed cannon and the mobile drill missile, there are other energy weapons of the battleship. In about 10 seconds, the third layer of defensive energy protection cover, the entire tortoiseshell protection cover directly cracked like a crack in the glass and shattered like a glass window in the 11th second. The super mega cannon particles that still had enough power bombarded the surface layer of the meteorite in Agdira and blasted into the interior about 100 meters. The super mega cannon particle cannon that bombarded the front end of Agdilla's modified meteorite was only 50 meters away from the muzzle of the destroying wing cannon. Lieutenant General Wu Wenyuan saw this result from the ultra-long-range quantum camera and secretly exclaimed that it was a pity. Seeing that one shot missed the target, he ordered the Yagama battleship to evade immediately. On the other side, Dikla received the message and was a little annoyed at the content of the message. Some sensors of the wing cannon were burned by the super mega cannon particle cannon, thus affecting the function of the wing cannon. The effective range and power are reduced by 15%, but the consumption is not reduced. Dikla was a little annoyed. The wing-killing gun had to be adjusted before firing, otherwise, once the wing-killing gun fired, it would definitely cause some damage to the interior. Although there were some accidents, they did not affect the main plan. Dikla looked at the contents of the report and breathed a sigh of relief. The third shot of the wing-killing gun fired, and the Yagama battleship completely avoided the wing-killing gun's super laser cannon. Lieutenant General Wu Wenyuan saw that the range of the wing-killing gun was not as good as the previous 2 rounds. It is estimated that some devices or facilities of the wing-killing gun in the previous super mega cannon particle bombardment affected the range. Agdilla modified the meteorite to currently defend the turret and the missile well, and more than 50% were destroyed. More and more Skywing Imperial Army MS and mobile fortresses landed on the surface of Agdira's modified meteorite. The Agdilla modified meteorite is currently about 8 million kilometers away from Mars. The wing destroyer consumes 8 batteries in total, and only one of the consumed batteries is fully charged. The internal battle is still going on, and as time progresses, more and more troops of the Tianyi Imperial Army's suppressing force break into Agdira's modified meteorite from different locations. Intense exchanges of fire took place at different locations inside. A suppression force of 300 people, composed of Spartan uniformed soldiers and machine gunners, was suppressed by the firepower of the defense system in a vast location. All kinds of defensive devices popped up from the ground or from the walls, and machine guns, beams, and grenades fired continuously at the suppressing troops. There is even a 50-man combat unit, the Triumph Armored Warriors, taking advantage of their familiarity with the environment to snipe at the Tianyi Imperial Army from time to time. This is the 1st Battalion of the 1st Regiment of the 1st Brigade suppressing and annihilating the troops. The enemy's defense system is too violent. We can't move forward. We need fire support. Got it. Hold on for a minute. If you can, please hurry up. We have more than 1/3 of the casualties here. The suppressing and annihilating troops suppressed by firepower have been dispersed at this moment, and some machine gunners were scattered and left alone, surrounded by several triumphant armored soldiers. A soldier in Triumph armor holds an anti-material sniper rifle. At a close range of less than 1 meter, the muzzle of the gun fires at the machine gunner's armor. A huge spark flashes from the machine gunner's armor, and a piece of the chest armor is broken. Big hole. Another Triumph armor soldier held a rifle and immediately fired at the chest of the broken armor, thus shooting and killing the machine gunner. The triumphant soldier did not feel any joy after killing the machine gunner. Soon, the next target came from the headset. The target just killed another colleague. The 3 triumphant armored warriors immediately went to the next location. A machine gunner stepped on a warrior whose armor had been torn apart and whose body was trampled to pieces. Gauss rifles suppressed 2 of these armored warriors. The triumphant armor warriors could only dodge desperately, and one of the triumphant armor warriors also used the movement of flying over the eaves and walls to avoid the suppression of the firepower of the Gauss rifle, and then used the small propeller behind him to sprint at a high speed. The right hand gathers energy and prepares to strike a knight fist on the machine gunner's head. But the machine gunner reacted quickly and directly used his huge fist to punch the triumphant armored warrior flying into the sky. The machine gunner aimed his Gauss rifle at the triumphant armor soldier who had been knocked into the air. Seeing this, the other triumphant armor warrior immediately opened fire with his rifle, hoping to save his colleagues. However, dozens of armor-piercing bullets could not penetrate the armor of the machine gunner at all. The machine gunners also didn't care about this. With the trigger of the Gauss rifle, more than a dozen bullets directly pierced the energy armor of the triumphant armor warrior in midair. The bullets also penetrated the triumphant armor, killing the warrior on the spot. The machine gunners went on to deal with the last triumph armor soldier, and suddenly there was an attack from the left, and countless bullets hit the left armor. It turned out that there were 3 other triumph armored warriors at the scene. Machine gunners, without high-power beams, it is basically difficult to burn through their armor. In close combat, if you don't have some external weapons, you can't fight them in close combat. Damn it! 10 colleagues have been killed so far, and almost half of them were killed by machine gunners. The machine gunners rushed directly to the reinforcement squad of Triumph armored warriors, sprinting at a speed of more than 50 per hour, forcing the reinforcement squad to dodge. The machine gunner turned on the chainsaw and slashed at the nearest armored warrior. The Triumph armor warriors didn't dare to connect the chainsaw hard, so they could only dodge one after another, and the other triumphant armor warriors rescued their colleagues. Suddenly, a container flew towards one of the Triumph armored warriors. The Triumph armored warrior made a somersault to avoid the oncoming container. The container cracked open, and a triumphant armored warrior wearing a Spartan suit with melee weapons pounced on somersaults. The triumphant armored warrior in plain clothes immediately stabilized his body and punched the enemy who was rushing towards him. The melee-armed Spartan warrior also punched. The moment the 2 fists collided, the melee-armed arm guards activated the explosive function, and a violent force spread to the entire fist. The violent impact directly hit the triumphant armored warrior. Fly. Wow! The fist of the triumphant armored soldier suffered a comminuted fracture. Immediately afterwards, another burst of fierce firepower suppressed the other 2 Triumph armored warriors. Another machine gunner appeared on the scene, and he was the one who threw the container just now. The 4 Triumph armor fighters played 4 against 3 on the spot. Although they had an advantage in numbers, they didn't think that they could win with the advantage in numbers. Suddenly a shock wave hit everyone, and everyone looked towards the source of the shock wave. It turned out that the defenses were suppressed by fire. In addition to drones and Mobius Zero, there were also linear gun tanks, Gatling trucks, and a Viper. The drone first dropped a round of electromagnetic grenades, which directly overloaded and paralyzed many defensive devices. Serpents and fighter jets and chariots were destroyed by fire. The shock waves caused by the continuous explosions affected all the surrounding ground troops who were still fighting. Knowing that they couldn't defend here, the remaining triumphant armored soldiers immediately retreated decisively. The suppressing and annihilating army, who had been beaten very aggrieved before, would never let them go at this moment, and went after the triumphant armored soldiers who were about to retreat with all their strength. There were several triumphant armor soldiers who had no time to escape from the scene, and were directly smashed into the air by the machine gunners. One of the triumphant armor soldiers was sawed in half by the machine gunners with a chainsaw. When the other was caught by the machine gunner, a bomb fell directly, and then the machine gunner's huge pair of fists rained down on the triumphant armored soldier. Although the armored warrior raised his arms to protect his head, the machine gunner's fists were powerful and powerful. The energy shield of the armored warrior collapsed in less than a minute, and he was finally beaten to pieces by the machine gunner. There were also triumphant armor soldiers who were besieged and killed by several Spartan uniform soldiers. FCK, you bastards. I really hope that more remnants of the previous dynasty will join this pirate group, so that we can kill as many as we want. Some colleagues in the army looked at the Spartan soldiers who spoke just now. Many people knew that the people who said such words were from the kingdom of Lank and the kingdom of Longsog in the Martian Circle. What the people of these two countries hate the most is the kingdom of Dion. The new humanism launched a war, and the people of these two countries were the first to throw themselves into the front line as cannon fodder. Of course, their relatives were all held hostage, and they had no choice but to go to the front line to fight. After the fall of the Dion kingdom, a new empire, the Tiani Empire, was born. Regardless of whether it was the people of the Dion Empire, the Lank Kingdom, or the Longsog Kingdom, they all belonged to the people of the Tiani Empire. Because of this relationship, when the soldiers of these two countries saw that the original Dion army and them were classified as the Tiani Empire army, their teeth were itchy with hatred in their hearts, and they wished to rush forward and fight each other with their lives. It's just that the Tiani Empire has already stipulated that the Dion Empire, the Lank Kingdom, and the Longsog Kingdom are in the past. Now everyone is a member of the Tiani Empire, and all grievances must be put aside, and personal revenge cannot be reported. This made the Tiani Empire people who were born in the Kingdom of Lank and the Kingdom of Longsog very dissatisfied, no matter what department they were born in the Kingdom of Dion. When the underground organizations were wiped out back then, civil servants or soldiers born in these two countries participated very actively. Since the former Dion Empire people who belonged to them could not be slaughtered, then to kill those remnants of the previous dynasty who were unwilling to submit to the Tiani Empire, then so don't be merciful and do it actively. This time to capture the ghost and deal with the Dion pirates. The Tiani Imperial Army, which was born in these two countries, was very active in the battle, especially in catching the ghost. Those who were born in the Dion Empire and the Tiani Empire also dislike the people of these two countries, and they are basically in a state of open and secret fighting. For the internally stable Tiani Empire, this kind of thing is very troublesome. In addition to observing the inner hatred between each other, when joining any team, try not to let people from these three countries be in the same unit or team, unless they're only by letting go of the hatred in our hearts can we be safely incorporated into the same army. But how many people can let go of hatred? The suppression and annihilation team began to count the number of poor bandits. 42 were killed, 32 were seriously injured, and 58 were moderately injured. More than half of the seriously injured need to be treated with medical nanomachine cabins. Fortunately, the airship has 2 medical nanomachine cabins to treat these injuries. Others have a dose of healing gel, and it's fine. The captain began to mobilize, leaving 36 people first, taking 18 seriously injured to the airship for treatment, and the rest went to the next target. The big poisonous snake and other airframes opened the way ahead, followed by the suppressing and annihilating army. Suddenly a Delta was suppressed by an amethyst holy machine and pushed out from a passage. The two mechas use beam sabers to fight each other, and Delta's beam thrust is not as good as the opponent's, and even the thrusters are not as good. Delta's back was directly attached to the ground and was pushed by the opponent to an inflection point channel. The head of the body hit the wall, causing the screen to jump frequency. The amethyst holy machine retreated immediately and prepared to switch weapons to deal the final blow to the opponent. The Viper immediately attacked the amethyst holy machine with a Gatling machine gun. I didn't expect there to be the Tiani Imperial Army here. The amethyst holy plane pilot was a little annoyed. Mobius Zero, linear gun tank, and Gatling truck attacked simultaneously. The shield and amethyst holy machine's left hand split open, and a translucent protective cover popped out, blocking the incoming attacks. The suppression of the Annihilation Army also began to prepare. The Delta pilot looked at the screen that had returned to normal, and the Viper and other bodies were firing at the Amethyst Holy Machine. The driver immediately controlled Delta to stand up, switched weapons with his right hand, and the Mega Beam gun fired at the Amethyst Holy Machine. The Amethyst Holy Machine pilot was a little annoyed. He was confident that he could kill the mass-produced Gundam in front of him alone. As a result, Chung Yaojin was beaten halfway, and he was beaten in a hurry. The Amethyst Holy Machine blocked it with a shield while dodging it. Suddenly, several rockets attacked the side of the Amethyst Holy Machine. The driver was careless for a while, and the body was hit by several rockets, which did not cause much damage to the body. In addition to a cloud of fireworks, the body was somewhat peeled off by the parts hit by the rockets. The driver immediately looked at the 360-degree screen and saw ground troops. Damn, if I usually kill you with the cannon on the head. The driver was very annoyed, and now he had to deal with other specific attacks, and there was really no way to deal with the harassment of the ground troops. What made him even more unexpected was that someone in the ground troops was so bold that he directly hooked his body with a grapple gun and rushed directly to the body. Two Tiani soldiers in Spartan uniforms leaped several times and landed on the head of the amethyst holy machine. They each took out an electromagnetic bomb and placed it in front of the head camera. The two placed bombs jumped away immediately, and the electromagnetic bombs were detonated at the same time. Damn it! The driver looked at the screen in front of him, jumping and stopping one after another, and swears directly. Fortunately, the driver is a new human with a keen sense of crisis, and blocked most of the attacks with his intuition. The 4 wired pods of the Mobius Zero contained 2 autocannons for an all-round attack. Although the amethyst holy machine dodged the attacks of 2 of the wired pods, the back waist and right leg joints were attacked. Although it didn't cause much damage, the whole body stopped moving. Linear gun tanks and Gatling trucks attacked at the same time, and the Viper also fired at the amethyst holy machine with its cannon beam cannon. The shield in amethyst holy machine's left hand blocked the attack, but the shield's endurance was about to reach its limit. One more beam cannon would directly cause the shield's protective cover to collapse. The amethyst holy machine pilot instinctively used the beam gun in his right hand to shoot at the position of the serpent. A shot directly penetrated the cockpit of the Viper, and the Viper fell to the ground directly. Not good. The pilot of the amethyst holy plane felt a sense of crisis. Delta didn't know when he had jumped behind the amethyst holy body and slashed down with his sword. The amethyst holy machine immediately turned to the side, but it was still a step too late, and the entire left arm was cut off. The amethyst holy machine, which had lost its shield, wanted to exit and flee the scene immediately. The 4 wired pods of the Mobius Zero contained 2 automatic cannons and launched an all-round attack. This time, the propeller on the back was hit, which affected the speed of the entire body, and the electromagnetic gun of the linear gun tank hit the knee of the left leg of the amethyst holy machine. This shot directly shattered the knee of the amethyst holy machine's left leg, and the entire body of the amethyst holy machine, which lost its thigh below the knee, lost its balance. The Delta pilot seized the opportunity and immediately sprinted down the unbalanced amethyst holy machine, switched his right hand to a beam saber, and pierced the chest of the machine with a sword, just in time to hit the energy sensor. The lights of the eyes of the amethyst holy plane's head dimmed, and at the same time as Delta retreated, a few sky wings pounced on the cockpit of the amethyst holy plane and forcibly opened the cockpit by hand. When the driver in the cockpit knew that he was defeated, he took out the weapon box under the driver's seat and took out a pistol to commit suicide, but the cockpit was forcibly opened. The driver could only fire forward immediately, but the firepower of the pistol couldn't pierce the Spartan uniform at all. Several Skywing soldiers grabbed the target's hands and forcibly pulled them out. The amethyst holy machine pilot is also wearing triumphant armor. In a single fight, he can still suppress the Spartan battle uniform, but a few people are enough to overwhelm him. The captain of the suppressing and annihilating team asked the Delta pilot some things, because the communication in Agdira's transformation of the meteorite was good and bad, and when he was communicating with his colleagues on the other side, the line would suddenly be disconnected. So they wanted to know what was going on, and they had to exchange information when they met their colleagues. The Delta pilots didn't know what was going on, and they would cut off the communication from time to time. They guessed that there might be some jammers inside them that were specifically aimed at them. This kind of situation is generally at an interval of about 500 meters, whether it is the ground troops or the airframe. Unmanned airframes such as the Viper, if controlled by the MD system, will be affected from time to time, causing the combat capability of the entire airframe to fluctuate from time to time. If the machine controlled by Harrow would not have such a problem. Harrow has its own simple judgment ability and maintains their combat capabilities. Even if the communication is cut off, it will continue to fight with its own judgment. The Triumph armor of the Amethyst Holy Machine pilot was now roughly dismantled by the Skywing. It's a woman. The captured Amethyst pilot was a blonde woman, looking at the sky-winged army in front of her with hatred. Moreover, She also saw her former colleagues looking at each other with hatred and swallowing eyes, while the former colleagues were a little embarrassed and did not dare to meet her eyes. Traitor, traitor. The woman said the word traitor word by word, and said it with gritted teeth. At this time, another Tiani mercenary kicked the woman in the face, kicked the woman down, and stepped on the woman's face. The remnants of the previous dynasty have fallen into my hands. I am a member of the Longsog Kingdom. I will not let you, the remnants of the previous dynasty. I will treat you well. Humph, if you want to kill or cut, it's up to you. The woman rolled her eyes and then closed them. At this time the captain said, find a way to pry this woman's mouth open and ask for the information we want. The Tiani army who stepped on the woman's face smiled and said, no problem, Captain. Believe me, there are many companions here who will love her as much as I do, and let her speak out obediently. The captain heard what he meant and said, don't overdo it. We are the Tiani Imperial Army, not those terrorists, pirates, or outlaws. I can allow you to use torture to extract confessions, but I don't allow you to enter the port by force. After hearing this, the subordinate could only shrug his shoulders, bent down and grabbed the female prisoner's hair with one hand, dragged the female prisoner to another place, and other colleagues followed behind. After watching his subordinates drag the female prisoner to another place, the captain ordered some subordinates who mastered technical communication and software technology to check the internal communication data of the cockpit of the Amethyst Holy Plane and check what channel or line they were using. There will be no sudden disconnection when communicating internally. There is also cracking the software inside the cockpit of their aircraft to view the data and database of the aircraft. The technicians were cracking the software for a while. On the other side, the female prisoner let out an inhumane scream, and her left knee was drilled open with an electric drill. Are you going to talk? Tell me your purpose this time. The female prisoner has been tortured beyond human appearance, and now she just wants to die for relief. Our battle this time, don't care about the outcome at all. We just want to smash meteorites on Mars, so that letting your Tiani Empire rule is worse than just destroying it. Also, the meteorite flying over from Jupiter is your fault, right? What Jupiter domain, I don't know. Why can't we contact the outside world for a while? What technology do you use to cut off our communication? The female captive, who couldn't stand the torture, told everything she knew until she told everything she knew. The Tiani army, who was in charge of torture and interrogation, saw that the female prisoner had told everything she knew, and they couldn't find any information after further talking, so they directly sent the female prisoner to the first floor. The technicians in charge of cracking have already carried out some reverse tracing at this moment, and have also carried out some restoration and reverse tracing from the track traces of the Amethyst Holy Plane. Find out the structure of the inner part of the meteorite modified by Actila, and find out their communication channel rate. The captain of the Suppression Annihilation team ordered the technicians to try to eavesdrop on the communication channel of the Dion pirates to see if they could get useful information. The captain ordered the other communication soldiers to convey the news to other fellow troops, and even ordered the communication soldiers to inform the superiors outside of the information they had just obtained from the female captives. Captain, I can't convey it. It seems that their protective cover has been opened. The technician in charge of deciphering the database of the Amethyst Holy Machine said, Captain, I found out that there are some special jammers inside them, which are designed to target the internal enemy's communications and information, etc. Is there a location where these jammers were found? Some of them were found, and the captains discovered an important location. What important place? That's where one of the nuclear engines of this meteorite is located. It's just that I don't know whether this nuclear engine supplies a super laser cannon or a protective cover. Convey this news to other fellow troops. The captain instructed the communication soldier. The Delta pilot adjusted the communication channel and contacted the lost colleague, the original 4-machine squadron, and he and another man who was driving a full-armored Mk happened to be not far away from him. A fully armored Mk3 with a missing left arm came to the scene, and the Delta pilot learned from his colleagues that the other 2 colleagues had been killed. He was attacked by a sneak attack before. Although he killed the sneak attack team, he paid a heavy price. Delta and full armor Mk3 are temporarily operating with the suppressive annihilator force. Actila transformed the Skywing army inside the meteorite and received the location of one of the nuclear power engines, as well as the location of a part of the jammer. Part of the troops went to the location of the nuclear power engine, and the other part went to search for jammers for destruction. Damn it! Why are these people's bodies deformed? A triumphant armored warrior exclaimed. Because the figure of the soldier wearing the Spartan battle suit 2 in front of him has changed, and his figure has become more burly, and even the covering helmet has been deformed, and the covering gloves have also changed into animal claws. Man also sprawled on the ground on all fours like a beast. The triumphant armored warrior immediately raised his gun and opened fire. The opponent lying on the ground with all four limbs moved very sharply. He not only avoided the bullet, but also ran towards him with both hands and feet, faster than a cheetah. The triumph armored warrior fired continuously, but was completely avoided by the opponent, and the opponent could even fly over the wall. When the opponent was about to pounce in front of him, the triumphant armor warrior immediately drew out his dagger with his right hand and stabbed at him. But the opponent not only avoided his dagger with a difficult move, but also passed over his head and fell behind him in an instant. Oops! The beast-like sky-winged army ejected a scimitar from each arm guard, and the violent impact and sharp blade penetration directly defeated the energy shield of the triumph armored warrior. A pair of palms like animal claws waved one after another. The first claw and the second claw directly set off violent sparks on the back armor of the triumphant armored warrior. The third claw directly tore open the back armor of the triumph armor. Although the triumph armor warrior reacted, the opponent reacted faster than him, knocking him down to the ground with a direct impact. Hands like animal claws penetrated directly from the back of the triumphant armored warrior, grabbed the heart, and pulled it out. After the triumphal armored warrior lost his heart, his whole body convulsed and lost his life. The sky-winged army holding the heart saw that the warm heart was still beating and twisted it hard. The colleagues at the scene were like him, and their body shapes had changed. Some of them became huge, reaching about 4 meters. It is a pair of arms and fists that become huge. No matter how their bodies changed, all the deformed Tiani soldiers had already killed all the triumphant armored soldiers on the spot. If the Tiani soldiers at the scene took off the Spartan battle suit too, everyone would exclaim that the appearance of these soldiers has been deformed, just like the orcs in the fantasy novel. These Sky Wing Army fighters are genetically modified fighters. They have been implanted with beast genes. Once they are used, they will be affected by the genes, and their bodies will change into the form of beast genes, such as werewolf, bear man, King Kong man, etc. The burst ability after transformation is more than 10 times their basic all-round ability. Once transformed, it is called beast form, and these fighters have a title, Beast Warrior. Long Fei had already sent some beast warriors to the battlefield for actual combat tests during the operation to destroy the Wong. When some locations in the Dian Empire were attacked by beast warriors, although a few locations had recorded relevant data, they could not be communicated to the superiors because they were interfered by Minov particles and neutron jammers at that time. Even if they wanted to convey the news by telegram or an old envelope, they were still intercepted by the killing troops. So Dian Empire headquarters did not receive this news, nor did Dikla receive this news when he left. Even if a beast warrior does not transform into a beast form, the general form is stronger than the physical ability of a first-level strengthened warrior. Fighting under the same conditions, the untransformed beast warriors can suppress 3 first-level strengthened fighters. Moreover, after years of research and clinical testing, the technology of genetically implanted fighters has matured. Although the overall strength is not as good as the early beast fighters, it is worse than safety. It's just that soldiers who want to undergo gene implantation transformation must have a strong body and must accept the most rigorous special forces training, as well as have a strong mental and conscious endurance. If ordinary people undergo gene implantation, they will basically die on the operating table in the first stage. Level 1 enhanced transformation fighters can also undergo gene implantation surgery, but most of the first-level enhanced transformation fighters are unwilling to undergo gene implantation surgery, except for psychological problems, and do not want to transform themselves into a beast-man form. The main reason is that they would rather accept the second level of enhanced transformation. The physical fitness of the fighters with the second level of enhanced transformation is several times higher than that of the beast warriors in their normal state. Some second-level strengthened fighters can rely on combat skills and fighters in the animal state to deal with them. As soon as the time for the animalized fighters expires, the animalized fighters will immediately return to their original state, so the second-level strengthened fighters will win the fruits of victory. More importantly, secondary enhancement surgery is not as risky as gene implantation surgery. 100 special forces, without undergoing any surgery, may have 20 failures for gene implantation and transformation, and the mortality rate of operation failure is more than 0.00. Although the 20 special forces who fail the operation will not cause physical disabilities, their physical quality will decline, and it may be difficult to improve even after hard work the day after tomorrow. If a first-level enhanced fighter undergoes gene implantation, the failure rate of gestures may only be 10%. However, for a failed first-level enhanced fighter, his physical fitness may drop sharply, and he may have to work hard the day after tomorrow or go through another round of first-level enhanced fighters. Enhanced surgery. On the contrary, if a first-level strengthened fighter receives surgical promotion for a second-level strengthened fighter, the failure may be only a few points. Some special forces would be willing to undergo gene implantation and transformation surgery, because although the process of undergoing a transformation operation is painful, it is at least much better than a first-level enhanced fighter. If a first-level soldier wants to undergo a second-level enhanced surgery transformation, pain one more time. Even second-level strengthened fighters may not be able to defeat animalized fighters. Once a Triumph Armor Warrior is attacked by a Beast Warrior, they will basically be suppressed. Even a Beast Warrior can suppress a Triumph Armor Warrior without Beast Transformation. Beast Transformation only kills the opponent in the shortest time. The Triumph Armor Warrior has undergone surgical transformation, and his basic physical fitness is equivalent to that of a first-level modified warrior. The Tianyi Army's first-level strengthened warrior is wearing a Spartan battlesuit too, and the two are 55 points apart. The second-level strengthened fighters all wear Spartan battlesuit Type 2, which can completely suppress the Triumph Armored Warriors. The Spartan battlesuit Type 2 worn by the Beast Warriors is named Animal Spartan Battlesuit Type 2. Dikla received a report at this time. From the camera, he saw that the second-level strengthened fighter suppressed the Triumphant Armor Warrior, and even saw the change in the figure of the Beast Warrior, and killed the Triumphant Armor Warrior in a short time. What is this? Dikla really didn't know whether these shape-shifting Beast Warriors were humans or monsters. Drip. Another piece of information came from a document, and Dikla opened it to take a look. The content was that the Agdilla-modified meteorite was only less than 8 million kilometers away from Mars. At this moment, Dikla is a little worried that he will encounter GX 9900 and GXBIT, because the satellite microwave cannons launched by these two airframes. If there are 12 satellite microwave cannons, they can directly penetrate the energy protection shield supplied by the 3 nuclear power engines. However, the satellite microwave cannon has an effective range of about 500 kilometers, which makes Dikla somewhat relieved. The second phase of the plan is almost being implemented. Dikla stepped out of the cockpit and looked at the 800 Violet Holy machines in his special hangar. All the drivers of the Violet Holy machine are ready to go, waiting for the order of their Royal Highness, the eldest grandson. Everyone, our final battle is coming. We can sense the vibration of the meteorite from time to time. It is because someone else is using their powerful weapons to smash our meteorite into pieces. Even if the meteorite can be shattered by them, they will never want to shatter the pride of our Dion Empire people. The compatriots who are suffering on Mars have been oppressed and enslaved by the Sky Wing Empire. They have been waiting for our rescue. If they can't be rescued by us, they would rather die. We must do our best to save them. If we can't save them, we will use meteorites to destroy Mars. Go with them to meet our great Emperor Fades. Kneel and apologize before the great Emperor. Everyone, are you afraid of this battle? Not afraid. Will you live and die with me? Will. Agdilla's modified meteorite is less than 7.5 million kilometers away from Mars, and the 5th wing-killing cannon is fired. Just when the second battery has been replenished, the 6th round of the wing cannon can be launched. The nuclear power engine responsible for supplying the battery is now transferred to Agdilla to modify the meteorite thruster, increasing the original speed by 50% in an instant. The speed of Agdilla's transformation of the meteorite suddenly increased, which caught the surrounding Tianyi army fleet by surprise. Lieutenant General Wu Wenyuan immediately made some command changes. Agdilla transformed the interior of the meteorite, and the fighting troops were also somewhat affected at the moment. The vibration and instability came from inside, and many people suddenly fell to the ground when they were fighting in some gravity areas. Agdilla modified the exterior of the meteorite, and most of the defensive turrets and missile wells were destroyed. If there were no energy defense shields, more Tianyi army MIS troops and suppression troops would rush into Agdilla to modify the meteorite. However, in external battles, most of the amethyst and violet holy machines have been shot down. Many Tianyi army MS entered Agdilla to transform the interior of the meteorite one after another. A jammer somewhere was destroyed by the sky surfing. Both the ground troops and MS have found that their communication has recovered somewhat smoothly, and their companions farther away can also communicate. It seems that there are still some jammers nearby. As long as we destroy some more, the communication will be smoother. The commander of the suppressing and annihilating army said. Not far from the zero-gravity zone, a MIS battle is taking place. A violet holy machine is fighting Oberon Gundam. There are also two amethysts and deltas fighting the MKIV. Armored full armor MK3 and Delta immediately entered the fray. Oberon Gundam's extra mechanical arm attacks the Violet Holy Machine at close range with a beam saber. The pilot of the Violet Holy Machine was careless for a moment. He didn't expect that the opponent's body had an extra mechanical arm, and his legs were cut off by the opponent in close combat. The pilot of the Violet Holy Machine retreated immediately, and suddenly a hot feeling made him lose consciousness. The Oberon Gundam pilot saw a cyan light beam passing across the chest of the Violet Holy Machine from the screen, and the whole machine separated from the chest, and then turned into a ball of fireworks. The Oberon Gundam pilots didn't even know where the attack came from. Immediately afterwards, the bodies of the two amethyst holy machines that were fighting were split into two one after another, and then turned into fireworks. The pilots of the mass-produced Gundam were puzzled and didn't know what was going on. The troops who were rushing to support were also dumbfounded for a while. Suddenly, the outline of a bat-wing body became clearer and clearer, and a jet-black special Gundam appeared. Dio observed the surroundings from the screen, and then conducted a round of communication with his colleagues to exchange information. While everyone was exchanging information, at the same time, a suppression force seized a communication station. The communication station can send signal flares. The main reason is the relationship between men of particles, which will cause the communication between Agdilla's modified meteorite and external troops to be unsmooth. So signal flares are used to issue instructions. The Tianyi Imperial Army often has red and blue army simulated battles, and it is very experienced to use signal flares to notify teammates. The suppression force immediately manipulated the communication console and sent out flares to inform them of the internal situation. Lieutenant General Wu Wenyuan received the information and knew that there were still many fellow troops fighting inside Agdilla's modified meteorite, so he immediately stepped up his attack on Agdilla's modified meteorite, making sure to destroy the protective cover so that more troops could enter the interior to fight. Destroy. Lieutenant General Wu Wenyuan initially planned to destroy the Agdilla modified meteorite, but the protective cover of the Agdilla modified meteorite prevented their own weapons from being defeated in one blow. I had no choice but to use the second plan to suppress the interior. Of course, the suppression will also bring a benefit, that is, to obtain the technology of transforming meteorites from Agdilla and to study their energy shields and super laser cannons. Moreover, the energy shield Agdilla transformed into the meteorite is equivalent to the most advanced shield they are currently studying on the NOAAs. It is estimated that there may be scientists in the Dion Pirate Group who have made a breakthrough in the energy shield technology owned by the Dion Empire, reaching the same level as the most advanced shield protection cover of the NOAAs. Lieutenant General Wu Wenyuan had to admire. In terms of energy shield technologies such as battleships and space fortresses, this was better than the Tianyi Empire. It was the Emperor Long Fei who they regarded as a god. As far as energy shield technology is concerned, although there are also developments such as eye position, beam shield, etc., they are still slightly behind. But such weapons as the super mega cannon particle cannon, the weapons developed by Emperor Longfei, are not only inferior to the Dian Empire, but also the most advanced offensive weapons of the Noahs. The power of the wing-killing cannon is estimated to be slightly stronger than the super mega cannon particle cannon, but it has a huge caliber and relies on the nuclear power engine inside the meteorite to supply energy. A meteorite with a volume of more than 100 kilometers in diameter emits a super laser cannon with an effective range of only about 1,000 kilometers. Its volume is far smaller than that of the space fortress bulb that Agdilla transformed into a meteorite. The power of the bulb cannon it emits is several times that of the super mega cannon, and its effective range reaches about 5 million kilometers. If there is no greater crisis coming from another attack, the Burger Cannon of Battlestar Bulger can destroy Agdilla's modified meteorite. Lieutenant General Wu Wenyuan thought, if the suppression force inside the meteorite destroys a nuclear engine that supplies the protective cover, then the next battle will not be so difficult. Fierce battles ensued around the location of the number 5 nuclear power engine inside Agdilla's modified meteorite. Some suppression forces rushed to the position of the number 5 nuclear power engine one after another, fighting with the local guards. The guard troops are all holy machines. Most of them are amethyst, and a small part is the violet holy machine as the leader machine. A violet holy machine launched 8 floating cannons to attack the G-1st DX Gundam in all directions. The G-1st DX Gundam pilot senses the trajectory of the opponent's floating cannon with the help of the Sekimile skeleton. G-1st DX Gundam dodges, and each floating cannon beam can only pass by the side of the Gundam body. The pilot of the violet holy machine felt annoyed for a while. Every time he took a floating cannon attack, the opponent could dodge it first. The G-1st DX Gundam driver has begun to gradually master the Sekimile skeleton, and the rhythm of the entire battle has begun to be led by him. G-1st DX Gundam's EX cannon twin shots instantly penetrate 2 floating cannons. What? The pilot of the violet holy machine was very surprised and couldn't believe it. The mass-produced Gundam who had been dodging the attacks suddenly counterattacked and hit his floating cannon. The next scene made the pilot of the violet holy machine even more unbelievable. How is this possible? G-1st DX Gundam first launches the micro-missile inside the wing shield. When the floating cannon is dodging, G-1st DX Gundam's two-handed beam rifle and beam submachine gun fire continuously. The G-1st DX Gundam pilot uses the Sekimile frame to master the dodge trajectory of the opponent's floating cannon and fires preemptively on the dodge trajectory, hitting the floating cannon with one blow. The remaining 6 floating cannons were shot down in less than 5 seconds with the G-1st DX Gundam driver using the Sekimile skeleton. The pilot of the violet holy machine seemed to have discovered something at this time, and said to himself in horror, could this be the MS mental skeleton of the Tianyi Imperial Army? Could it be that they are ready for mass production? The violet holy machine pilot seemed to see the spirit of the G-1st DX Gundam from the screen. Damn it, we haven't been able to mass-produce our mental augmentation devices, and we haven't even mass-produced the mental skeleton we developed ourselves. As a result, the Tianyi Imperial Army has already developed a mass-produced mental skeleton. G-1st DX Gundam's cyan eyes turned into yellow eyes at this time, and the output of the beam emitted exceeded the previous state of cyan eyes. The violet holy machine holds beam cannons in both hands and confronts the EX cannon of G-1st DX Gundam. As a result, his output was not as good as that of his opponent, and he was directly suppressed. Fortunately, the driver of the violet holy machine reacted quickly and discarded the 2 beam cannons to get out of the way. The EX cannon directly swallowed the 2 beam cannons. G-1st DX Gundam suddenly rushed to the violet holy machine in an instant, holding beam swords in both hands and smashing towards the violet holy machine. The pilot of the violet holy machine couldn't believe that the G-1st DX Gundam in front of him was so fast, and the machine hastily pulled out the beam saber with both hands to block it. G-1st DX Gundam's eye color changes from green to yellow. The light emitted by the skeleton will leak from the front of the head antenna. When the body is overheated, The beam sabers on the body's shoulders and waist will forcefully release excess energy. The beam sword that was forced to release energy directly pierced through the Violet Holy Machine, and the pilot of the Violet Holy Machine never thought that the other party would do this until his death. After the G-1DX Gundam pilot killed the opponent, the Sekimus skeleton stopped working and the eye color changed to blue. I didn't expect that His Majesty's Neo Gundam's spiritual skeleton could develop a weakened version for mass production. The Sekimus skeleton made my mental senses sharper and better able to capture the surrounding movements. Then the driver watched from the screen that battles were still taking place in some places, and his colleagues were fighting hard to break through the enemy's defense line. Ground suppression forces are on the assault. Although the No. 5 nuclear engine was attacked by some light beams, there is a protective cover outside the engine to protect it from any damage. The target has a protective cover, and a powerful weapon must be used to break through and do damage. Oberon, F-90, and G-1DX Gundam can not only suppress the Amethyst Holy Machine, but can even restrain the Violet Holy Machine in some aspects. As long as the F-90 is properly equipped, it can easily suppress the Violet Holy Machine in some situations. G-1DX Gundam can also suppress the Violet Holy Machine as long as the driver uses the Sekimus frame. Oberon also turned on the White Magic Book mode, which can completely crush the Violet Holy Machine. At the scene, the guards guarding the No. 5 nuclear power engine knew all about the enemy's equipment and airframes. However, there were two mechatronics, and the mechatronics that were not recorded in their databases appeared on the battlefield. One is a blue-like Gundam MS. The other is a pink body with a sharp one-eyed head, a slender and feminine body, and 3 sets of propulsion wings installed on the back of the MS. There is no information on the two Ms. Dion pirates at all, and their combat capabilities are no less than the 3 mass-produced Gundams of Oberon, F-90, and G-1DX Gundam. The blue sample is called Fafnir, and the pink sample is called Demeter. Fafnir, Demeter, and Oberon also have a special device called the Magic Book mode. The magic mode of the former is called the Blue Magic Book, and the latter is called the Red Magic Book. The sample model of Fafnir's head is similar to ZZ Gundam, and it can also fire head cannons. The backpack box ZZ Gundam used is the same model, and a huge shield is mounted on the shoulder mechanical arms. There is a large caliber beam cannon at the front of the shield. The backpack has 2 pairs of cannons, and the cannon mode can be switched to beam saber mode. Fafnir used a high-power beam weapon to suppress the Violet Holy Machine, and the driver was also a new human. In addition to dodging the opponent's floating cannons with their perception ability, they also used high-power weapons to shoot down some of their floating cannons. The Violet Holy Machine dodged Fafnir's attacks continuously, and used the remaining floating cannon to attack Fafnir, interrupting Fafnir's attack, forcing Fafnir to dodge and counterattack the floating cannon. Taking advantage of Fafnir's counterattack, the Violet Holy Machine immediately increased the thrust of the thrusters, rushed towards Fafnir, and drew out the beam saber to slash at Fafnir. After Fafnir killed all the remaining floating cannons of the opponent, the pilot had already anticipated the opponent's purpose. Taking advantage of the moment when the opponent was approaching, he immediately pulled out the cannon barrel on the backpack, switched to beam saber mode, and directly resisted the beam saber coming. Dididi. An alarm sounded from the cockpit of the Violet Holy Machine. The output of the beam saber was not as strong as that of Fafnir, and it was suppressed by the opponent. The Violet Holy Machine retreated immediately, and the driver immediately turned on the enhancement mode. Seeing this, the Fafnir driver turned on the Cyan Magic Book in the Magic Book mode. The Cyan Magic Book is different from the White Magic Book. Note, it is different from the original. This is a series of modifications made by the author. If any I don't like it, please forgive me. The latter can improve the comprehensive mental ability of new humans during the period of opening the White Magic Book mode. It can use men of particles to double interfere with the communication ability of the enemy target and affect the receiving ability, as well as improve the driver's spiritual connection and communicate with each other. The device can create a spiritual connection with other new human beings. The Cyan Magic Book is a little different. In addition to improving the driver's surrounding perception ability, premonition ability, and crisis sensing ability, the detection area of the body is doubled, and the performance of the body is also improved. especially the thrust of the beam weapon, is directly doubled. When the Violet Holy Machine was in booster mode, at the moment it rushed towards the opponent, it made a high-speed movement and circled behind Fafnir, preparing to pierce the opponent's cockpit with a sword. With a quick turn, Fafnir directly blocked the opponent's attack. What the pilot of the Violet Holy Plane couldn't believe was the more intense siren sound from the cockpit. In the booster mode, the thrust of the weapon was obviously increased by more than 30%, but the situation of being suppressed by the opponent was worse than before the booster mode. Damn it! It seems that he has also activated a special mode, but it is stronger than my enhanced mode. The driver immediately steered the Violet Holy Machine to retreat. What happened? Fafnir's pilot was the first to stop the retreat of the Violet Holy Machine. No matter how the Violet Holy Machine retreats, Fafnir can immediately intercept it and even launch an attack to interrupt the next move of the Violet Holy Machine. Fafnir held the beam rifle in his left hand and fired, while the opponent's dodging trajectory, the shield beam cannon on his left arm fired. The pilot of the Violet Holy Machine couldn't believe that he was caught by the opponent's trajectory at the moment of dodging, making him unable to dodge, so he could only use the shield in his left hand to open the protective cover. However, under the blessing of the Cyan Magic Book mode, Fafnir doubled the power of the beam cannon. More than one shot pierced through the protective cover, and the shield and the entire left arm of the Violet Holy Machine were directly swallowed. The driver did not expect that the opponent's beam output was beyond imagination. What's worse is that Fafnir's reaction is higher than that of the Violet Holy Machine regardless of speed. Fafnir holds the beam saber in both hands and rushes towards the one-armed Violet Holy Machine. The Violet Holy Machine couldn't dodge the attack at all, and used the beam saber with one arm to block the first enemy beam saber, and the second beam saber that followed couldn't dodge at all, and the entire machine was cut open in the middle. On the other side, one of Demeter turned on the Magic Book mode, the Red Magic Book. The Red Magic Book doubles the ability of the new human driver to control the mind on the original basis, and also expands the detection ability of the body, so that the driver can know all the wind and grass within the specific detection range. And in the Red Magic Book mode, the driver can act with thinking or imagination while controlling all floating cannons. Demeter released 30 floating cannons from the 3 sets of propulsion wings. In the driver's imagination, the 30 floating cannons formed a huge dancing flower. The dancing flowers sent out countless beams of light, which immediately knocked out the opponent, Violet Holy Machine, and ran away. In addition to opening the protective cover with the shield in the left hand, the driver of the Violet Holy Machine opened the protective cover mode with 8 floating cannons. Based on the imagination of the driver of Demeter, the dancing flowers spread out like petals, and 30 floating cannons performed a flower-like movement around Demeter. The 30 floating cannons move like fallen leaves, firing beam rays at the moment of fluttering, and the 30 beam rays hit the target in all directions. Demeter's palms also emitted light beams to attack the target. The protective cover mode of the 8 floating cannons of the Violet Holy Machine could not withstand the continuous attack of 30 floating cannons. Finally, at the moment of collapse, the driver turned on the booster mode. At the moment when the performance of the Violet Holy Machine was improved, the thrusters were fully activated, and a sprint rushed upwards to avoid the beam rays. The Demeter driver had already anticipated the opponent's next move and switched his hands to beam saber mode to block the opponent. The Violet Holy Machine was about to turn and dodge, but 30 floating cannons directly attacked from different directions. Although most of the attacks were dodged, a small part of the beam cannon rays still hit the Violet Holy Machine. The 30 floating cannons were mentally controlled by the driver of Demeter, misplaced, and cross-fired. In the end, the Violet Holy Machine fell full of holes and turned into a ball of fireworks. A warrior in triumphal armor who appeared to be the captain shouted while shooting, "Don't let them break through again." Dozens of triumphant armored warriors shooting from cover are struggling to resist the approaching enemies. There are many damaged and burning chariots on the ground ahead. Some of them belong to them, and some belong to the Tianyi army. Several mobile engineers displayed gorgeous drifts like racing cars and fired armor-piercing projectiles at the triumphant armored soldiers in the bunker. The armor-piercing projectile directly penetrated the bunker. Although the armor-piercing projectile's energy shield blocked the armor-piercing projectile, the threshold exceeded the limit, and the remaining shockwave knocked the armor-piercing soldier into the air. A triumphant warrior switched weapons, took off the energy rocket launcher on his back, and aimed at a mobile engineer. An energy rocket directly penetrated the mobile engineer and killed the driver inside. Immediately afterwards, an armor-piercing projectile hit the triumphant armored soldier holding an energy rocket. The moment the energy shield collapsed, the shock wave knocked him away. The Triumph armored warrior who was in midair was suddenly hit by a huge sniper bullet and killed on the spot. A large number of Gatling trucks carried out fire suppression, suppressing the dozens of triumphant armored soldiers hiding in the bunker so that they could not fight back. A ground team of dozens of people, using the firepower of the Gatling truck to suppress, circled around the enemy's rear and carried out front and rear flank attacks. After the firepower of the Gatling truck was suppressed and the bullets were exhausted, while the bullets were being reloaded, the Triumph armored warrior, who had just been suppressed and was unable to fight back, immediately counterattacked. But at the moment of counterattack, he was attacked behind him, which caught dozens of Triumph armored warriors by surprise. The mobile engineers and the team in charge of the sneak attack cooperated to bombard with artillery, and the team of Triumph armored warriors who were flanked by front and back were completely wiped out in less than 2 minutes. Clear the enemy and move on. The team leader in charge of the sneak attack informed the colleagues in front. Sky Wing Army Ground Forces, with the help of Ms. troops, advanced the No. 5 nuclear power engine from different locations. In addition to paying attention to the battle of the Ms. troops above to avoid being affected, the ground troops of the Tianyi Army should also pay attention to the surrounding buildings and be careful that there are other enemies hiding there to attack at any time. Part of the Tianyi Army's ground troops will use the helmet's quantum scanner to see through the surrounding buildings to see if there are enemies hiding in the bunker. The other part will turn on the anti-stealth scanner to scan, so as to prevent the enemy from using the stealth function to sneak attack. A Mobius Zero conducted a ground search in the sky, and the quantum scanner found the enemy ground troops who had been hiding inside the building. Mobius Zero fires the linear cannon continuously at the hiding enemies. The Triumph armor team inside the building found that the building could not withstand the continuous bombing, so they could only escape from the building immediately and rushed outside. As a result, it directly collided with the suppression force of the Tianyi Army. Fire! The quick-responsive Tianyi Army suppressing troops immediately raised their guns and fired, and the armored troop carrier also fired 35mm anti-aircraft machine guns. The Triumph A squad that escaped from the building in embarrassment was directly shot and killed by the suppression forces. A group of triumphant armor warriors used the defense system devices inside the building to beat the ground troops of the Sky Wing Army outside into a mess. Help! Help! We are suppressed by the enemy's firepower. We have suffered heavy casualties here. We can't fight back effectively at all. The captain called for help through a headset communication. Gatling trucks, armored troop carriers, drones, etc. were blown up, and smoke was everywhere, and there were even some dilapidated corpses on the ground, all of which were blown to death by artillery shells and missiles. Watch out for snipers. The suppression team originally wanted to counter sniper, but at the moment they were suppressed by firepower and could not pursue the enemy's snipers at all. Dozens of floating cannons suddenly fell from the sky. The highly maneuverable action combined with the shooting shot destroyed all the defense system devices in an instant, and even evaporated the snipers who were about to shoot coldly with their beams. The suppressing troops, who were suppressed by the firepower, looked up and saw a Demeter in the sky. In addition to controlling the floating cannon to attack, they fired beams of light from both hands to bombard the building. After a round of bombing, Demeter glanced at his fellow ground troops and left the scene. After some simple counting of the ground troops who had just been beaten, they continued to move forward. Heavy fighting is still going on around the No. 5 nuclear power engine. The console is heavily hacked at the moment. Oberon, Fafnir, and Demeter each have won, and the magic book mode is activated at the same time. Once the white, red, and cyan 3-color magic book mode is activated, as long as the distance between the 3 machines is less than 10 kilometers. The effect of the magic book mode will not only increase several times, but also the mental abilities of the surrounding new humans. only if we wear the Spartan suit too, will increase their mental abilities. Moreover, the mental power of the enemy new humans within the effect range will be suppressed or restricted, and their abilities will be greatly reduced. Even the surrounding communication network may be paralyzed. The three-color magic book is connected, with the white magic book as the center point, and a diameter of 30 kilometers is within the effect range of the three-color magic book. However, once a machine exceeds the specified range, the effect of the three-color magic book will be cancelled. When the effect of the three-color magic book was displayed, the Triumph armored warriors on the ground had many new human warriors with weak, comprehensive abilities, and they immediately felt abnormal headaches. Some soldiers even had a splitting headache, unable to fight, and could only roll around screaming with their heads in their arms. Amethyst and Violet Holy Machine pilots. The comprehensive abilities of the new humans are mostly higher than those of the ground troops. Although they didn't feel any headaches, they sensed that their spirits seemed to be suppressed by something powerful. Not come out. The floating cannon couldn't be activated at all. Either it fell directly on the ground, or when it was ejected from the body, the driver couldn't control it mentally and fell directly to the ground. Within the range of the effect of the three-color magic book, the MS and ground troops of the Dion pirates were directly tied. We were under fire. Help! Help! We are overwhelmingly defeated and completely suppressed by the enemy. We are almost unable to hold on. Come for reinforcements. Come for reinforcements. Damn it! The communication network is completely disconnected and completely paralyzed. Can't call for help. The combat effectiveness of the Amethyst and the Violet Holy Machine without floating cannons has directly weakened a lot, and the Violet Holy Machine has been suppressed by mass-produced Gundams, such as the Delta and the full armor Mk3 at this moment. More than half of the Triumph armor fighters fell into a state of being unable to fight, and some Triumph armor fighters who died in battle were shot and killed by the enemy when they were rolling on the ground with a splitting headache. Taking advantage of the prevailing situation, the Tianyi Army's ground suppression troops rushed into the console of the nuclear power engine like a bamboo shoot. Blowing open the console door, the console staff were also wearing triumphal armor, but more than half of them lost their fighting ability and rolled around with their heads in their arms. The rest fought hard, but ended up being shot to death by the Tianyi Army. When the Tianyi Army replenished the guns of the remaining triumphant armor warriors who were rolling around with their heads in their arms, they found that some triumphant armor warriors couldn't bear the pain of splitting headaches, so they lifted their helmets and shot at their temples to relieve them. The Skywing Army began typing on the console and shutting down the nuclear engines. Sir, this nuclear engine is code-named Number 5, and it is one of the engines that supplies the energy shield. Sir, find the location of other nuclear power engines from their database. As the captain, the officer began to convey the obtained information to the superior. At this time, the chief heard his subordinates say, "It's strange, why don't our country manufacture more of those types of airframes, so that when they launch special abilities, our ground combat troops will be much more relaxed?" The chief glanced at the subordinate who had just spoken, and he himself wanted to know why Fafnir and Demeter didn't make more. Fafnir and Demeter are not unwilling to make more, but these two airframes were only successfully developed more than a month ago, and some tests were carried out. The three-color magic book was also modified and improved by Long Fei, and some verifications were carried out. Currently, Fafnir and Demeter have produced 3 units each, and they are put into the battlefield where Actilla transforms meteorites. Fafnir and Demeter only have 1 each. In addition, one of Fafnir and Demeter was put into other battlefields, and the last one of Fafnir and Demeter and one Oberon continued to conduct some experimental verification. The three-color magic book cannot be activated as long as it is a new human. There must be some prerequisites. For example, the pilots of Fafnir, Demeter, and Oberon must have a great tacit understanding. The pilots of the 3 airframes don't need to communicate. They only need to understand each other's thoughts without words when they mentally sense each other. Then the first condition for the synchronous activation of the three-color magic book is fulfilled. Of course, the above conditions are only the first conditions, and there are other conditions that must be met before the synchronization can be activated. The second condition is that the pilots of the 3 airframes must be mentally coherent when they are mentally sensing each other, and the frequency of mental fluctuations must be the same. The third condition is the three pilots. After the second condition is fulfilled, in any battle, the three of them can coordinate and fight side by side without any language, and the fighting rhythm of the three must be coordinated. The synchronous activation of the three-color magic book can be activated by meeting the above three conditions, but if there is any mistake during the battle, the effect may be weakened, or the three-color magic book mode may be forced to close. In order to meet the above three conditions, the three drivers must know each other. To meet this condition, in addition to being brothers and sisters, they are old comrades on the battlefield, and only those who have fought side by side for many years can meet the above conditions. Because only in this way can there be excellent tacit combat without words. The pilots of Oberon, Fafnir, and Demeter on the battlefield can activate the three-color magic book synchronously, mainly because the three are triplet sisters. Moreover, the twin sisters have often fought side by side for many years. In addition to understanding each other, the three sisters have a strong spiritual telepathy. This makes the triplet sisters more ideal in terms of mental frequency coherence than those of comrades in arms and general brothers and sisters, born in different years. In the spiritual telepathy, the three sisters can immediately understand each other's thoughts, fighting, and even accommodating each other. The triplet sisters' new human comprehensive ability is not excellent, only B-level, but now their triplet sisters can meet the above conditions. The eldest piloted Oberon, the second piloted Fafnir, and the third piloted Demeter. With the boss as the center, the three-color magic book is activated simultaneously, exceeding the expected effect. Moreover, the triplet sisters improve their all-round mental ability during the effect of the three-color magic book, reaching a comprehensive A+ level. Oberon held a sword in both hands and a mechanical arm hidden in his knees to hold a beam saber, and quickly rushed to the target. As the pilot of the Violet Holy Machine, her mental strength was suppressed, and she was unable to exert her original ability, which affected her driving ability and reaction ability. The four beam sabers attacked from different angles, making him unable to react at all, and the body was directly dismembered. While Oberon was rushing towards another target, Fafnir provided cover fire and strikes. Several amethyst units were hit by powerful beams, and were hit by Oberon while dodging. The retreat route was cut off by Fafnir's firepower, and the front was attacked by Oberon in close combat. The sky was attacked by Demeter's 30 floating cannons like fairy flowers. The front one of the Amethyst Holy Machine squad was dismembered by Oberon, and the last Amethyst was blasted through its body by the Fafnir beam. The rest of the Amethyst Holy Machine, which was either retreating or advancing, was directly pierced through the entire body by 30 floating cannons. Then, Oberon rushed to another place, followed by 30 floating cannons, and the dancing flower shape of the 30 floating cannons surrounded Oberon. Oberon is like an elf inside a flower. A team of 5 Amethyst Holy Machines led by a Violet Holy Machine watched Oberon and floating cannons attacking them. Although they immediately attacked, Oberon and the floating cannons spread out faster. The 30 floating cannons made a direct cross attack. Oberon locked on the Violet Holy Machine and swung his sword with a pair of hidden mechanical arms on his knees. The Violet Holy Machine immediately blocked the sword with his two-handed beam saber. Oberon had already switched weapons with both hands, attacking the Violet Holy Machine with guns in both hands. Although the Violet Holy Machine dodged immediately, it completely fell into the trap of the triplets. The floating cannon had already fired a beam of light to attack the direction of the trajectory where the Violet Holy Machine dodged. The Violet Holy Machine seemed to back up and hit the beam of the floating cannon. The cockpit was directly pierced by the beam, and the driver was evaporated. Oberon did not pursue when the target was dodging, but instead held guns in both hands and shot left and right, attacking other Amethyst Holy Machines. In addition to dodging Oberon's attack, the 5 Amethyst Holy Machines also had to dodge the raindrop-like beams of the floating cannons. Although the 5 Amethysts used their shields to block the light beams, the countless beams attacked in all directions, and they couldn't resist it at all. The whole bodies of the 4 Amethysts were pierced and turned into fireworks. When the last Amethyst broke through the sky, a huge beam of light directly swallowed it. It turned out that it was Fafnir who fired the cannon from the head, killing him with a single hit. The entire battle was achieved under the anticipation and tacit cooperation of the triplet sisters. After the number 5 nuclear engine was shut down by the Tianyi army, the guards were attacked by the 3-color magic book mode, and there was a one-sided massacre. Why didn't Fafnir, Demeter, and Oberon activate the 3-color magic book mode at the beginning? Instead, they had to fight for a while before officially activating it. The main reason is that after the 3 sisters entered Actila to transform the meteorite, the eldest and 2 younger sisters were separated in the battle. It wasn't until the battle at the number 5 nuclear power engine that the triplet sisters officially met, and only then did the 3-color magic book synchronously start. The 3-color magic book shuts down half an hour after it starts up. Betty, the eldest, Belle, the second, and Bella, the third, have worked hard for you. If it weren't for your help, we might not be able to shut down the number 5 nuclear power engine until now. The combat commander Lieutenant Colonel communicated to the 3 sisters. Thanks for their help. You're welcome, sir, as it should be. Betty responded, panting. You 3 sisters take a break for a while. We will carry out renovations, and then go to the number 4 nuclear power engine with another unit to fight. Learn. The triplet sisters are already sweating profusely and tired. The 3-color magic book mode actually consumes a lot of mental energy. The triplet sisters may not be able to activate the 3-color magic book synchronously for several days. The triplet sisters have the same beautiful face. Even their hairstyles are black and straight, and even the 3 sisters have the same hairstyle when they put their hair up. If it is an ordinary person, it is impossible to distinguish the triplet sisters. That is, if the new human beings do not have a keen sense of spirit, there is a great possibility that they will not be able to distinguish the triplets, who is the eldest, the second, and the third. At this time, Dikla received that the number 5 nuclear power engine was forcibly shut down, and even for half an hour, the network and communication were unable to contact the area and some surrounding areas. Even the troops on the ground did not convey the news to the headquarters. There is no way of knowing what happened there. At first, the command suspected that it was disturbed by NOV particles. MNOV particles have a strong ability to interfere, but years of time schedule research from Dion Empire to Dion Pirates have already developed some devices corresponding to MNOV particles. Although there is still interference from MNOV particles, it will not cause complete paralysis in terms of communication and network, at least if the MNOV particles do not reach a certain concentration. Although the flow of information and communication is slow, at least relevant communication and receiving messages can be carried out. Therefore, Dikla believes that even if the Tianyi army really brought MNOV particle missiles or related dispensing devices into Agdaira to transform meteorites, it is impossible to cause a strong density to paralyze the local communication and network in terms of quantity. Dikla, including the headquarters, really couldn't figure out what was going on, and what made them even more puzzled was that the communication and network in the area returned to normal half an hour later. Knowing that the number 5 nuclear engine in this area has been forcibly shut down, Dikla and the headquarters all believe that the Emperor Long Fei of the Tianyi Empire must have developed a new type of technology. Otherwise, the communication and network would not be destroyed. Whether it's the new technology developed by Long Fei or not, the problem right now is that the number 5 nuclear power engine has been shut down, which will affect the function of the energy shield. Dikla thought in his heart, Commander, the number 5 nuclear power engine has been shut down. Can the number 2 nuclear power motor, supplying the cannon and batteries, be converted to supply energy for the shield? His Royal Highness, this is no problem. The number 2 nuclear engine is about to replenish the 3rd battery. The battery can be fully charged in 2 minutes, and then the supply energy can be transferred to the protective cover. If the charging is interrupted, immediately supply energy to the protective cover. Otherwise, the external enemies attacking the current protective cover will definitely not be able to bear it. Yes. After finishing the communication, Dikla said to himself, this is somewhat inconsistent with our plan. It exceeded the estimate. It is really that the plan cannot keep up with the changes. However, fortunately, the main purpose has not been disrupted and can continue to be carried out. Flying Wing 0, GX 9900 and GXBIT hope not to arrive too early, otherwise our plan may be ruined. Dikla prayed silently in his heart. On the other side, Battlestar Bulger and Diva are ready. The gun muzzle of the Battlestar Bulger satellite has gathered energy, and the crimson energy has filled the entire gun pipeline. Using various devices placed by the long-distance voyage troops, we can grasp the trajectories of the 3 meteorites in the process of calculation. The frontmost meteorite is about to enter the effective range of the Bulger satellite cannon. In the command room inside Battlestar Bulger, the person in charge takes the key and inserts it into the keyhole, opens the button cover, and the person in charge puts his thumb on the button. The staff looked at the instrument and reported, "Target meteorite. Enter the effective range of the Bulger satellite cannon of Battlestar space, and count down for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 0. Battlestar Bulger satellite launch." The person in charge pressed the button. A huge and powerful crimson beam erupted from the muzzle, and the volume of the crimson beam was larger than that of Space Fortress Bulger, and it sprayed straight towards the target. The first large meteorite with a diameter of nearly 15 kilometers entered the effective range of the Bulger satellite cannon of the Battlestar, and would not know that a huge crimson beam was coming. The large meteorite collided with the huge crimson beam. The large meteorite was swallowed by the beam, and the large meteorite and the hot beam quickly shattered, dissolved, and evaporated. The large meteorite with a diameter of nearly 15 kilometers split into countless pieces of stones of different sizes after the energy of the crimson beam was exhausted. The on-site installation camera captured everything. If Mr. Mai and his group can see the power of the Bulger satellite cannon of Battlestar, they will probably be shocked. The satellite cannon of the state of Dallas is no less powerful than the Bulger satellite cannon of the Battlestar. But the effective range is not that far. Among the many satellite cannons in Dallas, the longest effective range is only about 3 million kilometers. It's a pity that Mr. Mai and his team have already activated the light speed navigation certificate and are leaving the solar system. They cannot witness that the effective range of the opponent's satellite cannon is farther than that of his own country. Battlestar Bulger receives video and photos from the device's cameras. The large meteorite that was in close contact with the Bulger satellite cannon of Battlestar space has lost its original appearance, and it is divided into pieces of different sizes. It is estimated that the largest stone is no more than 100 meters in diameter, and countless stones have already scattered. The person in charge of Battlestar Bulger looked at these rocks. Even if they floated to Mars and rushed into the atmosphere of Mars, they would burn up in the friction of the atmosphere. The first large meteorite crisis was resolved, followed by the second and third. How long does it take for the second charge of the Battlestar Bulger satellite cannon? Colonel, it will take 3 hours. The colonel in charge nodded after listening, bowed his head, and thought in his heart. The distance between the first large meteorite and the second large meteorite is about more than 100,000 kilometers, but the distance between the second and third meteorite is less than 100,000 kilometers. 20,000 kilometers. Moreover, the trajectories of the two are also deviated. If the Bulger satellite cannon of Battlestar space is really allowed to destroy these 2 meteorites, after destroying the second meteorite, the Bulger satellite gun of Battlestar space will be reversed, or the Bulger satellite cannon of Grid to be migrated. Actually, the Battlestar Bulger satellite cannon destroyed the second meteorite, and when it was recharged to launch the third shot, the third meteorite was about 100,000 kilometers away from the Battlestar Bulger. Although the Bulger satellite cannon of Battlestar space can handle 3 meteorites, if it misses the target or hits the target but fails to completely destroy the target, the consequences will be disastrous. Sending the Diva to launch the photon ring Lane is just an insurance policy. The main reason is to worry about the failure of the mission. Once the mission fails, the meteorite will hit Mars, which may plunge Mars into a severe winter. The third meteorite was solved by the Diva with the photon ring Lane. The colonel in charge tapped his fingers on the podium to think, hoping that the mission would not fail, because his family members were all on Mars. Before the 6th round of Acdilla's modified meteorite wing-killing gun fired, the protective cover on the front end of the muzzle was removed. Although some warships of the Tianyi Empire Army were destroyed, they did not achieve much effect. 15 minutes after the 6th wing-killing cannon fired, the last thing Dikla hoped for and worried about happened. Flying Wing 0, GX-9900 and GXBIT have come to the scene. Although Acdilla transformed the meteorite, The number 2 nuclear power engine supplied the energy protection cover, and even opened the second layer of energy protection cover. However, if the destruction cannon and the satellite microwave cannon are launched at the same time, they might penetrate the second and third energy shields in one fell swoop. Dikla said helplessly, "I'm really afraid of something. Damn, this is completely inconsistent with the plan and completely exceeded our estimates. Now we can only implement the second phase of the plan earlier." Dikla immediately notified the headquarters to implement the second phase of the plan. 1GX9900 leads 12 bits to receive the microwave beam emitted by the large version of Lockhylam. GX9900 and GXBIT have been improved to store the energy of the received microwave beam, store it on the reflector installed on the back, and convert it into energy, and then launch the satellite microwave cannon. After receiving the microwave beams, GX9912 bits began to sail in different directions, preparing to launch satellite microwave cannons at different locations at the same time. Aviana drives the Flying Wing Type 0 and holds a destruction rifle in each hand, and then combines it with 6 dwarf sword stars to form a double destruction gun. The Flying Wing Type 0 double destroyer cannon is stronger than the Super Mega Cannon particle cannon and satellite microwave cannon in terms of power, even nearly twice as powerful. Moreover, the Flying Wing 0 Type 4th generation Minov super energy thermonuclear reactor concept has a huge tens of thousands of kW, and the energy supply to the double destruction cannon is extremely fast, and the relaunch interval is short. Moreover, the engine power of all Gundams is not as high as that of the Flying Wing 0. The Super Mega Cannon particle cannons of the 3 Nyagama battleships have not yet been charged, responsible for penetrating Agdaira and transforming meteorites with double destruction cannons and satellite microwave cannons. 1 double destruction cannon and 13 satellite microwave cannons attacked different parts on the left side of the modified meteorite in Agdaira. Agdilla remodeled the second protective cover of the meteorite and was attacked by these 14 terrifying and powerful light beams. In less than a few seconds, the protective cover like a tortoise shell cracked like glass. Then, it shattered like a glass cover, and 14 powerful beams directly hit the third energy protection cover. The third layer of energy protection shield relies on 3 nuclear engines to supply energy. Although it has strong defense capabilities, it cannot withstand the attack of 14 terrifying beams. In about 5 seconds, the surface layer of the Agdilla modified meteorite suddenly exploded, and it was a coherent explosion, which exploded continuously on the surface layer like a snake-shaped detour. This surprised everyone at the scene. Lieutenant General Wu Wenyuan frowned watching the explosion on the surface of the meteorite transformed by Agdilla from the screen, and a bad premonition suddenly flashed in his heart. This sudden explosion, could it be their backhand? Lieutenant General Wu Wenyuan immediately issued instructions for all fleets to carry out fire bombing immediately. On the other side, the Tianyi army fighting inside the meteorite transformed by Agdilla suddenly felt the earthquake from the explosion inside. Countless members of the ground troops were unable to stand still due to the sudden earthquake. They were either lying on the ground or with their feet in the air. Even drivers who drive MS can feel the earthquake while sitting in the driver's seat. Could it be that the big meteorite was bombed fiercely? This is a bit inconsistent with the plan. It is impossible for the commander to do this. In some places in the gravity zone, not only the top layer was cracked and rocks fell, even some construction equipment collapsed, and ground troops and airframes may even be buried alive by rocks or collapsed buildings. There were even explosions in some places, and many fighting troops were affected by the explosion. Not only the individual soldiers on the ground were killed by the explosion, but also tanks, fighter planes, and even MS were destroyed by the explosion. 14 beams penetrated and destroyed the third layer of the energy protection shield, and the remaining power bombarded the surface layer of Agdaira to transform the meteorite that was exploding. Agdilla's modified meteorite not only exploded on the surface, but also exploded inside. During the explosion, the Agdilla modified meteorite was directly separated into meteorites of different volumes. During the separation process of Agdaira's transformation of the meteorite, the energy of the double destruction cannon and the satellite microwave cannon just ran out. Without the energy protection cover, The Skywing Army fleet received a contact from the Skywing Army troops in the meteorite transformed by Agdilla at this moment. Many colleagues in the army died during the explosion. Damn it, the explosion just now really scared people to death. Dio looked at the half-destroyed passage on the screen, and he was worried, and the process just scared him to the point of losing half his life. Dio looked at the instrument and checked the status of the Hell Reaper Gundam. I'm really lucky. Gundam was not injured. I really don't know if it's because I'm of death, so I'm lucky, or if it's the goddess of luck who is taking care of me. Dio began to try to contact and found that he could contact the external fleet. Suddenly, it was discovered that the quantum radar had discovered the location of the enemy's body. What's going on here? Why are there so many red dots, and more red dots are appearing one after another? Dio was dumbfounded, then shook his head, quickly cheered up, and turned on the stealth function. Use the stealth function to try to escape the enemy's radar search. Hell Death Gundam flew through the passage in front of Chaojing. At a three-fork intersection on the flight path, one of the roads was closed by rocks, so it could only fly from another unclosed road. During the flight, Dio saw those dilapidated bodies or dead bodies on the screen, and Dio couldn't help frowning. Suddenly Dio receives an urgent message. This is the combat Ms. Unit of the 2nd Battalion of the 3rd Regiment of the 1st Brigade of the Suppressive Force. We have been attacked by the enemy here. Damn it, they have a lot of mechs, so they are inside the meteorite. Afterwards, other emergency communications were received one after another, all of which were calls for help from colleagues who were besieged by the enemy. Dio also receives news of the previous explosion and earthquake that caused the meteorite to separate. It seems that we have all been tricked. All of this is in the enemy's calculation, and we are all tricked. Dio felt annoyed for a while, and it was really uncomfortable to be tricked by the enemy. Dio checked the location of the emergency communication and decided to go to rescue his colleagues. Flying to a cross passage, a fight took place. The two amethyst holy machines used the inflection point of the cross passage to shoot, and it happened that the Hell Reaper Gundam was behind one of the amethyst holy machines. Dio attacked unceremoniously, and the beam sickle of Hell Reaper Gundam directly raised and fell, splitting an amethyst holy machine in half. Then the propeller opened wide, a sprinting beam sickle waved, and another amethyst holy machine was cut open in the middle. NI and F-90B, who were counterattacking at the inflection point of the passage on the other side, saw the flames not far away. The driver was puzzled and randomly understood that it was a colleague rescued. Hell Reaper Gundam removed the stealth function and came to the two colleagues. 3 people communicate. From this, Dion learned that the 2 colleagues in front of him had separated from his troops because they were attacked and dispersed by a large holy machine force. After finally killing the enemy plane chasing them, they encountered the attack just now while looking for their companions. The 3 of them just received the emergency communication again, but the voice was not smooth and intermittent during the communication, and they couldn't hear what the person calling for help said clearly. The 3 knew that the enemy must have launched a jammer. When the 3 adjusted the frequency, they found that they could not effectively communicate with other colleagues, and even the enemy's frequency line they had learned before was invalid. The 3 can only temporarily form a temporary team. Pawnee is driving Impulse Gundam, High Mobility Backpack, and is fighting with Red Aegis Gundam, Savior Gundam, Covenant Gundam, Warrior H Gundam, Gale Strike Gundam, and Justice Gundam. 7 specially made Gundams are fighting together with an elite Ms. unit. The battle location is a very large inner city. The elite Ms. unit consists of 120 Mars jackets, Kshatriyas, Inverse Delta and Defense Shields, and 12 units of G-First DX Gundam, Oberon, MK Kai, and F-90. Attacked by Ms. troops consisting of 300 Amethyst and 40 Violet Holy Machines. After fighting for a long time, Pawnee and his team were already a little tired. On the contrary, the enemy driver seemed to be in full mental and physical condition just after entering the battlefield. Amethyst and Violet Bible all launched floating cannons, and Kshatriya also released all floating cannons at the same time. At the scene, there were countless floating cannons scurrying over the entire city, and countless beams crossed and exploded with fireworks. There are also floating cannons flying in various passages in the ground city, and the MSs on both sides of the Skywing Army and Dion Pirates are fighting at different locations. Relying on the ability of new humans and years of combat experience, Pawnee fired continuously with the light-speed gun in his right hand and hit the floating cannon. Accepting that the shield in the left hand directly hits an amethyst, the weapon in the right hand switches to a thermal dagger and stabs into the cockpit of the amethyst. Immediately afterwards, Impulse Gundam pushed back, and several beams of light flashed across the position just now. The attack just now was done by 2 amethysts, and the driver mentally controlled the floating cannon to attack Impulse Gundam. Pawnee shook his head during the battle, and at this time he received the emergency signal again, and the location of the distress signal was in another place. Pawnee just glanced at it, couldn't help but frowned, and said in his heart, "It's strange, the position of this troop before the explosion is different from the position after the explosion, and the position is different each time after receiving 3 times in a row, and once farther than the previous distance." Pawnee really couldn't figure out what was going on, but at the moment he didn't have time to think about it. He had to solve the battle in front of him. A sense of crisis came from behind, and Pawnee immediately reacted and dodged. At the moment of dodging, the siren sounded from the cockpit. The beam of light flashed across the position just now, and it was a violet holy machine attacking from behind Impulse Gundam. 3 versus 1, Pawnee smiled wryly. He may not be able to win due to his physical and mental condition at the moment. At this moment, Pawnee looked at the environment around the screen, and he actually flew out of the city. The violet holy machine and the other 2 amethysts surrounded the Impulse Gundam in a triangular formation. When Pawnee was about to launch an attack, the upper and lower body of Violet suddenly separated in front of him. Pawnee thought it was a special attack from Violet's holy machine. But after the Violet machine with its upper and lower body separated randomly exploded into a ball of fireworks, Pawnee and the other 2 amethyst drivers immediately understood that it was a sneak attack. Suddenly, a NI and F90B attacked 2 amethysts, and they were caught off guard for a while. Impulse Gundam helped NI pull out the beam saber with his right hand, and unexpectedly pierced the cockpit with a sword behind Amethyst. The other Amethyst was responding to the flexible F90B melee attack. It didn't even realize that there was a beam sickle attack behind it, and was directly cut in half by the beam sickle from the head. Pawnee looked at the Hell Reaper Gundam that appeared. Pawnee knew it was the new Ace Dio known in their Ace driver circles. "Tell me your name, rank, and affiliation." Dayu, 2nd Lieutenant, Personal Independent Combat Department. Individually fighting independently, what happened to your 2 colleagues? Composed temporarily. Pawnee then asked the other 2, from which he learned that the troops F90B and NI belonged to where the emergency calls he had received before. Could it be that different members of the dispersed troops sent out calls for help at different locations? Pawnee thought. Pawnee asked Dayu to join him and follow him to help other colleagues. Nayli drives Gale Strike Gundam and holds a wing saw sword in each hand. When attacking in melee, both hands cut the sword at the same time. Even if the shield of the Violet Holy Machine opens the protective cover, it cannot resist the 2 wings. Saw the ship cutting knife, and it was directly cut into several sections. Nayli uses the improved electromagnetic muscle module to make the Gale Strike Gundam burst into thrust at the moment of attack. With this combat method, she often kills the opponent unexpectedly. Nayli uses complex passages to allow Gale Strike Gundam to intersperse at different intersections, thereby killing the target or enemies who are fighting with colleagues. Covenant Gundam has the ability to release or hack into enemy computers and software viruses. Part of the Dion Pirate's body was invaded by the virus of the Covenant Gundam, which affected the computer of the mental control floating cannon, so that the driver found that the mental control became a little smooth, and the computer would be interrupted from time to time, causing the floating cannon in battle to lose its mental control and fall to the ground. Once Amethyst and Violet Holy Machine lose their floating cannons, their combat capabilities will be weakened. Although they can be paired with other weapons, floating cannons are always their main weapons. Moreover, the virus distributed by Covenant Gundam will not only affect their mental control computers, but also the main control computer of the body, and even affect their cameras, and so on. Red Aegis Gundam, Savior Gundam, Warrior H Gundam, and other colleagues of the Elite Force, with the help of the spread of the virus from the Covenant Gundam, shot down the Amethyst and Violet that were affected by the virus. Red Aegis Gundam, Savior Gundam, and Warrior H Gundam also launch powerful weapons such as double-phase energy cannons, which can easily blast through buildings and hit targets. The powerful phase energy cannon can penetrate the energy shield of the shield when the distance from the target is more than 5 kilometers. The Gundam drivers, such as the true Red Aegis Gundam, sighed in their hearts. Fortunately, the Minev's super energy thermonuclear reactor was replaced with a 4th-generation special type. Although the starting power is not as good as the concept model of the 4th-generation Minev's super energy thermonuclear reactor, the overall power is around 1 kW. Moreover, it outperforms the previous generation Minev's super energy thermonuclear reactor in terms of combat durability and endurance, at least twice as much. Only then did the driver sigh with emotion. If it wasn't for the special 4th-generation Minev's super energy thermonuclear reactor, high-energy consuming weapons such as phase energy cannons, it would have made them fire one after another like this. Even if the body is not powered off, it would be a joke if there is still 30% of the energy left. Now, the driver looks at the energy meter of the instrument, and there is still more than 70% of the energy. Although Pawnee's group does not have the upper hand in terms of physical strength, spirit, and numbers, the special-made 4th-generation Minev's super energy thermonuclear reactor of the specially made Gundam continuously fires powerful weapons. The Dion Pirate unit, which was in good condition and had an advantage in numbers, was suppressed, and nearly 100 ms were lost. However, Pawnee still lost a lot of his fellow wingmen. After half an hour of fierce fighting, he lost more than 40 ms. While Pawnee's group was fighting hard, the fleet commanded by Lieutenant General Wu Wenyuan watched as Actilla transformed meteorites and exploded one after another to separate rocks of different sizes. Everyone at the scene felt puzzled. Before the double destruction cannon and the satellite microwave cannon hit Actilla to transform the meteorite, the surface exploded directly. It is not known whether it was the explosion caused by the destruction of the nuclear engine of the meteorite by the internal colleagues, or the self-destruction process started by the other party. Suddenly, countless meteorites of different sizes rushed forward. Moreover, many amethysts and violet holy machines suddenly rushed out of the holes of many meteorite blocks. This shocked many people. Dikla, who was still inside one of the meteorites, sneered. The second phase of the plan begins. The violets and amethysts that flew out of the hole in the meteorite block either rushed into another meteorite block or rushed towards the enemy. Moreover, these holy machines are like a swarm of bees flying out of a honeycomb. The Sky-Winged Army fleet immediately took corresponding measures to deal with these swarm-like holy planes. Suddenly, 3 huge beams of energy emerged from the countless meteorite blocks. The pilots of the Flying Wing Zero and GX 9900 driven by Aviana dodged one step earlier with their intuition, and only then dodged the huge beam. It's dangerous. A trace of fear flashed in the hearts of the 2 Gundam pilots. If it wasn't for their intuition, they would have died long ago. Moreover, the 3 huge light beams can sweep across for a short time, and many of the machines and warships in the swept places are swallowed or turned into fireworks. However, several exhibits were also destroyed in the 3 huge beams. General, there are 3 destroying warships in total. Lieutenant General Wu Wenyuan took pictures from his fellow warships on the video screen. It turned out that the 3 destroying warships that appeared had been transforming the interior of the meteorite in Actilla, and they were in relatively deep parts. It seems that Actilla transformed the meteorite and then appeared after it was separated, but from the appearance point of view, it is slightly different, and the volume is slightly larger. The destroying laser cannon of the destroying warship does not have the sweeping function. Is it an improved version? This model is slightly larger. It seems that some extra devices are added inside, which leads to the larger size of the battleship. Lieutenant General Wu Wenyuan thought. General, our encirclement formation has just been hit by a destructive laser cannon, and there is some panic. Lieutenant General Wu Wenyuan looked at the 3-dimensional map of the battlefield and found that some meteorites rushed in different directions, and some of the meteorites protruded from the amethyst and violet holy machine. Some fleets couldn't react to such a sudden tactic. Some captains of the battleship fleet of the Skywing Army reacted quickly and responded immediately, firing at the meteorite block and ordering the MIS troop or the mobile fortress team to deal with the enemy planes emerging from the meteorite block. Upon seeing this, Lieutenant General Wu Wenyuan immediately made some command adjustments to make those fleets that were in chaos or unable to react immediately act immediately. Lieutenant General Wu Wenyuan has received a damage report from the following news. In the previous 3 attacks of destroying laser cannons, a total of 60 warships of various types were damaged, including a warship called Yagama. More than 400 MS were destroyed regardless of the type. Nearly 150 mobile fortresses of various models were destroyed. Lieutenant General Wu Wenyuan felt a headache. This is the most damaging battle since the founding of the Tianyi Empire. On the other side, Aviana used the remote camera function to discover one of the destruction warships. They wanted to rush to the target and prepared to fire a double destruction cannon to the destroyer, but as a result, many amethyst and violet holy machines rushed towards the wing Type 0. Aviana could only give up temporarily to deal with the holy opportunity from these attacks first, split the double destruction rifle into a single destruction rifle. Although the destruction cannon destroyed several amethyst and violet holy machines, but the destruction cannon just now also caused many holy machines to scatter. The scattered holy planes encircled and pursued, and the rear propellers of the Flying Wing Zero were turned on, trying to avoid the opponent's encirclement at an extremely fast speed. Another shot of the destroyer cannon also shot down a few amethysts or violets, but even though it shot down a few holy machines, its power just hit a meteorite block with a diameter of 1 kilometer, which directly turned into dust in the universe. Although the Flying Wing Type 0 has powerful firepower and can be regarded as a strategic weapon, it may not be able to cope with siege. Moreover, Aviana's skills are not among the top among the MIS trump cards of the Sky Winged Army. The ranking is only in the middle. The main reason why Aviana can become the pilot of the Flying Wing Type 0 is that besides Long Fei, she is the only one who can withstand the terrifying calculation ability of the Type 0 system, and the fact that she can look at the results of different options from various calculations without thinking about it. A woman who would have a nervous breakdown. The destructive cannon that Aviana fired just now was the tactical suggestion given by the Type 0 system. Under the relationship of the Type 0 system, Aviana and the body seem to be integrated into one. Although there are 30 holy planes trying to surround the Flying Wing Type 0, the Flying Wing Type 0 is not the only one on the battlefield. Other troops rescued the Flying Wing Type 0 and intercepted these holy planes. The Type 0 system performs a series of multi-party calculations on the information received from the environment where the Type 0 flying wing is located. Aviana selected the most suitable tactics from the many calculations of the Type 0 system. Aviana immediately contacted all the troops that could be contacted and issued a series of command and combat orders. Aviana received a special authorization order once she issued a combat command order to any unit, except Long Phase 8 directly subordinate units. All units must obey unconditionally. Aviana fired several destructive cannons, destroying several meteorite blocks, and a group of 20 MIS teams moved towards the destroyed meteorite blocks. The Flying Wing Type 0 followed closely behind. On the other hand, GX 9900 also encountered siege. Except for the satellite microwave cannon, the basic firepower of GX 9900 is not strong. Fortunately, there are other MS for protection, and the remaining 7 XBits have returned to the mothership. After GX 9900 held a beam saber in his right hand and cut down an amethyst holy machine, he immediately returned to the mothership after receiving the order from his superiors. At this time, the battlefield has shown a situation of chaos, and countless meteorites spread from the position of Mars. Moreover, these meteorites almost all have propellers, large or small, which made the Tianyi army at the scene feel puzzled. Could it be that there is an engine inside each meteorite to drive the propellers? The Tianyi army surrounding the formation not only had to deal with the holy planes that emerged, but also had to destroy those meteorites. Some larger meteorites cannot be destroyed in a short time, and some battleships can only dodge urgently against these oncoming meteorites. The emergency evasion also allowed some meteorites to break through the encirclement, and a holy machine appeared at the hull of the meteorite that broke through the encirclement, attacking the Tianyi army warship. Fortunately, The battleship still had some MS left as a team to protect the battleship, so they wouldn't be caught off guard. Apart from being in a hurry, the battleship troops attacked by the Holy Plane, there is one more thing they want to do, but they may not be able to do it. It is to receive the distress or distress signal from the suppressing troops who entered the Agdilla modified meteorite before, but these signals are located in the relatively deep meteorite block group. Even if they want to send troops to rescue, they will be intercepted by those holy planes that emerge, which makes them feel very embarrassed. Humph, so many simulated battles between the red and blue armies have never simulated such a tactic. This is the first time I have encountered such a tactic. It is really an eye-opener. Lieutenant General Wu Wenyuan looked at the three-dimensional in surprise and anger. Three-dimensional battlefield situation map. What surprised him was that he didn't expect the other party to have such a tactic. The other party had done all the preparations out of intentional calculation, but what made him angry was that he had completely fallen for it. Many meteorite blocks of different sizes turned on their propellers and rushed to his position, and many amethyst and violet holy machines flew out of the holes of many meteorite blocks. The two add up to more than 1,000 units. Lieutenant General Wu Wenyuan really didn't understand how many of these holy machines the opponent had made. From the beginning of the battle to the separation of the meteorite, they didn't send these holy machines to the field. It seems that these remnants of the previous dynasty have made all the preparations in the past 5 or 6 years. It is estimated that they have already cooperated with the 100 Ghosts Night Movement Organization and the Wanluo Federation for this day. It is estimated that the alien organization may also cooperate with him. Otherwise, Diva and Battlestar Bulger won't be transferred. Lieutenant General Wu Wenyuan not only transferred back part of the original frontline troops, but also let the MS and mobile fortress troops guarding the battleship meet the holy opportunity of the attack. The battleship opened fire on the meteorite blocks. Lieutenant General Wu Wenyuan ordered the frontline troops to destroy the enemy's destroying warships. On the other side, Dio's group of people tried their best to eliminate the enemy. Although the Special Gundam did not suffer much damage, there were less than 30 elite units left. At this time, Pawnee and his group also received information from the external fleet and learned that the Dion pirates had 3 destruction warships. Everyone couldn't believe that the Dion pirates would hide the destroyer battleship deep inside the meteorite. The suppression forces only penetrated into the outer layer of the meteorite until the meteorite separated. They didn't even think that there were many holy secrets hidden in the deep place inside the meteorite. If they reached the deeper place earlier, they might be surrounded by many holy secrets. Now, the meteorite is separated into pieces of different sizes, and it is impossible to know which meteorite has an enemy. Lieutenant Colonel Pawnee, should we rescue the colleague who sent out the distress signal first, or find a way to get out of this meteorite and destroy the destroyer? Naley asked Pawnee. As the highest-ranking soldier here, Pawnee decided to step out of the meteorite block and destroy the destroyer after thinking for a while. Lieutenant Dio, your Gundam has a stealth function, and you are responsible for finding the way. Got it, sir. Hell Reaper Gundam turned on the stealth function and entered a passage for pathfinding. This passage was informed by the elite troops that the enemy emerged from this passage earlier. Dio explored the road and found that there was no base machine. Even the detector or radar did not find it. As for the distress signal received, the information distance was found to be farther than before. Moreover, some of the distress signals received were also sent out at different times and locations, and the span of locations was very huge. It is estimated that many fellow troops were besieged or besieged by most of the enemies. Lieutenant Colonel Pawnee chose to destroy the destroyer instead of rescuing his colleagues. Although he was disgusted by some colleagues, he understood why Lieutenant Colonel Pawnee did this. Dio is also one of the few people who understands, because the destroying laser cannon that destroys the battleship will definitely cause greater damage to our troops. The purpose of destroying the destroying battleship is actually to prevent further damage. Because, when we received information from our external colleagues, we learned that there are 3 destruction warships, and a round of destruction laser cannons had been launched before, causing considerable damage to our fleet. That's why Pawnee chose to destroy the destroying warship first, and the external fleet of his colleagues had already given the approximate location information of the destroying warship. It took Dio about tens of minutes to walk out of the passageway. using the stealth function to discover the situation outside the meteorite block and saw one of the destroying warships. The visual distance was about 500 kilometers. Surrounding the destroyer battleship was a convoy of more than 200 amethyst and violet holy machines. But I saw that there are still some holy machines coming out of other meteorite block passages, heading in different directions. Deo immediately told Pani and the outer fleet what he had seen. Lieutenant General Wu Wenyuan, the head of the External Fleet Combat Command, immediately asked his subordinates to calculate the location of the information transmitted from the Hell Reaper Gundam and the location of the destroying warship found by calculation. Get ready to give the destroyer battleship a one-hit kill. After Dio received the instructions from his superiors, he reported to Pani and carried out the orders given to him by his superiors. After Pani received the notification, he changed his mind to all his teammates and carried out the orders of his superiors. Pani's group headed towards the route that Dio had walked and soon reached the entrance of the passage. And the Hell Reaper Gundam has long since disappeared. Pani looked at the countless meteorite blocks around him from the entrance of the passage. The intervals were different, and sporadic battles took place in various places. At the entrance of the passage, Pani and his team received distress signals one after another. The distress signals they received from time to time before were now continuously received. And this distress signal will advance with time, causing the distance to get farther and farther away. Now there are some sporadic battles, and the Dion Pirates' Holy Machine Force wants to break down the Skywing Army squads one by one. Pani decided to divide the troops into 3 teams, each with 12 units, and divide the troops into 3 groups to help other colleagues. A team of 8 rituals led by full armor MKI and MKIV was attacked by a team of 5 amethysts led by 1 violet Sanji. Although the number of the former is dominant, the performance of the body is not as good as the latter. The performance of the Amethyst Holy Machine is comparable to that of the full armor MK3 and MKIV, mainly mixed with AS technology, electromagnetic muscle modules, and synchronous action recognition systems. The combination of full armor MK3 and MKIV was suppressed by the Violet Holy Machine with a slight advantage. Whether it is A or B, Richer is suppressed by Amethyst in all directions. Although Ritual dodged the floating cannon launched by the Amethyst with the instantaneous explosive power of the electromagnetic muscle module, the electromagnetic muscle module cannot be activated continuously indefinitely. Continuously launching it will also cause the body to overload. Once the critical point is reached, the electromagnetic muscle module will temporarily stop working. Several floating cannons were penetrated, but 3 rituals were destroyed. The 4th ritual was pierced by Amethyst's beam cannon, and suddenly a red and white phase energy cannon swallowed the amethyst that had just shot down Ritual. The sudden attack made the fighting troops on both sides pause for a moment. The pilot of the Violet Holy Machine did not expect that when he was besieging a team, he would encounter a team led by several specially made Gundams attacking him. The team on the side of the full armor MK3 was originally in an unfavorable situation, which led to poor morale. Suddenly, they received help from their colleagues, and even a special-made Gundam appeared, and the morale of the entire team soared. The other 2 teams also rescued their colleagues in different locations and immediately formed a temporary group to expand their scale and went to the next distress signal location. In addition to using the stealth function of Hell Reaper Gundam, Dio borrowed the local environment and used countless meteorite blocks to track the target silently. Once the stealth function of Hell Reaper Gundam is turned on, except for visual and camera stealth, the stealth function of Hell Reaper Gundam has caused some refracted waves, etc. It has a very high stealth ability for radars and detectors, and it has a very high effect whether it is a character or absorbing waves. Coupled with the meteorite as a cover, the radar detectors of the Dion Pirates, etc. could not find the invisible Hell Reaper Gundam. Dio would report the sailing position of the destroyer to his superiors every 5 minutes. Dio is currently serving as the superior's navigation. Because the Tianyi army surrounding the formation couldn't see the destroying warship hiding in the meteorite blocks at all, and couldn't know whether the destroying warship had changed its position. Only after waiting for the report from Dio did they finally know the location of one of the destroying warships. Now it is handed over to one of the Quasi-Agama warships, and the command room of the ship uses supercomputers to calculate the target position. Then, use the super mega particle cannon to shoot down the destroyer in one hit. However, one more headache is that when launching the super mega cannon particle cannon, don't accidentally hit your colleagues, especially those trapped in the meteorite block, because they're not the Dion pirates. The previous destructive laser cannon fires actually destroyed some holy machines, as if they didn't care about the lives of their colleagues, and made many Tiani soldiers think whether these sacrificed Dion pirates were injected with Dion's loyalty potion. In fact, most of the Amethyst and Violet Holy Machine pilots who are currently fighting are from the Colonial Circle who have been injected with Dion's loyalty potion. These people can be said to have been completely brainwashed. He completely thought that he was from the kingdom of Dion. Little did he know that he was just being used as cannon fodder by Dikla, even disposable. Many Holy Air forces fighting on the outskirts. Once they found the Yagama warship, they would rush over like locusts. The Nyagama warship is the key protection warship of the Tiani army, in addition to being protected by many warships, MS, and mobile fortresses. There are also Silver Thunder, Full Gundam TR-6 Kunlun, TR-6 Advanced Kihar 2, Gundam TR-6 Heather Tula, etc. Many Black Rabbit troops have already rushed to the scene. There are a total of 10 Silver Thunders on the battlefield at the moment, and the 6 Kahar 2s of Silver Thunders not only protect the safety of Silver Thunders, but also deal with the attacking Holy Planes. Inlay uses diffuse beam cannons and weapon cabinets to attack the All Saints. Many pilots of the Amethyst and Violet Holy Machines are very troubled by the Silver Thunder, and the various weapons such as diffuse beam cannons and weapon cabinets make the Holy Machines overwhelmed. The diffuse beam cannon caused many floating cannons to be shot down. Under the control of Harrow, Kahar 2 made many Holy Machine pilots fail to use the floating cannon to bypass Inlay's back. The fully equipped Gundam Kunlun and the advanced Kahar 2 also have a lot of powerful weapons, and the weapon cabinets also have floating cannons. Countless powerful light beams crossed and attacked the Holy Machine troops. One of them is a Black Rabbit team defending the Yagama battleship, with 3 silver mines and TR series, a total of over 30 units. It was difficult to beat a Holy Machine force composed of more than 200 units of violets and amethysts. A Heathersley held an improved version of the long-bladed rifle and smashed the shield in the left hand of a Violet Holy Machine. The red energy long blade that emitted powerful energy cut the shield and the body into pieces in less than a second. 2 halves. Inlay kept an enhanced Bigway Cannon 2, which condensed a huge amount of energy and smashed a meteorite block with a diameter of nearly 1 kilometer in one shot. Disarmed an incoming meteor block. Another Inlay used the Bigway Cannon 2 to lock on to a Violet Holy Machine that could not dodge and was blocked, and swallowed the Violet Holy Machine with one shot, and some fireworks burst out where the cannon passed. Wow, it won't be the troops directly under His Majesty's dark side. General Special Forces are no match for them at all. I'm afraid only the troops directly under His Majesty the Emperor can compete with them. Their weapons are simply too powerful. If we had powerful weapons like theirs, the current scene would not have happened. Don't be stupid. If we can equip them with weapons like them, I'm afraid the Empire's finances will go bankrupt. Quite a few MS drivers couldn't help exclaiming and praising the performance of the Black Rabbit troop, and many even envied the powerful weapons equipped by the MS of the Black Rabbit troop. A fully equipped Gundam TR-6 Kunlun, one of the weapon cabinets was opened, firing several Trident purple missiles in succession. When the purple missile flew around a group of floating cannons, it exploded directly, causing a purple shock wave to spread around. How is this going? Why is the floating cannon suddenly incapable of mental control? The pilots of the Holy Plane felt puzzled for a while. The floating cannons of the Tiani army were also suspended in place, but then some of the floating cannons continued to move to attack the Holy Plane. The 3-pronged purple missile launched by the fully equipped Gundam TR-6 Kunlun just now is a new type of missile developed specifically for new humans. It is named Spiritual Shutdown Pulse Wave Missile. In a short period of time, the floating cannon or similar weapons controlled by the new human beings will lose control or fail for a period of time. The shock wave emitted by the mental shutdown pulse wave missile, once it explodes, will definitely invalidate the weapons remotely controlled by the new human spirit. Not all new human beings lose control of the spiritual long-range weapons, it mainly depends on the strength of the new human beings themselves. It is even possible to affect some mental devices as well. The mentally interrupted pulse wave missile is still in the development stage, and the investment in this missile is only for actual combat data. The floating cannon controlled mentally by the driver of the Black Rabbit Army was also affected by the mentally interrupted pulse wave missile and lost control. However, there is an alternative, which is to immediately switch from mind control to the Dragoon system, or install a Harrow in the cockpit of some of the aircraft as an auxiliary, and Harrow controls the floating cannon that cannot be controlled by mind for the time being. Controlled by Harrow or replaced by the Dragoon system, the floating cannon not only kills the floating cannon of the Holy Machine, but also strikes Amethyst and Violet in all directions. The Black Rabbit troops did not expect that the mentally interrupted pulse wave missile could achieve such results. Although there are other Holy Machine forces rushing towards the Argama battleship, in addition to the Silver Thunder and many other TR series Gundams, they are like a rock to resist these steel torrents. There are other Skywing forces fighting alongside the Black Rabbit forces against the flood of enemies. On the other side, Dikla looked at the current situation. Although there were some changes in the plan, and the second phase was implemented earlier than estimated, overall it did not affect our ultimate goal. Grandpa, I will definitely avenge your revenge. I will kill Long Fei and make him apologize to you. Dikla had an angry and ferocious expression. The captain of one of the Quasi-Agama battleships listened to the information report calculated by the staff from the supercomputer. The captain thought, if the first super mega cannon misses the target, there will be a second remedy. If possible, I hope it will be a fatal blow. Captain, after calculations by the ship's supercomputer, the current firing will not take into account any of our aircrafts. If the position informed by our colleagues is accurate and there is no deviation in the calculation, it will definitely hit the target. After listening to the staff's report, the captain waved his right hand and ordered, "Launch the Super Mega Cannon Particle Cannon." The Argama battleship's Super Mega Particle Cannon fired, and the largest particle cannon erupted from the muzzle, continuously piercing through meteorite blocks of different sizes. Dio looked at the destroying battleship in the distance of the screen, and the Hell Reaper Gundam he was driving was standing on one of the meteorite blocks in an invisible state. Suddenly, a huge crimson cannon particle cannon with lightning strikes from above the left side of the destroying battleship. The destroyer had already opened the energy shield to evade, but the powerful super mega cannon pierced through the energy shield in a few seconds. Although the destroying warship made emergency evasion in these few seconds, the terrifying cannon particle cannon still devoured the rear part of the destroying battleship. If it wasn't for the deviation of the super mega cannon particle cannon, maybe the middle part of the destroying battleship was directly swallowed and broken into two halves. However, the destroying battleship lost its rear part, and the fracture began to explode, and other parts also slowly exploded. The holy planes in the ship flew out of the gate continuously, and many escape pods also flew out immediately after. Dozens of holy aircraft troops responsible for escorting the destroying warship were swallowed by the super mega cannon just now, and the remaining holy aircraft rescued the crew members in the destroying battleship. The target is confirmed to be destroyed, Dio reported to the superior. Then, the superior issued a new task to Dio to handle. Hell Reaper Gundam tracked the target silently, and after the target was destroyed, Hell Reaper Gundam left the scene without anyone noticing, looking for the next target. Before, the Nyagama battleship that fired the Super Mega Cannon Particle Cannon immediately shifted its location after learning that it had hit and destroyed the target. Moved to the new location under the cover of the Black Rabbit team and other troops, so as not to be counterattacked by the opposing destroyer. The Holy Air Force is intercepting and reporting to its superiors that the Yagama battleship is moving. In addition to transferring locations, the remaining two destruction warships are also charging the destruction laser cannons. The Holy Air Force that was fighting reported the positions of the other two Quasi-Agama warships, so that the destroying warships could use the reported positions when they were surrounded by countless meteorites and could not see the outside. Information to kill the target. Dikla and everyone in the command room did not expect that a destroying warship would be destroyed by the enemy. Surrounded by a pile of meteorites, they could not see each other either inside or outside, and the opponent could kill a destroying warship with one blow. Someone must have reported the location of the destroyer. The inner ghost, Dikla, and the commanders and staff think it is unlikely, because these people are all loyal to the Dion Empire, especially those idiots who have been injected with Dion's loyalty potion and brainwashed, are even more impossible. The only sure possibility is that there is an invisible body hiding in a distance to observe. Everyone in the upper echelons of the Dion pirates knows very well that the stealth technology and anti-stealth technology of the Sky Wing Empire is based on their Mirage system. This stealth technology, if it is in a cosmic environment, they are the most advanced anti-stealth device. If the body with the Mirage system, second generation, turned on is not within 5 kilometers of the anti-stealth device, it cannot be found at all. Moreover, they don't know whether the Tianyi Empire has developed a stronger and more advanced stealth technology than the Mirage system. The commander inspected the holy aircraft troops in the meteorite block group to see if there were any invisible Sky Wing Army aircraft. Under the suggestion of Type 0 system, Aviana led several MiS troops into the meteorite group. The powerful destructive power of the flying wing Type 0 made the entire world frightened, and even left an indelible shadow on the Dion Imperial Army, including the current Dion pirates. As the flying wing Type 0 penetrated into the meteorite block, countless sacred planes rushed towards the flying wing Type 0 one after another. The pilot injected with Dion's loyalty potion rushed towards the flying wing Type 0 more actively and fearlessly than the Dion Imperial pilots. Flying wing Type 0 disassembles 2 destruction rifles, assembles 6 dwarf sword stars and shields, and holds a double-barreled destruction rifle in the right hand. There are 3 dwarf stars on the left and right sides of the shield in the left hand. A single dwarf sword is more powerful than ordinary beam cannons, and even the penetrating power is not comparable to ordinary beam cannons. The dwarf sword star's power reaches 70% of the destruction rifle. Flying Wing 0 style left-hand shield has 6 dwarf sword stars. After Flying Wing 0 style locks on the target, the 6 dwarf sword stars fire in 6 directions ahead. 6 dark yellow beams hit the target at the same time. Whether it is the protective cover opened by the floating cannon of the amethyst, or the violet holy machine, or the protective cover function opened by the shield. The former was directly pierced by a single shot, and even the body was directly killed. Although the latter was blocked, the protective cover collapsed directly. Although the double-barreled destruction rifle in the right hand of the Flying Wing 0 is far less powerful than a single destruction cannon, its power is only about 40% of that of a single destruction cannon. The Flying Wing Type 0 right-handed double-barreled sabotage rifle opened fire, targeting a violet holy machine. The violet holy machine was locked and could not be dodged. The 8 floating cannons opened the protective cover function, and the shield in the left hand also opened the protective cover. However, the destructive beam cannon directly pierced through several layers of protective cover, and even the machine body was directly swallowed by the destructive beam cannon. The place where the destruction beam cannon passed devoured several other holy machines, and several groups of fireworks burst out where the beam passed. The terrifying power of the Flying Wing 0 terrified all the pilots of the Holy Plane on the scene. Some team captains, who were real members of the Dion Empire, shouted encouragement to the brainwashed team members. Everyone, destroy this Flying Wing Type 0 Gundam. Whoever can destroy it will be the hero of the country, and will also be a hero of celebrities through the ages. Countless noble beauties in this country, even the daughters of nobles, will embrace the hero. Successful people, you will be able to obtain unimaginable splendor and wealth, a glorious reputation, and the favor of countless beauties. The shouts of the captains of each team, the brainwashed pilots who received the information, rushed towards the Wing Type 0 Gundam as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Did these pilots become so crazy after taking psychedelic drugs? Or are they really not afraid of death? Aviana expressed her feelings as she watched the countless holy planes rushing towards her from the screen. It's a good thing I'm not fighting alone, otherwise I would have to run away quickly. The Sky-Winged Army's Jesta, Mars Jacket, Defense Shield, Full Armor MK, and many other mechas are the Holy Wing 0 Gundams that block the attacks. Aviana adopted one of the tactics from the various tactical calculations of the Type 0 system, and commanded the other colleagues. Under the control of the surrounding environment of the Flying Wing Type 0, and with the assistance of the Type 0 system, Aviana issued tactical instructions to her fellow troops. All the fellow wingmen and the Wing Type 0 Gundam immediately dispersed and rushed towards the meteorites, using the gopher tactics they were very good at. Under the suggestion of adopting the Type 0 system, Aviana asked the colleagues on the scene for information on where they came from, and obtained the source information of all fellow pilots in the Type 0 system. Most of the fellow pilots came from the mother of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps, members of the base. These colleagues used to simulate battles between the Red and Blue armies at the mother base, many times in the Meteorite Group environment simulation battle, very good at using the gopher tactics in the Meteorite Group. Many holy machines pursued the target. Cowardly Tianyi army, don't run if you have the guts. Have the guts to our national planet. Don't you have the guts to fight us, the Restoration Army? An amethyst holy machine was chasing Ritual in the form of a fighter plane. When it passed a meteorite block, several beams of light and missiles suddenly attacked from different directions. Amethyst immediately opened the protective cover with the floating cannon. When all the beams and missiles were blocked, the function of the floating cannon protective cover just reached the limit and the power was just about to run out, so it had to return to the body to charge. At the same time, several Jestas attacked from different directions. Although Amethyst dodged, the beam gun in the right hand was cut in half by the beam saber in the hand of the first Jesta. The second Jesta also held a beam saber and slashed at Amethyst. Although Amethyst immediately drew out the beam saber to resist, the third Jesta followed closely. The moment Amethyst retreated, a beam of light directly penetrated Amethyst's chest, and the attack just now was Ritual. Before being chased and fleeing in the form of a fighter plane, the purpose is to lead the enemy into the ambush point. After the enemy falls into the ambush point, it immediately transforms into the Ms form and calculates the opponent's trajectory while the opponent is dodging. In the end, it kills with a single shot. No, I fell for it. Several Amethysts chased a MK into a meteorite block and were ambushed by Delta, fully armored MK, and several Jestas. One was a Jesta cannon, in a cross passage. To make matters worse, when several Amethyst units were chasing the target, a floating Delta was above them, not noticing that the Delta was intact. After Amethyst crossed Delta, Delta immediately turned on the power, and then took the opportunity to follow and cut off the way back. Although several Amethysts activated the functions of floating cannons and shields, they immediately asked their colleagues for help and surrounded them. The Tianyi army emitted men of particles, making them cry every day, and the earth is not working. Countless artillery fire directly allowed them to enjoy all-round strikes. After a while, several Amethysts turned into fireworks, and the remaining wreckage floated on the scene. The body that has completed the siege and ambush then looks for the next target. Strange, the target is gone. Damn it. We were hit by an electromagnetic wave bomb from the opponent, which caused the screen to jump for a while, but he slipped away. A violet holy machine led 5 Amethysts to chase a Delta in the form of a fighter plane. Dididi. The alarm sounded from the cockpits of the 6 holy planes, informing them that a powerful energy was attacking them. No, we fell into their trap, the captain exclaimed, but then lost consciousness. A violent beam of light shot through the passage, devouring Violet and other Amethysts. The violent beam is the cannon of destruction. It turned out that just now, Delta in the fighter form introduced a target into a meteorite block, and shortly after being trapped by the opponent, Delta flew out of the meteorite block. The Flying Wing Type 0 assembles a destruction rifle, destroys the meteorite block with one shot, and wipes out all the enemy planes inside. Afterwards, several holy machine squads were introduced into meteorite blocks by the enemy, and they were all taken away by the Wing Zero with a wave of destruction cannons. The Holy Aircraft troops received news that other fellow troops who were divided into groups were shot down one after another, which made them very puzzled. It was clearly their home field at this moment. Why their radar kept receiving news that their colleagues were shot down? On the contrary, the red on the radar, the dots, didn't disappear much. I really don't understand why the opponent changed their tactics and beat them as the home team. Otherwise, a destruction cannon pierced through a meteorite block. Countless holy planes pursued the Flying Wing Type 0, but they were all blocked by other enemy planes, and the flying wing Type 0 was extremely fast, moving to a farther place in a short period of time. As time progressed, more and more meteorites were destroyed by the Flying Wing Zero, and more Tianyi Army MS and Mobile Fortress troops joined the battle. Heavy firepower such as Mental Power Gundam MKI and Kuei Manhwa made it difficult for the Holy Aircraft troops, and the beams of floating cannons could not penetrate the eye position of these mobile fortresses. Moreover, more and more MS and mobile fortresses went deep into the meteorite block group. As a result, more and more Holy Machine troops hiding in the meteorite blocks in the deep area were forced to come out to fight, and most of the meteorite blocks had propellers, which moved away from their original positions, resulting in the distance between the meteorite blocks getting farther and farther. The MS and mobile fortresses of the Tianyi army went deeper into the meteorite block, and the difficulty and pressure became lighter and lighter. Major Aviana, we found another destroyer battleship. Aviana received a communication from her colleagues and learned the location of the target. Under the supercalculator of the Type 0 system, Aviana drove the Wing Type 0 towards the destination and even contacted other troops to cover her progress. Many holy planes rushed towards the Flying Wing Type 0 and were intercepted by other airframes. The Flying Wing 0 combines two destroyer rifles into a dual destroyer rifle during flight. One of the destroying warships was about to launch a destroying laser cannon at the Nyagama battleship at a distance of 800 kilometers at the position of the Nyagama battleship notified by its external colleagues, and it turned on the sweep function. The troops were destroyed in one go. The praying mantis catches the cicada, the Oriole is behind, and the destroying battleship does not know that the side distance is about 500 kilometers, and the Flying Wing Type 0 double destruction gun has grasped its position with the calculation and assistance of the Type 0 system. The charge of the destruction laser cannon has reached 100%, and the target position has been grasped. Okay, destroy the laser cannon. The captain hadn't said the word launch yet. Another staff member yelled nervously. A powerful energy is coming from the right side and is attacking the ship. The destroying cannon directly pierced through the energy shield of the destroying warship, swallowing up the middle part of the destroying warship. The destroying battleship that was broken in half happened to be brewing a huge destroying laser cannon. At this moment, the entire battleship exploded directly, and the brewing destroying laser cannon spread around instantly. Directly destroy all the Holy Machine troops escorting the destroying battleship, and some of the spreading destroying laser cannons even penetrated the relatively close meteorite blocks. Dikla was a little shocked when he received the news that the second destruction warship had been destroyed. I didn't expect the second destroying warship to be discovered and eliminated by the enemy so quickly. It was only about 30 minutes after the first destroying warship was eliminated, and the second destroying warship was eliminated by the enemy. This news really caught people off guard, and the plan has to be changed. Dikla was very annoyed. Many meteorites broke through from the fleet where Lieutenant General Wu Wenyuan was located, including the meteorite where Dikla was. An hour after the second destroyer was destroyed, the meteorite block where Dikla was located had lost contact with the meteorite block where the command post was located. Next, Dikla could only think about how to deal with the next action. Except for the troops inside his meteorite block, some of the surrounding meteorite blocks also had Holy Machine troops hidden inside. Lieutenant General Wu Wenyuan immediately contacted the headquarters, and there were many meteorites rushing towards Mars, and there might be hidden Holy Machine troops inside the meteorites. Moreover, these meteorite blocks are faster than Agdira's modification of meteorites. These meteorites may rush to Mars in less than 80 hours. On the other side, Battlestar Bulger and Diva successively destroyed the other two meteorites and have begun to turn back to Mars. Although returning to Mars at full speed, it will not be able to catch up in time, and it will take at least 80 hours to reach Mars. The Hell Reaper Gundam, who has remained invisible all the time, used many meteorite blocks as cover to cross one meteorite block after another. During the execution of the mission, Dio found that Pawnee and others were still fighting on the way, rescuing some colleagues and recruiting and expanding their scale. If Dio didn't have a mission, he would want to help his colleagues. But as a soldier, he must put the mission first. The Superior just sent a message that the second destroying warship was destroyed, and asked me to look for the third one. I feel that I am not going deep into the den of thieves, but deep in the den of dragons and tigers. Dio drove the Hell Reaper Gundam over every meteorite block, acting in a state of mental tension, not daring to be careless or negligent. There were even several times when the Holy Plane flew around 10 kilometers around him, and the invisible Hell Reaper Gundam was not found. Every time Dio experienced an enemy plane flying by not far from him, he couldn't help wiping his cold sweat and said, "Fortunately, my number one Reaper assembled the most advanced stealth technology and anti-detection devices. Otherwise, how many times would I die? Never know." In a vast and boundless universe, even if it's just a group of meteorites in this area, to find the target to destroy the battleship is undoubtedly looking for a needle in a haystack. Although I really want to destroy the warship to launch the destruction laser cannon, so that we can know its location, but if such a thing really happens, how many colleagues will die from this destruction laser cannon? Dio was very entangled in his heart. On the other side, many shield frigates of the Tianyi army began to launch their huge floating cannons to activate the protection function. Earlier, after Agdilla transformed the meteorite and separated, the three destroying warships were able to launch the destroying laser cannon. Except for the surprise and the negligence of the Tianyi army, and the energy of the huge floating cannon of the shield frigate just ran out and returned to the ship to recharge. At the scene, in addition to the surviving shield frigates, the reinforcements just arrived, and many shield frigates came at the same time. Many warships have already retreated, out of the effective range of the destruction laser cannon, leaving all the shield frigates to activate the huge floating cannon, preparing to protect the safety of the Yagama battleship. Number 4. There are other hulls and mobile fortresses on site to protect the Nyagama battleship. The cannon Bigway 2 not only directly devoured the violet holy machine when the silver thunder fired, countless fireworks burst from where the cannon passed, because there were other holy machines that were also swallowed by the cannon. Finally, it hit a meteorite block with a diameter of less than 1 kilometer, blasting it into cosmic dust. Many of the meteorites were Cannon Bigway 2 destroyed by Inlay. The power of Silver Thunder's Cannon Bigway 2 gave the Dion pirates a headache. It was not as powerful as the destruction cannon and satellite microwave cannon, but its attack power was greater than the laser cannons of many warships. 6 Kahar Tus serve as the guards of Inlay and can fight with Inlay. Many amethyst and violet holy machines wanted to break through Kihar Tus' line of defense, but the spirit-breaking pulses fired from the weapon cabinet by Silver Thunder, Full Armor Gundam TR-6 Kunlun, and TR-6 Advanced Kahar 2 wave missiles, or the various heavy fire weapons of enemy aircraft, especially mobile fortresses, make it difficult for them to break through the line of defense. In particular, the mental shutdown pulse wave missile directly sealed their floating cannons for a period of time, causing serious damage to them. Not only was the Holy Air Force unable to break through the defense line of the enemy's airframe troops, but they were also gradually pushed back by the enemy's fighter planes, mobile suits, and mobile fortresses. Coupled with the arrival of reinforcements, more fighters, MS, and mobile fortresses put pressure on the Holy Air Force. When the airframe units of the Tianyi army suppressed the enemy's advance, the giant floating cannons also advanced. Suddenly, a huge energy laser cannon pierced through or devoured the meteorite blocks one after another, and the laser cannon was sweeping past. All kinds of airframes of the Tianyi army retreated immediately, and the giant floating cannon immediately activated the protective cover function. The fighter planes of the Skywing Army, MS, and Mobile Fortress opened their propellers to the maximum, and part of the body passed over the protective layers set up by giant floating cannons layer after layer. The other part of the body is flying from left to right at extreme speed, because the destruction laser cannon is swept away from left to right. A part of the Holy Air Force was directly devoured by the destroying laser cannons. The Skywing Army not only quickly hid in the protective layer, but also quickly sailed to the right before they could hide in the next layer of protective cover. Because the protective layer of each layer is like a translucent city wall, it cannot fly out of the protective cover of the last layer, and it can still fly out of the protective layer by flying to the right. As long as the Tianyi army warships are still within the effective range of the destruction laser cannon, they will start to evade. Due to the huge energy gathered by the super mega cannon particle cannon, The Nyagama battleship cannot make effective evasion. There are 5 layers of giant floating cannons, and each layer consists of 8 giant floating cannons to form a powerful protective cover. As long as the destruction laser cannon penetrates a layer of protective cover, the lights of the 8 giant floating cannons will remain unchanged, and they will continue to operate with the protective cover open to resist the destruction laser cannon. The destruction laser cannon penetrates a layer of protective cover. Its power will be weakened, and the laser cannon will be smaller. When penetrating through the 3rd layer of protective cover, the size of the destruction laser cannon was less than 30%, and as the destruction laser cannon continued to sweep. At the beginning of breaking through the 4th layer of protective cover, the volume of the laser cannon has remained less than 5% of its original volume, but it continues to sweep. The destruction laser cannon that could break through the 4th layer of protective cover could only leave waves of ripples on the 4th layer of protective cover. This result made the Tianyi army on the scene unbelievable. The destruction laser cannon had reached its limit when it penetrated to the 4th protective cover. However, some officers who have an understanding of protective cover technology know that if the destruction laser cannon is not a sweep, but a direct fire concentrated point strike, it is unknown whether the 5th layer of protective cover can block it. Moreover, such an effect can be achieved mainly due to the double ability of the shield giant floating cannon to carry out a series of improvements and upgrades to increase the power and the protective cover. If it is an early version, I am afraid that even the 7-layer protective cover will not be able to stop it. After the energy of the destruction laser cannon was exhausted, the number 4 Quasi-Agama battleship has grasped the source of the destruction laser cannon. The captain immediately asked his colleagues to remove the protective cover and fired the super mega cannon particle cannon at the moment of removal. The 3rd destroyer directly ate the super mega cannon particle cannon head-on. The 3rd destroyer was torn in half by the super mega particle cannon. The destroying warship that was broken in half turned into 2 huge fireworks, and the violent explosion also affected part of the holy machine. The news quickly spread to the command room of the Dion pirates. Everyone's expression was very ugly, and there was a deviation in every step of the plan. They received some news from the front line. Since the giant floating cannon of the shield frigate of the Tianyi army can block their destruction laser cannon, this matter exceeded their expectations. It's really about peeing on the sedan chair, and unexpected things will change at the critical moment. Admiral, most of the troops have followed His Royal Highness, the eldest grandson, and we have very few troops left. Since this is the case, all of us will mobilize. This is our last stand. Even if we fight to the last man, we will not hesitate. As long as we can hold back the enemies here, we will buy opportunities and time for His Royal Highness. Everyone at the scene looked at me, I looked at you, and everyone looked at the commander. The commander glanced at everyone present, and then said, "Everyone, we have no way out. I will fight the last battle. If you are afraid of death, you can surrender, but what I hope is that you stay where you are and wait for all of us. After you die in battle, you surrender to the enemy." At this time, a lieutenant general said, "Sir, you look down on us too much. When the plan is implemented, we have already put our life and death above all else. I am willing to fight side by side with you, and we will live and die together. We are willing to live and die together." Everyone in the command room shouted loudly, "All right, join me in the final battle." Oh, everyone at the scene raised their right fists and shouted. All the generals and school officers in the command room drove the violet holy machine to fight. Not long ago, Dio saw a huge red laser line sweeping across the screen and already roughly knew the location of the 3rd destroying warship. After watching the red laser ray disappear, another cannon shot at the source of the red laser ray. Oh, it seems that the destruction warship missed the target and was directly killed by our Yagama warship. Then came the message. Look for whether there are still destroying warships in the meteorite block group. Dio looked at the content of the message and thought to himself, so many holy planes and 3 destroying warships emerged at once after the meteorites separated. Who can guarantee whether they still have destroying warships hidden among them as their last trump card? Dio carried out the orders of his superiors to find out if there were still destroying battleships. On the other side, the Flying Wing Type 0 was besieged by holy planes, and other wingmen were protecting the Flying Wing Type 0. Hell Reaper Gundam found a meteorite block with a diameter of more than 3 kilometers in the process of searching for the destroying battleship, and holy opportunities emerged from several passages. All the holy planes that flew out from the entrance were violets. Dio immediately notified his superiors. When Lieutenant General Wu Wenyuan received the news, he immediately judged that he was the most important member of the Dion Pirates, and conveyed the news to the entire army. The GX-9900 and the rest of the exhibits have returned to the mothership large version of Loch Helam. Under the instruction of Lieutenant General Wu Wenyuan, the large version of Loch Helam and other warships pursued the group of meteorite blocks that broke through the defense line. Lieutenant General Wu Wenyuan originally planned to send one of the pseudo-Agema warships to chase the meteorite block group, but the meteorite block group in the encirclement had another laser cannon that destroyed it. Although it missed the important pseudo-Agema battleship, it's still more than 6 battleships were lost. The number 3 Argama battleship immediately launched a super mega cannon particle cannon to counterattack. Lieutenant General Wu Wenyuan really didn't dare to bet on whether the opponent still had the 4th and 5th destruction warships, so he had to leave the 3rd and 4th number 1 Yagama warships on the battlefield. General, we currently have more than 100 meteorites breaking through our defenses and rushing towards Mars. I see. Report to the headquarters immediately. Under the protection of his fellow wingmen, the Flying Wing Type 0 held a destruction rifle in each hand and continuously fired at the meteorite blocks within the range of the destruction gun. Regardless of whether there is a holy machine hidden in the meteorite block, Aviana still fires. The more than 100 meteorites that broke through the defense line and rushed towards Mars, the smallest size reached 1 kilometer, and the largest size exceeded 5 kilometers. All meteorite blocks, regardless of size, have a set of battery devices inside, which can supply the energy required by the meteorite block thrusters and internal facilities. It's just that the battery unit can supply energy for less than 10 hours. Dikla is also preparing a backup power system for this purpose, which is one of the preparations for the 3rd stage of the plan. Dikla issued a plan to start the 3rd stage and open all the meteorite block thrusters to the maximum. This will drain the battery device faster, and Dikla will give this order. Mainly, he had a feeling that the battle in the rear was becoming more and more unfavorable, that the battle situation was not as they had imagined, and that the situation was even worse than the worst estimate. In order to avoid long nights and dreams, Dikla let the 3rd paragraph of the plan be implemented earlier. The meteorite block where Dikla is located is not the largest, but it has one of the nuclear power engines modified by Akdilla, and the meteorite block where he is located has several secret weapons. With more than 100 meteorite blocks pushing with all their strength, the speed was nearly double that of before. Dikla became more and more nervous because Long Fei was waiting for him in front of him. Long Fei was sitting in the Neo Gundam HWS-equipped cockpit with his eyes closed and rested, listening to the report of Minister of Defense Shrek. Okay, I see. Minister, thank you for your hard work. Your Majesty, please forgive me for speaking bluntly. Just leave the front line to the soldiers. Your Majesty, don't put yourself in danger. Shrek, I know you are worried about my safety, but the other party has already attacked our door. As the Emperor of the Tiani Empire, I should set an example and guard the country's gate. This is the responsibility of the Emperor. Shrek has seen the Emperor's determination. Your Majesty, we have spread the news all over the country and told the people to prepare for evacuation measures. If necessary, we will send the people to evacuation facilities for evacuation. I see. Anything else? Most of the Hyaki Night Walk organization has been wiped out, and only a small number have escaped from the space field of our country. We have cleaned up the clone troops that Pulvi made, and other troops are already rushing back to Mars. Well, okay, Minister, let's deal with your next work. Yes. After Shrek went offline, Pan Jinhua communicated to Long Fei to report. Your Majesty, the 8 directly subordinate troops are ready. Just wait for Your Majesty's order. In addition to Long Fei's troops directly in front of Mars, there are other troops guarding Mars. Among Long Fei's 8 directly subordinate troops, except for the Angels of Doom, the other 7 directly subordinate troops only replaced new parts and some upgrades. The Doom Form 2 of the Angels of Doom has been replaced with Doom Form 3. Long Fei didn't have any fear in his heart at the moment. He had to face it bravely, because Mars was behind him, and thousands of people had to be guarded by him. The family members are all on Mars, and they follow their soldiers to protect the family members on Mars. The Downs, the Gondwana-class Ms. Mothership, the Factory battleship, and various warships total more than 200 ships, all guarding the safety of Mars in front of Mars, named Guardian Fleet. Some Tiani soldiers, formerly from the Dion Kingdom, learned that Dikla was going to use meteorites to hit Mars, which aroused their great resentment, because their family members are all on Mars. Regarding Dikla's actions, they all felt that this man was crazy. He didn't care about the feelings of his compatriots in the past, and he was far worse than his grandfather. Those former members of the Dion Empire, who were originally neutral or on the sidelines, decided to guard Mars together with the current compatriots of the Sky Wing Empire. More than 100 meteorite blocks are less than 1 million kilometers away from Mars. More than 100 meteorite block battery devices have already run out of power, and the power used at this moment is the backup power system. The meteorite block that Dikla is on is at the forefront. The Guardian Fleet launched a round of mobile drill missiles, men of particle missiles, and several anti-neutron jamming missiles mixed in, and attacked the meteorite block group. The meteorite block group uses the backup power system to open the secret missile shaft to launch missiles. The missile group is also mixed with their strongest missile, supernuclear explosive missile. Anti-beam particle missiles and tactical nuclear missiles are also mixed in the missile groups launched by the two sides. The missiles from the two sides crossed or collided, causing bursts of fireworks. The supernuclear explosive missile exploded one step earlier than the anti-neutron jamming missile, and the diffusion ripples caused by the explosion directly caused other missiles to explode one after another. Although the anti-neutron jamming missile followed by the explosion, the anti-neutron jamming fluctuations affected the ripples of the supernuclear explosion missile. The ripples are suppressed within a range, and the omnidirectional ripples spread to about 100 kilometers. The ripple spread caused by the supernuclear explosive missile explosion actually purified the min of particles within the ripple spread range to 80%. The swarm of meteorites continues toward its goal. The two sides launched a second wave of missiles. This time, the anti-neutron jamming missile exploded earlier and caused fluctuations that affected the effect of the supernuclear explosion missile. The power and ripple spread of the supernuclear missile explosion are only 10% of the original. The second wave of missile collisions was also affected by the supernuclear explosive missiles. The Guardian Fleet had more than 200 mobile drill missiles and more than 10 men of particle missiles rushing towards the meteorite block group. Some meteorite blocks were bombarded by more than 5 mobile drill missiles. The drill missiles also penetrated into the meteorite block, and then the internal warhead exploded, in addition to causing damage to some holy machines hidden in the meteorite block. It even destroyed the internal backup power system, and because the internal explosion shock wave affected the navigation trajectory, causing navigation deviation. After that, some of the meteorites, including those damaged by the mobile drill missile, flew out of many violet holy planes like a honeycomb. The Guardian Fleet's superconducting radar and superconducting long-range camera scanned, and a total of about 1,000 enemy holy planes appeared. Although these holy machines appeared like a swarm of bees, they all hid behind the meteorite blocks, using these meteorite blocks as cover or shields to move forward. When the Guardian Fleet launched the third wave of missiles, most of the meteorites had stopped launching missiles. In addition to the exhaustion of many meteorite block missiles, the backup power system has actually been exhausted, going straight to the target like ordinary meteorites. Dikla's missile group is not as large as the opponent's, but there are secret weapons. It was the meteorite where Dikla was. A gate was opened at the front, and a 3-meter diameter muzzle emerged. Powered by a nuclear engine, it gathered a powerful yellow beam of energy. And the muzzle with a diameter of 3 meters is actually a reduced version of the wing-killing cannon. Although the power and effective range are not as strong as the original version, the energy required is much smaller than the original version. Moreover, the temperature of the thermal energy caused by the launch is also much lower than that of the original version. The muzzles of the two are made of the same material, resulting in the reduced version lasting longer than the original version, as long as the nuclear power engine can supply sufficient energy. The reduced version of the wing cannon can continue to fire. The reduced version of the wing-killing gun emits a yellow beam of light. Under the rotation of the three-dimensional channel, the wing-killing gun sweeps up and down, left and right, where the yellow beam passes. The effective range of the reduced version of the wing-killing cannon sweeping and rotating is only about 500 kilometers, but it is enough to swallow, tear apart, or dissolve all the incoming missiles. The Guardian fleet dispatched a final shooting version of Gundam TR Hazel Osla. Others were sent to perform other tasks, holding a super long-distance beam cannon, with 5 floating amplifiers suspended at the front of the muzzle, floating into a pentagram form. An energy shield appears inside the pentagonal form. Gundam TR Hazel Osla's final shooting version of the ultra-long-range beam cannon. Although its power is not as powerful as Silver Thunder's Cannon Bigway 2, it can be equipped with 5 floating amplifiers to shoot at an ultra-long distance of 2,500 kilometers. The ultra-long-distance beam cannon attacked the meteorite block where Dikla was. When the reduced version of the wing-killing gun cooled down after overheating, the energy of the nuclear engine that supplied the energy of the reduced version of the wing-killing gun was transferred to the energy shield. When the ultra-long-distance beam cannon bombarded the energy shield gradually began to crack when it was bombarded. In about 5 seconds, the energy shield directly collapsed like a piece of iron being melted. The remaining power of the beam cannon bombarded the surface, burned through the surface in a few seconds, and blasted into the interior. Suddenly, a burst of purple energy resisted the beam cannon. This energy made all the new humans on the scene feel the powerful spiritual power. Sitting in the cockpit equipped with Neo Gundam HWS, Long Fei closed his eyes and meditated, opened his eyes, and said in his heart, "This spiritual power is not inferior to that of Fadi's back then. Unfortunately, Dikla, your spiritual power is not improved by cultivation, reaching the level of your grandfather, but relying on the spiritual enhancement device. The spiritual enhancement device developed by the Dion Empire has a very bad shortcoming that it will consume lifespan, and use the consumed lifespan to temporarily increase spiritual strength. Although I have also carried out related research and made improvements, it is still not ideal. On the contrary, although the Noahs have similar technologies, they only temporarily improve the mental strength of driving, but the disadvantage is that they only improve for a short period of 10 minutes. It makes the driver tired, similar to a PX system. It seems that Gundam technology, Noah's technology, and Dion Empire's technology must integrate the technologies of the two parties, but it will take a long time. Long Fei gave the order to the Guardian fleet to attack. Long Fei, Neo Gundam HWS equipment type, attack. Neo Gundam stepped on the electromagnetic pedal to attack, followed by Pan Jinhua, driving the regenerated Gundam. Dikla drove the special sacred machine, Purple Sky Gang, designed for him. The whole body is mainly purple, the head is designed like a Gundam head, and there are 2 pairs of purple antennas on the forehead. There are a pair of cannons on the shoulders, a beam saber handle is mounted on the left and right sides of the waist, a deformable beam gun is held in the right hand, and a long shield is held in the right. Dikla sat in the cockpit and turned on the official version of the spiritual augmentation device, which was the only one. The effect is more powerful than the trial version, and the cost of consuming life is less. The body exudes a purple spiritual airflow, and the protective cover opened by the shield in the left hand blocks the incoming beam cannon. The 800 Violet Holy Machines led by Dikla are all equipped with a trial version of the spiritual booster. This is my secret weapon, that is, my trump card, Long Fei. I want to kill you to avenge my grandfather. Even if we die together, I will not hesitate. As long as you are dead, Ant just needs to go up and give her allegiance to Dion. The new human beings of the Imperial Kingdom will definitely join the banner of Ant and return to the kingdom. Zishingang Holy Machine led 800 Violet Holy Machines to fly out from the meteorite block. There are other meteorite chunks flying out of the Violet Chalice. The number of Violet Holy Machines has reached 3,000, which is all the Holy Machines in Dikla's hands. The pilot of the Violet Holy Machine who owns the trial version of the mental booster device. After turning on the device, the overall mental ability has improved a lot, whether it is the reaction speed, the space crisis sensor, or the mental control has been greatly improved. Dikla's purple heavenly gang holy machine exudes a purple spiritual air. Long Phase Nyo Gundam HWS equipment exudes a strong blue spirit. The two spiritual air currents spread wantonly to the entire surrounding. Whether it was the Tianyi Empire or foreign war reporters, they were all broadcasting live. Two spiritually powerful air currents collided, and almost 6 years after Farda's death, this scene once again fell in front of all audiences. And received the news that the pilot of the airframe exuding purple airflow, Dikla, the eldest grandson of Fardus, was the one who floated from a pile of wreckage and meteorites to the Martian Circle, and then he was with the mysterious organization and the one who was deposed from the Wanluo Federation. President and suspicion of alliances with alien civilizations, he did it all. All he did. It seems that he wants to avenge his grandfather and restore the country. And the spiritual aura he exudes is no less than that of his grandfather. The two spiritual currents of purple and blue have begun to collide. The two spiritual forces spread to touch, and the purple spiritual airflow was quickly suppressed by the blue spiritual airflow, and was always pushed back by the blue spiritual airflow. Just like two gladiators, the stronger gladiator was defeated by the stronger and more powerful one. The gladiator was pressed back. Can't stop backing up at all. As the person concerned, Dikla had long expected that his mental power would be equipped with a mental booster, and his mental power was still not as good as Long Fei. But what he didn't expect was that Long Fei's mental power was much stronger than before. From time to time, Dikla's head, temples, forehead, and back of the head felt like being pricked by needles. Damn it! It was estimated that Long Fei's mental ability would be stronger than before, and his progress has completely exceeded our estimate. Dikla said while enduring his headache, "But I have put life and death beyond my control. This is the last battle of my life." Dikla used his spiritual power to speak spiritually to all the pilots of the Violet Holy Machine. Brave warriors of the Dion Kingdom, this is the most important and crucial battle for our restoration of the country. This is a decisive battle between the most elite troops on both sides. Only with our courage and determination to die can we be the brave to win. Whoa! All the pilots of the Violet Holy Machine shouted with high morale. Long Fei not only used his mental ability to communicate with all the new humans of the Tianyi army, but also used superconducting communication to communicate with other soldiers. Long Fei shouted in tune with spiritual transmission. "My dear soldiers, each of you comes from a different birth, whether you are from the former Dion Empire or not. At this moment we are all of one mind. We all have a deep love to protect the family and the planet. The remnants of the previous dynasty have gone mad, wanting to smash these meteorites on Mars, completely disregarding the feelings of compatriots back then, and not caring about the thousands of lives on Mars. Thousands of lives have family members we love deeply, and they are family ties that we are willing to protect with our lives. Mars is the hometown of soldiers, and their families and relatives are on Mars. The same is true for me, dearly beloved wife and beloved children, and more importantly, the people of Liming whom I value. As the Emperor of the Tianyi Empire, I have the responsibility to protect my country and people, and I have to personally guard the country's gates to protect the country's people. The Emperor guards the country's gates, and the king dies. Are the soldiers willing to live and die with me?" Willing. The armies on both sides began to rush towards each other, and the Skywing army had more than twice the number of machines than the Dion pirates, not including the mobile puppets, fighter planes, and mobile fortresses. The 8 directly affiliated forces earlier dispatched some troops to perform tasks in other fields. But the heads of the 8 directly subordinate troops all went out to fight with Long Fei. Except for the 8 directly subordinate troops, the Guardian Fleet's mechanical system and equipment are all elite-level troops. There were also 2 Silver Thunders from the Black Rabbit troops at the scene. 2 Silver Thunders and Gundam TR Hazel Osla Final Shot, along with other battleships, are responsible for destroying meteorite blocks. Regardless of whether there is a Violet Holy Machine with or without a spiritual booster, all of them are in booster mode. All the airframes of the Tianyi army that have the boost mode function are turned on. There are extremely gorgeous trails and beam crosses on the battlefield. The Death Knight driver who turned on the exam system used the exam system to allow him to sense the mental fluctuations of the enemy he was fighting with, thus also mastering the trajectory of the opponent's floating cannon. The wired control cannon and floating cannon are under the control of their respective drivers, each showing its own true skills. The Death Knight driver used his own brainwaves to use one of the wired cannons with a rope, dexterous and cunning like a snake. The wired cannon was dodging the attack of the floating cannon. Instantly, like a reckless snake, the rope was wrapped around the floating cannon. At the moment of binding the target, the wired control cannon killed the floating cannon with one shot. What? That's fine too. The pilot of the Violet Holy Machine was very surprised. He didn't expect the other party to do this. In the next scene, the pilot of the Violet Holy Machine couldn't believe what he saw with his own eyes. The Death Knight rushed directly in front of him, and an additional pair of mechanical arms held a giant beam saber, slashing towards the Death Knight left and right. The driver of the Violet Holy Machine immediately mentally controlled the two floating cannons to switch the beam saber function, blocking two giant beam sabers. The Death Knight fired the Mega Particle Cannon with the 5 muzzles of the shield in his left hand, and the Violet Holy Machine immediately opened the protective cover with the shield in his left hand to block most of the Mega Particle Cannons, and the remaining Mega Particle Cannon shot down the beam sword mode floating on the right side of the Violet Holy Machine gun. Immediately after the Violet Holy Machine was about to fire at close range with the beam gun in his right hand, the Death Knight used the wired cannon to destroy the Violet Holy Machine's right beam gun, and then tied the right hand and legs of the Violet Holy Machine with the wired cannon. The bound Violet Holy Machine couldn't move for a while, and the driver wanted to attack the Death Knight with a floating cannon. The Death Knight moved one step faster, the beam gun in his right hand, and the wired cannon fired one step ahead. The specific legs, back, and chest were hit by the beam at the same time. Especially the cockpit was directly penetrated by the beam gun. The floating cannon, which had lost the driver's mental control, was originally suspended in midair, but suddenly fired at the Death Knight. Fortunately, the exam system can allow ordinary humans to have the ability to approach new humans. The Death Knight driver just has the ability to sense space and sense the rotation of the floating cannon, which allows the Death Knight to avoid most of the floating cannon attacks. The floating oil cannon in the beam saber mode continued to attack the Death Knight. Fortunately, the giant beam sabers used by the Death Knight's pair of extra mechanical arms swung to resist the attack of the floating beam saber. One resisted, and the other cut it off. It was really dangerous just now. If I hadn't turned on the exam system, so that I have a keen sense of space, otherwise I would definitely be doomed for the sneak attack just now. The Death Knight then dodged the sneak attack of the floating cannon that had just attacked from behind. The Death Knight driver sensed a stronger spiritual force coming towards him. In addition to the Violet Holy Machine that was just killed, the remaining 4 floating cannons continued to attack him, and another 8 floating cannons attacked him from all directions from southeast, northwest, up, down, left, and right. A Violet Holy Machine with a spiritual booster just killed a Z+ and a mass-produced F-91 and saw a Death Knight not far away kill a colleague. The driver immediately mentally controlled the dead colleague's floating cannon to attack the Death Knight and even rushed towards the Death Knight, intending to avenge his colleague. In addition to attacking the floating bubbles attacking him in all directions with the beam gun and the shield Mega Particle Cannon, the Death Knight also attacked in 6 directions with the wired control cannon. Most of the floating cannons were forced away, and the light beams fired by the remaining few floating cannons made the Death Knight dodge. Looking at the red-eyed Death Knight's Violet Holy Machine pilot, he felt a little upset and said, "This is the special system developed by the traitor Longfei, new human for you ordinary humans. It will not allow you to have the abilities of our new human. This cannot be done. Forgive me. The mechas of the Shadow Mad Dog team must not be kept. They must all be killed." The Sky-Winged Army soon gave E the title Super Violet for the Holy Violet Machine with a trial version of the spiritual booster. A Super Violet Holy Machine, which is taking revenge from its colleagues, is dealing with a Death Knight. Efficiency mode with the combination of the trial version of the Spirit Amplifier, the performance of the entire body is improved by 100% in all directions. Although the Death Knight turns on the exam system, it has a double blessing of greatly increasing the performance of the enemy and greatly improving the driver's mental ability. The Death Knight is also unable to hit the extremely fast Violet Holy Machine even with the wired artillery. The extremely fast speed of the super-violet Holy Machine can still leave afterimages. The Death Knight's wired cannon, beam rifle, or shield's megaparticle cannon not only can't hit the violet Holy Machine, even the mobility of the floating cannon has been improved a lot. Few super-violet Holy Machine pilots mental control of 12 floating cannons. Under the driver's mental control, the floating cannons can move with high maneuverability, moving like falling leaves to avoid beam attacks, and even every beam attack passes by the floating cannons can't hit. The 12 floating cannons dance like elves and can fire like ballet dances. The Death Knight can't hit the target at all. Even all 6 wired control cannons were shot down, and the super-violet Holy class even dared to rush in front of the Death Knight to fight. Wielding a giant beam saber on the extra robotic arm, the super-violet Holy Machine flashed and left afterimages, and a pair of giant beam sabers just hit the afterimages. The Death Knight driver immediately controls the stick, turns around, and switches the beam saber with his right hand, and swings the sword at the opponent. A wave of the beam saber just hit the afterimage. An alarm sounded from the cockpit, and a pair of mechanical arms were cut off by the super-violet Holy Machine. The Death Knight wanted to retreat with all his strength, but the opponent was faster than him. The propeller on the back was destroyed by the opponent's shot. The super-violet Holy Machine grabbed the back of the Death Knight's head with one hand, twisted the head instantly, and the beam saber in the right hand pierced through the opponent's cockpit. The pilot of the super-violet Holy plane suppressed most of the enemy planes in the trial version of the spiritual booster and booster mode, and even suppressed some MS directly under the army. The damage ratio reaches 1-3. Generally, the Violet Holy Machine fought back and forth with most of the opponents. On the contrary, most of the MS who dealt with long-phase direct troops were suppressed by the opponents. In particular, the Taihuachuan's Leaky Shadow, Lion Electric, and other airframes can suppress the general Violet Holy Machine. It's not that the performance of these mechas is better than the Violet Holy Machine, but that the nanolayer armor makes the Violet Holy Machine difficult to start. Because most of the weapons used by the Violet Holy Machine belong to the energy system, but the nanolayer armor has extremely high immunity to energy weapons. This makes it very difficult to deal with the Violet Holy Machine. Even the super-violet Holy Machine is also difficult to deal with Takadan's body. The physical weapons of the Violet Holy Machine are only a saber on the back waist and a wrist knife built into the arm. Unless the weapons mounted on the Violet Holy Machine's mount point, shoulders and thighs are missiles or some real system weapons, they will basically be restrained by Takadan's body. A lion holds an axe in its right hand, a shield in its left hand to resist Violet's beam weapon, and the propeller behind it is fully activated to rush towards Violet. Violet wanted to retreat, but was attacked by a diffuse particle cannon with mental power as high as MK, blocking its retreat. Lion Electric is almost not afraid of its own beam weapon hitting it by mistake. The lion charged in front of the target, and the axe in his right hand slashed down. The wrist knife built into Violet's right arm popped out to resist. The moment the two physical weapons collided, violent sparks burst out. Sheridan raised his right hand again and slashed down. Violet could only raise his arm to resist. Sheridan raised his right arm again and slashed down with the axe, continuously raising and slashing. Violet can only resist it all the time, and the mental power Gundam MK2 behind it continues to block its escape route with diffuse particles and flies out 10 fingers from its arms to launch the ring cannon to cross-shoot it. The 8 floating cannons are further divided into groups of 4, and the protective cover function is activated on the left and right sides of Violet to resist the ring cannons that come from the cross-attack. The protective cover resists the bombardment of the ring cannon, and each hit of the ring cannon creates waves of ripples on the protective cover. The driver was uneasy. The protective cover of the continuous bombing would not be able to hold up. The Lion Electric axe in front of him continued to slam down, and the wrist knife on the right arm had been cracked under the display of the instrument. When Lion Electric slashed the axe for the 9th time, the wrist knife shattered directly, and the axe directly slashed on Violet's chest, causing violent sparks and scars to appear on the chest. Violet immediately opened the protective cover on the shield in her left hand to resist Sheridan's 10th axe attack, but the energy protective cover could resist it. The Violet Holy Machine immediately took out the physical saber from his waist, and stabbed Shurdian in the chest. The shield in Shurdian's left hand blocked the chest of the machine, and when the physical saber pierced the shield, there was a spark. The driver of the Violet Holy Machine was a little annoyed. There were no weapon devices mounted on the shoulders and sides of the thighs. The driver regretted why he didn't equip weapons, and now he was in a mess. To make matters worse, another leaky shadow pounced on it, attacking it back and forth, 2 against 1, making it too embarrassed to escape. Now 3 against 1. The driver has a premonition that the countdown to his death has begun. The Neo Gundam HWS equipment type and the Zishingang Holy Machine confront each other less than 5 kilometers apart. The blue spiritual airflow suppresses the purple spiritual airflow, and the purple spiritual airflow emerging from the fuselage of the Purple Sky Gang Holy Machine can barely float around the body and behind. The blue spiritual airflow is like an army attacking the city, gradually eroding the domain of the purple spiritual airflow. Many war reporters live broadcasted the current state of the two. Everyone could see that if there were no changes, Dikla would definitely not be able to defeat Long Fei, and it would only be a matter of time before he died at Long Fei's hands. Dikla sensed Long Fei speaking to him. Dikla, originally I wouldn't make things difficult for you, since you are the few descendants left by Fadis. If you spend the rest of your life on the peaceful side like your aunt, I won't hurt you. In front of you in the face of Fardis, you have a chance to live, but you have to go all the way to death. Hey Long Fei, you took away my country and killed my most beloved grandpa. You are so hypocritical, and you will let me live. As the eldest grandson of Fardis, I have the obligation to take back Mars and restore the country. Fadis, before he died, he asked me to entrust the whole Mars to me, because he knew very clearly that as long as I can stay on Mars, I can protect the people on Mars, especially the new humans. And what do you have? The ability to protect the new humans of Mars. Even if I hand over Mars to you now, can you protect the new humans? Dikla was speechless. He also knew that his ability could not protect the new humans of Mars at all. Human safety. However, Dikla was unconvinced in his heart. He could not accept Long Fei, an outsider, as the master of Mars. Long Fei, no matter what reason you say, no matter how high-sounding your words are, the Restorationists and I will not accept you. We just want to defeat you, overthrow you, kill you, and take Mars back. If we can't take it back, then we would rather destroy it. Mars, don't take advantage of you either. Okay, even if you said that, then I will help you, and I will send you to see your grandfather, and let Fardis teach you a stupid grandson. Long Fei exuded a stronger spiritual airflow, and a more violent blue spiritual airflow emanated from Neo Gundam's body. The purple spiritual airflow was suppressed further and more violently. Dikla's head hurts even more at this moment. All the pilots of the Violet Holy Machine felt a pain in the head at this moment, and even their mental abilities, space sensing, crisis premonition, etc. were affected, and the mentally controlled floating cannon felt uncontrollable at any time. The pilot of the Super Violet Holy Machine also suffered from headaches. He relied on the trial version of the mental booster to increase his mental strength and resistance, making himself more relaxed than the former. However, the pain in their head slowed down their reaction movements, and the current state of the opponent who was originally suppressed made it impossible for them to effectively suppress them. Dikla immediately attacked. The right hand of the Zishingang Holy Machine is a deformable beam gun. The front of the gun is opened, and the long opening emits a strong electromagnetic pulse energy, and a blue pulse energy, like an electromagnetic ball, rushes towards Neo Gundam. When Neo Gundam is about to attack the opponent, the muzzle of the Super Mega Beam rifle in his right hand gathers powerful energy. At the moment when the blue electromagnetic pulse energy ball is launched, the Super Mega Beam erupts from the muzzle. The moment the two energies collided, the blue energy ball kept trying to break through the blockage of the red beam. When the red beam and the blue energy ball just collided, the red beam scattered. But then the red beam was continuously pushed by the Super Mega Beam rifle. The blue energy ball was suppressed and was swallowed by the red beam for a few seconds. The red beam of light struck directly at the location of the Zishingang Holy Machine. The Zishingang Holy Machine was long gone. The moment he launched the attack, he immediately circled behind Neo Gauda, and the energy cannons on his shoulders fired. Long Fei was dealing with the blue energy beam ball, watching the Zishingang holy machine go around behind him. He had already reached the opponent's goal, the moment the opponent opened fire. Neo Gaoda made a forward tumbling movement, and the super bazooka mounted on his back aimed directly at the Zishingang holy machine and fired. Zishingang dodged immediately, and the transformable beam gun in his right hand switched to the second form, transformed into a beam gun in the form of a submachine gun, and fired at Neo Gundam. Beam bullets erupted continuously from the muzzle like a submachine gun. The Chabam armor added to the chest of Neo Gundam. Note: due to the limitation of the power of the whole machine and the installation space in the original work, the installation of the I-Force Field Generator is still put on hold. But the overall power of Neo Gundam has been improved, and Long Fei uses the Pirate Gundam X3 wrist. The internal I-Position Generator technology is used as a reference to develop a new type of small I-Position Generator. The internal I-Position Generator activates the I-Position, which can easily block the charge beam bullet. The Super Mega Beam Rifle in Neo Gundam's right hand counterattacked in rapid-fire mode, and the Zishingang Holy Machine immediately dodged, and the variable beam rifle in his right hand switched to the third form rifle mode. The same counterattack opened fire on the Bull Gundam. The thrusters behind Neo Gundam turned on, leaving a white trail behind. Dikla watched the Neo Gundam fly quickly from the screen. This Neo Gundam is obviously equipped with additional armor, so the speed is not slowed down, but even faster. Although Dikla had just made a sneak attack, he found that the propeller behind the Bull Gundam had increased, and thought that it was at most the same speed as the original Bull Gundam. But the result exceeded his estimation. The beam gun in the right hand of the Purple Heaven Gang Holy Machine fired continuously, although the eye stand of the Neo Gundam HWS equipment can easily block the beam energy of the rifle mode. However, Ushi Gundam still avoids the beam with fast and highly maneuverable movements. Neo Gundam dodges the light beams emitted by the Purple Heaven Gang Holy Machine in an instant with a side-to-side swinging movement, and each beam only passes by Neo Gundam's side. The Holy Machine of Zishingang immediately launched the 8 floating cannons behind it. Long Fei watched his opponent launch the floating cannon, but he didn't have the energy to control his own floating cannon to attack. Instead, he let out a "hey" sneer. Dikla suddenly felt a sense of crisis coming from behind, and the Zishingang Holy Machine immediately moved aside. And then Dikla suddenly felt a sense of crisis covering his whole body and shouted, "Not good." The 8 floating cannons immediately switched to the protective cover mode, surrounding the Holy Machine of Zishingang in all directions to form a three-dimensional protective cover like a turtle shell. 1, 2, and 3 beam cannons hit the protective cover of the turtle shell one after another. The fuselage of the 8 floating cannons was exposed to a slight grid. Dikla took a look at the instrument and found that the function of the protective cover of the 8 floating cannons was close to the limit. If there was one more light beam just now, the turtle shell protective cover would definitely collapse. Dikla saw 4 long-range floating cannons on the screen. This is the large floating cannon that defeated my grandfather. The left-handed shield equipped with Uganda HWS is equipped with a double-barreled launch port, which fires the mega cannon. Dikla watched a pair of cannons attacking him. The turtle shell protective cover formed by the 8 floating cannons was completely irresistible at the moment, and Dikla immediately released the mental control. The Zishingang Holy Machine dodges a pair of mega cannons, and the 8 floating cannons have just switched to shooting mode. The light speed bubble on the right hand of the Zishingang Holy Machine switches to the 4th beam cannon mode. The floating cannons fired at Gundam at the same time. The Neo Gundam HWS equipment also launches 6 floating cannons. The Neo Gundam flies at a high maneuverability and high elevation angle, followed by the 6 floating cannons. The Super Mega Beam Rifle and the floating cannon on the right hand fire continuously. Damn it! Neo Gundam is too fast to hit at all, and his reaction is too fast. Dikla felt very annoyed. Every shot of the red light beams fired by Neo Gundam forced the Zishingang Holy Machine to dodge or block it with the shield protective cover. His mental power was suppressed by the opponent, and the floating cannon he controlled would suddenly lose control once he was distracted. Although the 8 floating cannons of the Zishingang Holy Machine continuously rotated and fired, they even chased the target from time to time. but the target will throw it away no matter which direction or all-round attack. In his own spiritual realm, Long Fei grasped the movement trajectory of his opponent's floating cannon. Neo Gundam uses the Super Mega Beam rifle in his right hand to shoot 3 consecutive shots to penetrate 3 floating cannons. Neo Gundam's 6 floating cannons and 4 long-range floating cannons attack the Zishingang Holy Machine from different angles. The Holy Machine of Zishingang is dodging the beam cannon of a long-range floating cannon above it. Neo Gauda connected one of the long-range floating flying cannons with his right hand, and the beam saber pattern was emitted from the muzzle, and then he threw it towards the Holy Machine of Zishingang like a javelin. The Holy Machine of Zishingang just dodged to the right, avoiding a floating cannon beam. Dikla watched from the screen a beam saber that was longer than a 40-meter machete coming towards him. Thanks to his quick reaction, Zitiangang avoided it with a gymnast's turn. Dikla was worried. If I was too slow to react just now, I would be finished. Then, Neo Gauda connected another long-range floating cannon with his right hand, which was also in the beam saber mode. This time, he switched to another attack mode, an action like throwing a boomerang, and threw it towards the Holy Machine of Zishingang. Zishingang Holy Machine turned around to avoid the boomerang. Long Fei just sneered as he watched Zishingang Holy Machine's movements. The Zishingang Holy Machine just dodged the long-range floating cannon like a boomerang, and the long-range floating cannon that was thrown like a javelin before made a big turn and hit the Zishingang Holy Machine. Damn it! Dikla decided to switch to another strategy and stop dodging. The Zishingang Holy Machine switches weapons with both hands. The deformable beam gun in the right hand is hung on the back waist, the shield is hung on the hanging point of the left shoulder armor, and the beam saber handles on the left and right sides of the waist are drawn out with both hands. Combine the 2 hilts into a large 2-handed hilt, and a 30-meter-long cyan beam blade erupts from the mouth of the hilt. Just as the hands were swiping toward it, trying to sweep the long-range floating cannon in half, another long-range floating cannon fired a beam cannon behind it. Cut! The Zishingang Holy Machine dodged to the left, and another long-range floating cannon fired instantly when Long Fei had expected the Zishingang Holy Machine to dodge to the left. Dikla didn't expect that the direction he wanted to hide would be mastered by the opponent's calculation, so he had to fight hard. Zishingang Holy Machine wields a knife with both hands, and the 30-meter-long beam blade cuts the red beam. Immediately afterwards, the long-range floating cannon like a boomerang just circled back and attacked the Holy Machine of Zishingang. When Dikla was about to head-to-head with the beam blade, Neo Gundam attacked the Zishingang Holy Machine with several floating cannons. Dikla was very annoyed, but he had no choice but to dodge, rushing straight up in the Zishingang Holy Machine, avoiding the attack of floating cannons and long-range floating cannons. Just when he wanted to mentally control the floating cannon to fight back, he didn't notice Long Fei's sneak attack, and even his mental and space sensing didn't sense Neo Gundam's swift approaching behind it. Neo Gauda kicked with a flying knight, and directly kicked the back thruster of the Zishingang Holy Machine, and the Zishingang Holy Machine rushed down like a kite, with a broken string and a dog eating SHD. Oh! Dikla screamed. Neo Gundam just kicked the knight. The impact and the vibration affecting the cockpit caused Dikla to shake violently. Fortunately, Dikla fastened his seat belt, otherwise he would fly out of his seat and hit the screen, but the violent shaking made his head hurt even more. At this time, he had telepathy, and he heard Long Fei shouting to him in the depths of his mind. Although you use the mental booster device to pay the cost of consuming your life, so that your mental power can be increased to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with your grandfather, but your mental power has improved, and the technology of manipulating MS has not improved. Your manipulation technology is comparable to that of your grandfather. It can be described in 4 words. It is very different. Deep in Dikla's heart, he heard Long Fei mocking him. If your driving skills can compete with your grandfather, you at least have the power to fight me. It's a pity that you didn't work hard to improve your Ms. control skills and challenged me directly. I really don't know how far this has you. Future generations will lose his face. Dikla was ridiculed by Long Fei and felt extremely angry in his heart. Even though I am far inferior to you, my plan will definitely cause you heavy losses. The plan is to destroy Mars. If Fardis is still alive and knows the plan of your idiot grandson, I'm afraid he will tear your heart apart. Although I hate Fardis, I understand that he will not attack his own people. Although he is a tyrant in the eyes of many people, the people of the Dion Empire, especially the new humans, regard him as a wise king and a hero. Many people on Mars used to be your people. After learning about your plan, everyone was very disappointed in you. Some people who had illusions about you have already lost hope of the Dion kingdom in their hearts. Destruction, you are the one who caused all of this. Hearing Long Fei's accusation, Dikla said disapprovingly, "So what? It's better to be destroyed than to be ruled by you. I'd rather be fragile than crumble." The boomerang-like long-range floating cannon flew not far in front of Neo Gundam and stopped circling, and Neo Gundam's right hand was connected to the long-range floating cannon. Rushing towards the Purple Sky Gang Holy Machine, the beam soared over 40 meters, slashed down, and the 30-meter beam blade of the Purple Sky Gang Holy Machine swung upward to block. Combination of beam sword and beam blade. The long-range floating cannon is equipped with two small nuclear furnaces connected to the rice furnace of Neo Gundam, with huge power, electric power, and thrust. The beam blades formed by relying solely on the energy supplied by the main body of the Zishingang Holy Machine, the nuclear energy machine, cannot compete at all. Didi, the siren sounded, and the Zishingang Holy Machine was completely suppressed and pressed down. Immediately, the Zishingang Holy Machine swung its propellers and moved away from the side. Neo Gundam fired at the Zishingang Holy Machine with the double muzzles of the shield in his left hand, and the Zishingang Holy Machine blocked it with beam blades with both hands. Didididi, the alarm sounded louder than before. Damn, the beam cannon fired by the shield is more violent than the big floating cannon. Dikla didn't dare to touch it head-on, and the Zishingang Holy Machine backed away, and then a maneuvering movement made the double mega cannon pass in front of the Zishingang Holy Machine. Ah, drink. Dikla panted a little. Being suppressed by Long Fei made him feel extremely stressed. He knew very well that even if his grandfather was alive, he couldn't beat the current Long Fei. When Long Fei was fighting Dikla, he also paid attention to the spatial changes within the telepathic range. Long Fei sensed that there seemed to be something abnormal about the hundreds of meteorites. The triplets Betty, Belle, and Bella, along with some colleagues, are trapped inside a meteorite block. All roads are blocked with rubble. With the existing MS armed alone, these gravels can be blasted away to clear the road. A group of people did not do this. The main reason is that many airframes were damaged and could not be activated. Before, Actila's modified meteorite exploded and separated. Some of the airframes were damaged by the explosion, and some of the airframes were damaged by falling rocks. Except for the eldest of the three Betty sisters, the bodies of the two younger sisters were not damaged. The Oberon driven by Betty was badly damaged by the blast on the back of the Oberon due to an earlier explosion, making it unable to function properly. The Oberon driven by Betty is damaged, which may cause the three sisters to be unable to activate the three-color magic book mode. Seeing that the body is not functioning normally, the boss can only try to call to see if his colleagues are still alive. Fortunately, some colleagues are still alive, especially the mass-produced Gundams survive the most. Then, after communicating with colleagues by communication, I learned that some of my colleagues are currently damaged and unable to operate, so they can only stay on the scene temporarily. The three sisters decided to start looking for if there were any other comrades alive, and the second and third sisters helped the sisters find out if there was Oberon Gundam. The boss stayed at the scene so that other colleagues could gather here. During the search, the second and third found that an Oberon was crushed by rocks and could not move, and the lower half of the machine was also severely damaged by rocks. Fortunately, the driver is still alive. After the second and third child rescued the driver, they discussed and removed the backpack propeller behind Oberon, whose upper body was intact. After searching for a period of time, in addition to bringing out the surviving colleagues, some half-damaged bodies were also brought to the position of the boss. All the surviving ones are the pilots, because earlier when the Ms. troops advanced first, the explosion happened to separate. Although the Ms. driver usually conducts driving training, he also provides relevant guidance on the maintenance of the body, and some parts that are no longer functional, but some parts are still in good condition, are removed. Assemble some bodies that work well, but need replacement parts. It took a while to disassemble, replace parts, and was even able to assemble a new delta in the process of dismantling parts. Although the pilots have completed many airframe repairs, they are not as professional as the logistics staff in terms of some detailed adjustments, but they are enough for emergency response and continuing to fight. In the end, a total of 16 airframes could be put into battle, but there were a total of 38 pilots. Except for the 3 Betty sisters, the cockpits of other airframes had at least 2 pilots. The 3 Betty sisters do not allow other pilots to enter their cockpit, mainly for fear of being affected once the 3 sisters activate the 3-color magic mode. After clearing the rocks blocking the road, the group finally got out of trouble. Before Betty and his group got out of trouble, they used the inside line to contact their colleagues. At first, they didn't dare to send out a distress signal, mainly because they felt that their group had fallen into the enemy's tricks. Once the quantum communication signal is sent out, if the enemy detects it, the other party may directly use a super laser cannon or a nuclear bomb to blow them up directly. In the process of repairing the body, he felt a huge spiritual force sweeping his body, which made all the new human pilots of Betty feel a fear. Because this powerful mental power is no less than that of Fardis back then, and then countless powerful spiritual powers are sent to their bodies randomly. Although these mental powers are far inferior to that powerful spiritual power, they should not be underestimated. Soon, another stronger spiritual power enveloped their bodies. This stronger spiritual power did not make them feel afraid, but gave them a sense of peace of mind. Because this stronger spiritual force is their Emperor Long Fei. A thought flashed through everyone. Could it be that the Emperor Long Fei came to the battlefield himself? At this moment, they don't know what happened outside, and they decided to solve the current problem first and then deal with the next problem. It was not until they were out of trouble that they officially opened the communication lines in their country. When they received the news and contacted their colleagues outside, everyone was dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, a bunch of meteorites, including the meteorites they were in, were rapidly drifting towards Mars. At this moment, the Mars Guardian fleet was fighting with the most elite troops of Dion pirates. What they didn't expect was that the Dion pirates wanted to use these meteorites to smash Mars. They didn't expect that this group of people would not miss any old feelings and hurt the compatriots who lived on that planet together. Everyone was extremely angry. Except for Betty and his group, it turned out that there were other colleagues who were also on other meteorites like them. Although the Guardian fleet launched a fierce bombardment to the meteorite block group, they were worried that they would accidentally kill their own colleagues inside the meteorite block, so they had spare power in the fierce attack. The targets of the bombing were all emerging from enemy Plains Meteorite. When Gundam TR Hazel Osla Final Shooting Edition and Silver Thunder destroy meteorite blocks, they can only destroy the target designated by the fleet. The temporary team like Betty's group escaped from the meteorite block, received instructions from the Guardian fleet, and entered other meteorites to find if there were any colleagues trapped inside. If you don't find your colleagues, mark them immediately, and the Guardian fleet will arrange to destroy them. The triplets Betty, Belle, and Bella, and Oberon, Fafnir, and Demeter are on other missions. Oberon, Fafnir, and Demeter rushed into the battle circle. The 3-color magic book mode is activated. Not only the spiritual ability of the fellow new humans within the range is improved, but the mental enhancement device of the trial version of the Superviolet Holy Machine within the range suddenly fails. For a moment, the pilot of the Superviolet Holy Machine was stunned, and even the floating cannon controlled by the Violet Holy Machine lost control within the range. Oberon, Fafnir, and Demeter activated the 3-color magic book mode at the same time, and most of the enemy were shocked. Dikla, who was in a hard fight, also sensed the pattern of the 3-color magic spell, and at the same time felt the feeling of losing contact with a certain place at that time. The triplets are simultaneously controlling the enemy's floating cannons. After losing the control of the floating cannons, many Violet Holy Planes, in addition to being attacked by other enemy planes, the floating cannons controlled by themselves are now controlled by others, which in turn hurt themselves. Although a Super Violet Holy Machine keeps running the trial version of the Spirit Booster and Booster mode, the Booster mode continues to operate in Booster mode when the trial version of the Spirit Booster is turned on. However, the driver's mental ability was suppressed within the effect range of the 3-color magic book, and the mental ability returned to its usual state. When dodging the F-90L's sniper attack, the superviolet holy machine was shot through the cockpit from behind by its own floating cannon. The driver probably didn't expect that he would die in the floating cannon he used to control until his death. He didn't even expect that his dodging trajectory was mastered by others, and he rammed himself into the muzzle of the gun. Ordinary violet holy machine. Even after the booster mode ended, the overall performance of the machine did not drop much, as long as it relied on its own technology and keen mental crisis sensing ability. It still had a very high survival rate in combat. But once he entered the effect of the 3-color magic book mode, he was already suppressed by Long Fei's powerful mental power, so his mental ability was suppressed, and he couldn't fully exert it. Within the effect range of the 3-color magic book mode, the repressed mental ability cannot be exerted any further. All the pilots of the Violet Holy Machine quickly exited the range of the 3-color magic book mode. Bella drives Demeter, and she is also the best among the 3 sisters in mentally controlling the floating cannons. In addition to controlling her own 30 floating cannons, all enemy floating cannons within the range of the 3 magic book modes are mentally controlled by Bella. Bella drives Demeter, and under the blessing of the 3-color magic book mode, she mentally controls more than 60 floating cannons in one breath. Even if some of the floating cannons were shot down by the Violet Holy Machine, Demeter still controlled the other floating cannons to attack the target within the scope of the magic book mode. Several Violet Holy Machines were surrounded by 60 floating cannons and were attacked from all directions. Even if several Violet Holy Machines were defended back-to-back with shield protective covers, they still couldn't prevent the floating waves coming from above their heads and below their feet. Cannon beam. Even with barely resisting, the mega cannon on Fafnir's head still devoured them with one shot, turning them into ashes of the universe. The Violet Holy Machine, who was within the range of the 3-color magic book mode, opened the thrusters behind her, trying her best to escape from the range of the magic book mode. The 3 machines of Oberon, Fafnir, and Demeter are inseparable and move together. No matter where they are heading, the 3 machines go together. No matter which direction the 3 airframes go, the Violet Holy Machine will definitely avoid it, and will never enter the range of the 3-color magic book mode. The only thing that comforts the pilot of the Violet Holy Plane is that wherever the 3 planes fly, the 3-color magic book mode will follow them there. Gun. Dikla didn't expect such a change on the battlefield. He really didn't expect it. What made him even more unexpected was that the meteorite exploded and separated, trapping these machines inside. These mechas then escaped at the decisive battle site. More than 1/4 of the more than 100 meteorite blocks have been crushed. The second batch of meteorites is here too. If this is your follow-up, I'm afraid your plan will fail. Dikla heard Long Fei's words deep in his spirit. Dikla looked at Neo Gundam in front of the screen. He knew that Long Fei hadn't tried his best to attack him, and felt extremely shameful in his heart. Long Fei seemed to be playing tricks on him from the beginning of the fight to now, which to him was biggest insult. Dikla thought to himself, it's customary that there are still 2 groups of meteorite blocks. Why only one group came? Could it be that one batch of them was intercepted? Dikla didn't expect that the plan could not keep up with the changes. Looking at the current situation, Long Fei felt in his heart that there would be a meteorite hitting Mars, and the feeling was still there. If Dikla's plan is like this, it will generally not harm Mars. Is there any mastermind behind the scenes? Dikla is actually being used by someone, and he doesn't know it. Long Fei had a feeling at the moment that there was the Black Hand is controlling the current situation, and Dikla is actually controlled by the Black Hand behind the scenes. Besides, what happened to this group of meteorites? What is the army of this country doing? Why didn't they destroy them? Long Fei felt a little puzzled. At this time, Long Fei received a message from his subordinates that a group of meteorite blocks had been destroyed by the large version of La Kai Lum and his fleet. When another group of meteorite blocks was destroyed by subunits and special forces of several directly affiliated units, they were attacked by a night-walking unit of Hyaki, and our own troops counterattacked. Part of the Hyaki night-walking troops resisted desperately like death squads, and let the other part of the Hyaki night-walking troops control some meteorite blocks. Moreover, the 100 Ghosts night-walking force dispatched a new type of mobile fortress, shaped like a centipede. In addition to the new mobile fortress, there is also a new design, the MS in the shape of a red ghost. Neo Gauda dodged the sword attack of the Zishingang Holy Machine and kicked the Zishingang Holy Machine away. Looking at the second group of meteorites, Long Fei ordered Gundam TR Hazel Osla to bombard the second group of meteorites. Gundam TR Hazel Osla's final shooting version immediately shifted its position and aimed at the second group of meteorite blocks. The final shooting version of Gundam TR Hazel Osla uses a super long-distance lightspeed cannon with a special device to aim at one of the meteorite blocks for bombardment. Before the bombarded meteorite block was bombarded into cosmic dust, several Crimson machines were forced out of the meteorite block. The design of the body, especially the head, is like a devil with teeth, and the armor on the shoulders is like a devil's shoulder hook. This sudden scene also stunned Dikla, who was in a hard fight. Dikla didn't know what was going on at all. Could someone use his plan? It seems that someone is playing tricks and deliberately using my plan to implement his purpose. Although it is uncomfortable, at least this black hand behind the scenes has the same purpose as me. Since we have a common enemy, then I will get rid of Long Fei first, and then we can have a good time. I'll meet you for a while. Eldest grandson of Emperor Dikla, it seems that you have been used by someone, and you are still counting money for others. So what? Dikla mentally manipulated the floating cannon and fired at Neo Gundam. Hey, it seems that you don't know that the person who uses you is actually your father killer and enemy. Long Fei mentally manipulated the floating cannon and the long-range floating cannon to destroy the only remaining floating cannon of the Zetian Gang Holy Machine. The Zetian Gang Holy Machine dodged left and right to avoid the attack of the floating cannon, but hit the mega beam of the super mega beam rifle while dodging. Fortunately, Dikla reacted quickly and used the shield in his left hand to open the protective cover to block it. What did you say? I said you have been used by others, and the one who used you is your father-killing enemy. Neo Gundam's left shield fires 2 electromagnetic diffusion missiles. The moment the electromagnetic diffusion missile exploded, electromagnetic filaments were erupted, and the electromagnetic attack attacked the Holy Machine of Zishingang. Although the electromagnetism did not harm the Holy Machine of Zishingang, the electromagnetic caused excessive operation of the internal circuit of the machine, although the Holy Machine of Zishingang was used as a related prevention. However, the airframe still caused some impact, and the airframe couldn't keep up with the driver's reaction actions for a while. Damn it, Dikla knew that such a state of the body would surely bring him into a state of doom. Neo Gundam's right-hand super mega beam rifle fired, and the Zishingang Holy Machine could not dodge, so he could only use the left-hand shield to block it. Neo Gundam's attack just now was just a cover. The real attack was an all-round blow from the floating cannon and the long-range floating cannon to the Holy Machine of Zishingang. The legs of the Zishingang Holy Machine, the left-hand pistol, the right deformable beam rifle, and other parts suffered damages of varying sizes. There was a violent shaking from the cockpit, and Dikla knew he was defeated. He lay powerlessly on the seat and looked at the situation around the screen. At this moment, his troops were already being suppressed by the Skywing Army. The meteorite blocks were destroyed one by one. The meteorite block, which had a smaller version, was also destroyed. Dikla knew that his bargain was a complete failure. Grandpa is useless to me. I can't avenge you. I can't restore the country. Now Dikla doesn't want to take revenge anymore. He just wants to know what Long Fei said to him when he sent the message with his spirit. Long Fei, you said that the leader of the 100 Ghosts at Night is my father-killing enemy. It's the person behind the 100 Ghosts Night Walk organization. That person is your father-killing enemy, and also your relative. Family? Don't be joking. When my grandfather won the throne, other royal families that were not of my grandfather's bloodline had already been wiped out by my grandfather. Haven't you heard of the fish that slipped through the net? Then just show me the evidence. Yes, as you wish. Long Fei showed his spiritual ability and mental memory images. Dikla saw the last scene of his father, Christopher, who was shot directly by Fadina in the temple of his father. Dikla trembled all over. He couldn't believe that His Royal Highness Kuroda Joya of the Dongyang Empire turned out to be his 9th uncle Fadina. Fadina is Kuroda Joya, his grandfather's 9th brother, and he never thought that the person behind the Hyaki Night Walk organization he cooperated with was his father-killing enemy. Dikla felt very remorseful, He did not expect that he would cooperate with the murder of his father and enemy, and finally be used by others. Let me tell you two more things. The first thing is that after your grandfather and I lost both sides in the fight, although your second uncle and third uncle were fighting openly and secretly, both sides were very restrained and did not cause any damage to the country. The foundation was affected, and then your stupid third uncle killed your second aunt and your second uncle's biological mother, causing the incident to get out of hand, and the behind-the-scenes promoter of this incident is Kuroda Joyafadina. If not for him, the Dion Empire will not perish, and I have no chance to take advantage of it. When Dikla heard this, he clasped his eyes tightly with both hands and shed tears of unwillingness. What about the second thing? Do you remember Daon? Remember, it was this traitor who killed my father. In fact, he is not betraying your father. He is actually a member of Fadina. He is actually one of the pawns that Fadina took revenge on your grandpa. Killing your father is just asking for some interest from your grandpa. Dikla couldn't help knocking once. After knocking a few times, he seemed to remember something. Auntie Annie, don't worry. Your aunt is still safe at the moment, and that guy Fadina's hidden stake is still not much undercover in the Uya Cross country. I haven't finished the second thing. On the surface, the 100 Ghosts Night Walk organization is managed by a guy named Chigue, but in fact, it is De Yang who actually leads the 100 Ghosts Night Walk organization. Dikla yelled unwillingly when he heard this, and beat the instrument with both hands desperately, feeling extremely remorseful in his heart, never expecting that he was completely taken advantage of. Damn. Hate? Why am I so stupid? How can I be such a bastard? I would cooperate with my father-killing enemy, and even the enemy who caused our Dion kingdom to perish. Even my plan was taken advantage of by others. Dikare let out a cry of resignation. Long Fei mentally sensed Dikla's remorseful fluctuations and emotions, and thought to himself, it seems that Fadina probably knew of Dikla's plan, so he took advantage of his plan. Dikla, if you still have any feelings for Mars, tell your subordinates to stop. Don't let them sacrifice in vain. Explain to your subordinates, and deal with the enemies who use you. Humph. So what if I'm used by him? Anyway, we all have a common enemy at the moment. It's best you both lose in the fight. I will never repent. Long Fei was really speechless to Dikla. Long Fei didn't intend to give him the final blow and decided to deal with the newly emerged 100 Ghosts Night organization. Xiuqing, Salamanda, Panjinhua, you will fight with me and send your troops to help. Understood. X3. Gundam TR Hazel Osla's final shooting version continued to fire, and nearly 10 meteorite blocks had already been smashed. Nearly 100 Crimson mobile suits appeared in the second batch of meteorite blocks, and a mobile fortress with a length of more than 100 meters appeared on the scene, with a silver body designed like a centipede. When Dikla looked at the two mechas from the screen, he said, Red Yaksha and Demon Pendulum. I didn't expect them to be successfully developed. It seems that they used the technology we shared to break through their technological bottleneck. Long Fei, the pilot of the two mechas, Chiasha and Moyagong, sensed that there were new humans. In addition to the new humans, there are still a large number of people. Could it be enhanced people? And they look almost the same as the enhanced people in the UC world. Their spirits and brain waves are very abnormal, and many of them are even very distorted and crazy. At this time, Salamanda contacted Long Fei. Your Majesty, I just received the news that the troop that appeared this time is the most elite troop of the 100 Ghosts Night Walk organization, and I sense that there are many new human spirits and spirits among the pilots. The brain waves are very twisted and crazy. Pan Jinhua and Li Xiuqing contacted Long Fei. Pan Jinhua said, Your Majesty, this group of new humans who walk in the night with ghosts is very strange. Their spirit and brain waves are very distorted, and they even feel crazy. Long Fei said, Most of the people whose minds and brain waves are very distorted and crazy are not new humans, but strengthened humans. Enhanced human? Is an enhanced human being a fighter who undergoes medical or surgical transformation in terms of physical quality? Isn't it true that these new human beings are undergoing physical transformation and have fallen into madness? Several people were confused. The strengthened people I'm talking about are not the strengthened people you know. You can treat these strengthened people as man-made new humans. Man-made new humans? How did this come about? Li Xiuqing asked. To put it simply, it is to allow ordinary people to have the ability of new human beings. It is to let ordinary human beings' brainwaves and spirit go through a series of inhuman enhancements, such as surgery or some inhuman training and some drug injections. Although ordinary humans becoming strengthened people possesses the abilities of new humans, but their spirit and brainwaves are not as self-disciplined as new humans, and they may even lose control of these abilities and fall into madness, and some may even become crazy during the strengthening process already. Long Fei gave some simple and easy-to-understand explanations. Li Xiuqing asked, Your Majesty, why are you so clear? Is it possible that you have done such a thing to create a bunch of artificial new humans? How is it possible? Although I have related technical theories, I dare not do this because it is too inhumane, because it has stepped on my bottom line. Then about your related technical theories, did some traitor steal these things and give them to the 100 Ghosts Night Walk? Li Xiuqing asked worriedly. How is it possible? I haven't compiled any of these related technical theories. They are all here. Long Fei pointed to his head. Salamandra said, Your Majesty, I feel that among these people with crazily twisted lines, there seem to be new humans. Could it be that they have been mentally broken by inhuman research? This possibility is very high. Maybe these enhanced humans are enhanced from the research results of these new human beings who have been subjected to inhuman research. They don't care about these ordinary humans at all. They just want to create a bunch of artificial new humans. Everyone did not expect the 100 Ghosts Night Walk to be so insane. Long Fei didn't expect that Kuroda Chung himself was also a new human being, and he didn't expect to be so cruel to new human beings, and even more ruthless to ordinary people. The Chia ghost is 19 meters tall. It has 2 pairs of ghost horns on its head and forehead, and 2 pairs of fangs that curve up and down in its mouth. In addition to the 2 pairs of thrusters on the back, there are thrusters under the skirt armor, on the back of the thighs, and on the feet. Armament features a rifle, arm shield in the left hand, a pair of beam saber handles on the upper part of the backpack, and a dart on each side of the waist and thigh. In addition to rifles, beam cannons and shotguns can also be equipped. The overall performance of Chia Ghost is above Amethyst and below Violet. The Chia Ghost rushed forward, then scattered in all directions, each locking onto their target. Li Xiuqing drove EXS and led dozens of Z-plus hummingbirds. Saramanda drove the Cozy Gundam to lead the Delta Kai and the full armor 100 Shiki Kai, a total of more than 60 units. Pan Jinhua drives the Reborn Gundam. In addition to the Trinity Gundam, the Angel R3, the De Angel, etc., there are more than 10 1.5 Gundams and Doom 3, with a total of more than 300 units. In addition to the Trinity Angel Gundam and Urshi 3 that still use the pseudo-solar furnace, the Rebirth Gundam and the Angel Gundam all use the solar furnace. These Gundams can use solar furnaces, mainly because Long Fei got the Haojin metal that the Dion Empire obtained from the Jupiter Federation back then, among the resources obtained by Long Fei's inventory after obtaining Mars. Its quantity is enough to manufacture 8 solar furnaces. A Doom 3 has a GN sniper rifle aimed at a Red Knight Ghost. Akayasha blocked the GN beam with the telescopic arm shield of his left hand, and then counterattacked with his own beam sniper rifle. Doom Style 3 turns on the orange GN stand to block the enemy's sniper beam. In addition to fighting with conventional weapons, the 4 darts mounted on the waist and thighs of Chiasha are separated from the body, and the rapid rotation turns on the beam energy like a beam disc. Under the driver's mental control, the darts are like floating cannons locking on to the chasing target. When some mechas use beam guns to try to destroy these darts like beam discs, when the beam hits the beam surface on the side of the dart, it is like a piece of wood being cut in half by a saw. This time surprised many airframe pilots. When the darts were chasing or counterattacking the target, many airframes could only dodge the front and desperately dodge. There are also some organisms that cannot dodge, immediately switch weapons, and use beam sabers to resist. And resisting with a beam saber can shake these darts away. Doom Type 3 uses a plasma force field grenade, and the plasma stand just hits several darts. The dart in the form of a beam disc stops rotating, and the beam no longer emerges, and the dart cannot run for a short time. Doom 3 or other mechas destroy the dart immediately. Although the plasma force field grenade of Doom 3 can temporarily seal the dart's action, it will temporarily stop its operation. However, the number of plasma force field grenades equipped with Doom 3 is not large, and with the speed of darts and high mobility, the hit rate of hitting darts is not high. A fully armored Type 100 uses a chest megaparticle cannon to hit the dart head-on, and the beam disc on the side cannot be like other beam rays, like sawing wood. The huge megaparticle cannon directly swallowed the dart, and the dart exploded in the huge megaparticle cannon. The chest megaparticle cannon of the fully armored 100-style modification was discovered by many colleagues, and it is powerful enough to destroy darts. The Spirit Beam Cannon of EXS and Z Plus Hummingbird can also devour and destroy darts head-on. Delta, Modified Long-Range Mega Beam Cannon, XS Back and Legs Cannon, 1.5 Gundam GN Beam Cannon. Hitting the beam disc on the side of the dart head-on, the beam cannon hits the wall like a water column and spreads out, and the dart is also thrown away by the powerful thrust of the beam. When Long Fei was dealing with the darts that were attacking him, he mentally controlled the floating cannons, and the two floating cannons chased the darts and fired from both sides. The dart, like a light beam disc, under the attack of two floating cannons, turned into a ball of fireworks. After Long Fei saw that this move was feasible, he decided to try again. Neo Gundam evaded the dart attack to the side and immediately counterattacked with the Super Mega Beam rifle in his right hand. A beam of light erupted from the muzzle and hit the front, or back, of the dart directly. The beam of light pierced through the surface of the dartboard, and the darts directly turned into a ball of fireworks. The attack dart can be destroyed by aiming at the front and back. Long Fei used the communication line and mental ability to inform all new and ordinary human drivers. The pilot on Long Fei's side also began to know the weakness of darts. Chiyasha's speed, mobility, and flexibility are slightly better than Amethyst's, and the armor's defense is on par with Amethyst's armor in terms of resistance to live ammunition. However, in terms of anti-shooting energy system, it is better than Amethyst armor, and the power of beam rays does not exceed 4 megawatts, basically unable to penetrate Chiyasha armor. In addition to the armor body having a certain anti-beam ability, it is also coated with a newly developed anti-beam coating. The Tianyi Army MS are Jie Gang and Chunyu, who have been transferred to the border guards. The power of the beam gun exceeds 5 megawatts, and there is no problem in penetrating the Chiyasha armor. In fact, what the Chiyasha armor needs to defend against is not the speed of light of these weapons, but the floating cannon. The power of most floating cannons does not exceed 4 megawatts, as long as they can block the beam attack of floating cannons. Other beam weapons are protected by the telescopic arm shield on the left arm. Although there is no protective cover, the shield has a very high anti-beam ability, and the power of the beam rays does not exceed 10 megawatts. And this retractable shield is a new type of micron-layer armor that cannot be mass-produced for the time being. Microlayer armor is a reverse-developed technology based on nanolayer armor. In the war that year, some internal people sold the damaged nanolayer armor to other forces. The Dongyang Empire relied on some of the technologies obtained from the Dian Empire to carry out disassembly research and reverse development. Many Red Yakshas used the micron-layer armor of the left-hand telescopic arm shield to block many beam weapons, and many drivers relied on this armor to save their lives. The driver of Chiyasha is normal and rational, with a shield in his left arm and a gun in his right hand, and then he uses his mind to control the darts, keeping a dogfight with the enemy at a distance or shooting at him at a long distance. However, the mentally insane driver is different. Like a berserker, he rushes towards the target fearlessly. One Delta Kai and one Red Yaksha, driven by a crazy driver, were in close combat. Chiyasha moves around in a highly mobile manner, waving the beam saber in his right hand, just like a martial artist wielding its saber technique. Delta changed the left shield to be coated with a layer of Sky Wing Empire's newly developed anti-beam coating. Either use the beam saber in the right hand to block it, or use the shield to block Chiyasha's beam saber. Delta Guy used the beam saber to counterattack, and the opponent's retractable shield could completely block the beam saber's attack. The crazy pilot not only crazily manipulated the joystick to fight, but also manipulated the dart with a crazily twisted mind, attacking Delta Kai with a chaotic trajectory. Delta changed to launch two flying wing floating cannons behind it. A winged floating cannon attacks the dart closest to the body, forcing it back. Another flying wing cannon fired at Chiyasha. Although the Chiyasha driver was in a frenzy, he was not stupid. The crisis he sensed made him react instinctively to avoid the attack. The Delta Vulcan cannon also attacked at the same time. Sparks came out when it hit the retractable shield, and the driver noticed some details. Strange, this shield was able to block the powerful beam gun rays before. How could this 60mm Vulcan cannon make his shield leave bullet holes? The driver decided to try it out, switched weapons with his right hand, pulled out the armor-piercing saber, and threw it directly at the opponent. A natural reaction of the crazy driver of Chiyasha, he raised his left arm and used the shield to resist the armor-piercing saber. Although the armor-piercing saber was bounced off, violent sparks burst out the moment it bounced off, leaving a deep hole. Deep knife marks. Could it be? The pilot Delta seemed to have discovered something, and immediately took out a 115mm armor-piercing machine gun with live ammunition from the inside of the shield and fired at Chiyasha. Several armor-piercing projectiles directly pierced Chiyasha's retractable shield. Delta Kai's pilot immediately communicated this scene to all his colleagues, telling them that the shields of the enemy's aircraft are weak in defense against live ammunition weapons. Microlayer armor has excellent resistance to light elements, but is very bad at resisting entities. Energy molecules without nanolayer armor absorb impact and spread to the surrounding. That is, the 90mm solid high explosive bomb is enough to seriously damage the micron layer armor. After this weakness was discovered, many airframes immediately switched to live ammunition weapons. The MS of the Tianyi Army usually equip guns with one energy system and one entity system. These weapons are mounted either on the inside of the shield or at a mounting point on a certain part of the body. The MS of the Tianyi Army will match weapons like this, mainly just in case, because some armors are specially designed to resist beam energy, but the defensibility against live ammunition weapons is relatively weak. Because you can't have your cake and eat it too. Nungtian R3 aims at a red yaksha with a GN long-distance rifle and a GN beam, 12 megawatts, sneak attack the target. When the target dodges the enemy's attack, the sudden GN beam makes it too late for the target to dodge and can only resist it with a shield. Although the shield made of micron layer armor blocked it, the entire shield was directly melted away. It can make R3 rush to the target quickly, leaving traces of GN particles wherever it passes. The GN sword is changed to stab the target with a sword. When the target resists with the beam saber, the Angel R3 will block the beam saber and immediately move to bully the target with high mobility. Pull out the GN beam saber with the left hand to push the thrust to the highest, 6 megawatts, and penetrate the sword. Target cockpit. At the moment of killing the target, it can make R3 quickly rush to another Chiyasha. After Chiyasha dodged a shot of the Elven light cannon, Ningong R3 had already rushed in front of it, and the GN sword was cut down. When Akiyasha's left-hand retractable shield is resisting, the GN sword modification is like a blade cutting a piece of paper. Fierce sparks emanate from the cut part of the entire retractable shield, and even the body and shield are directly modified by the GN sword. Half. The Dion pirates are still fighting, and there is no way out for them. This is their last stand. Because there is no way out, they fight with the determination to die. A violet holy machine, which lost its legs and left hand, pulled out its beam saber with its right hand, opened its thrusters to the maximum, and rushed towards an F-90G. F-90G pulled out the composite beam gun sword and fired with the muzzle of the front end first. The violet holy machine was shot in the chest, although the body did not explode. However, the explosion on some instruments in the cockpit injured the driver, and the bloody driver continued to rush towards the target without flinching. In front of Violet's fearless rush, the F-90G composite beam gun sword turned on the beam blade mode and swung it up. The beam sword of the violet holy machine sparked for a short time, but it could not resist the thrust of the composite beam gun sword. The beam sword hilt unable to withstand the huge thrust load and explode. F-90G strikes again with a sword, splitting it in half. Inlay and the battleship continued to bombard the meteorite block group. The group of meteorites was searched by other units of the Tianyi Army, and if they found that no colleagues were trapped inside, they immediately marked them and let inlay and battleships bomb them. The missiles used by the warships are tactical thermonuclear fusion missiles. However, part of the meteorite block group still retains a little energy, which is reserved for launching the final missile. Inside these meteorites are members of the Dion Pirates on their final mission. Moreover, the last batch of missiles launched were nuclear missiles, and there were more than 500 nuclear missiles in this wave. The meteorite group and the Guardian fleet are about 500 kilometers apart. Launched with a part of the Violet Holy Machine as a cover. The Violet Holy Machine used as a cover desperately attacked the aircraft of the Guardian fleet. Let the defensive line of the Guardian fleet be weakened so that the nuclear missile group can break through the line of defense. Even if only one nuclear missile breaks through the line of defense, as long as it can hit the enemy's warship. Then also weaken the enemy's strength, so that the second and third batches of meteorite blocks have a greater chance to hit Mars. Nearly 100 units of the Violet Holy Machine troop were all wiped out under the siege of the enemy's MS and mobile fortresses. But under their sacrifice, in addition to shooting down some of the enemy's organisms, about 100 nuclear missiles broke through the defense line composed of organisms. When the Guardian fleet is about 100 kilometers away from the nuclear missile group, it will turn on the point defense system. The nuclear missile swarm dodged most of the beams and intercepting missiles by relying on its high maneuverability, like drifting on water. At a distance of 10 kilometers from the Guardian fleet, more than 90 nuclear missiles were intercepted. Less than 10 nuclear missiles hit different warships. Although the warships had undergone anti-nuclear treatment, half of the warships hit by nuclear missiles were destroyed. Although the other half were not slandered, they lost their combat capabilities. Although the Space Fortress Downs and the Gondwana-class Ms. Mothership were not damaged, they also caused some damage to the Guardian fleet. At this moment, no one in the Dion Pirates except Dikla knew that their plan had been taken advantage of by others, and the second batch of meteorite blocks had already been controlled by others. On the other hand, Gundam TR Hazel Osla Final Shooting Edition will continue to fire the ultra-long-range cannon as long as the energy is replenished. In the second batch of meteorite blocks, from time to time, Chiyasha came out to support the colleagues in front. Looking at the continuous appearance of Red Yaksha, Long Fei frowned and thought, could it be that Kuroda City also directly invested the entire Hyaki Night Walking organization? Long Fei reasoned and judged. Kuroda Joya was watching the live broadcast in his office at the moment, and he almost put the entire Hyaki Night Walk organization into it, after knowing Dikla's plan. Kuroda City also decided to use his plan to fully invest in the Hyaki Night Walk organization. If the 100 Ghosts Night Walk can succeed, it doesn't matter even if all of them are sacrificed. It doesn't matter how many organizations like the 100 Ghosts Night Walk can be created. As long as Long Fei, a potentially extremely dangerous factor, is dealt with, sacrificing a 100 Ghosts Night Walk organization is really a big deal. It's a good deal. Kuroda Chung also sneered inwardly. Kuroda City also looked at the information of Chigue number 9 on the desk. This person is still a talent, with good management skills. Call him out of Hyaki Yaxing to help me with my next plan. In the second batch of meteorite block groups, in addition to Chiyasha rushing out continuously, there were also 2 mobile fortresses rushing out of the meteorite block group. The lengths of the 2 demon seeders are different. One is more than 200 meters long, and the other is about 100 meters long. Except for the head and tail, which are each 15 meters long, the rest are all 10 meters long module composition. The overall design of the 2 demon pedestals is like a centipede, especially the head is completely designed according to the centipede head. The legs of the body are designed like centipede legs, and the feet are propellers. Suddenly, the mouths of the 2 demon seeders opened, brewing powerful beam energy, and the red beams erupted from the mouths, sweeping with the swing of their heads. In addition to shooting down more than a dozen MS directly under the troops, even nearly 10 Chiyashas were affected and destroyed. This scene also shocked the Tianyi army on the battlefield. Li Xiuqing couldn't help but exclaimed, "My God, this is too crazy. Even kill my own people." Then, Li Xiuqing ordered Alice to transfer the mobile fortress, especially Zamzaza. The body of the long-bodied demon cedar suddenly separated, and it was divided into 3 sections. The middle section was 50 meters long. The 50-meter body is divided into 5 sections, and each section of 10 meters is a module, and each module quickly flies to the battlefield with the help of centipede foot propellers. The upper and lower ends of the 3 modules were opened, ejecting countless MS weapons and retractable shields. The upper and lower ends of the other 2 modules are opened to fly out missiles to attack enemy aircraft. This sudden missile attack caught the MIS troops of the 3 directly subordinate troops a little off guard and hastily carried out defensive shooting. Long Fei used his mind to control 2 long-range floating cannons to strafing, shooting down part of the missiles to help the troops reduce the crisis. Most of the missiles were shot down, and a small part of the missiles were blocked by MS shield. Long Fei looked at the demon scorpion and said, "This centipede mobile fortress is somewhat similar to Big Lang's fighting style, and it can also support and deliver weapons." Looking at the demon cedar that was divided into 3 sections before, now the front section and the back section are reunited, leaving 150 meters in length. The combat method of this mobile fortress is separation and recombination. It's really special. It is estimated that other modules can also be combined. I don't know if there are other styles of modules. It feels similar to the joint parts of the original Gundam's G-plan. Then, a mobile fortress with dozens of units came to Lungfei battlefield. Among them, several Big Langer dropped weapons to the troops directly under it. The mouths of the 2 demon cedars opened again, brewing powerful beam energy, and Big Lang dropped several containers. When the demon pendant sprayed beams from its mouth to sweep, several containers exploded and ejected countless anti-beam particles. The light beams of the demon scorpion scattered like water hitting a wall. Several deltas switched to long-range mega beam rifles to fire at the demon cockroach. When several mega beams hit the demon cockroach's head, the beams overflowed. The demon's head is made of micron layer armor, which is highly resistant to light beams. Another delta. Get the long-range mega sniper beam gun from Big Lang's dropped weapon. The long-range mega sniper beam gun has a total length of 20 meters. There is a huge energy card slot in the middle of the gun body, and the muzzle is 110 millimeters. Aiming at the body of the demon scorpion at a distance of 150 kilometers, the blue beam erupted from the muzzle of the gun and directly hit the body of the demon scorpion, hitting one of the modules. The blue light beam instantly penetrated the module, and the explosion of the module also separated the body of the demon pendant. The exploded modules were discarded, and the separated bodies reunited again. At this time, more than a dozen red Yushas and a demon scorpion flew out of the meteorite group. The newly appeared Diabolica is even longer, reaching a length of more than 300 meters. The demon cedar is now regarded as a key target of attack. The longer demon peduncle is the most important target to be dealt with. The third demon pedant is also separated into 3 sections, and the middle section directly reaches 100 meters. The propellers launched by the 10 modules spread out like a peacock spreading its tail. A mass-produced Gundam aiming module that holds a long-range mega sniper rifle. The other Akiyashas fired at the mass-produced Gundams wielding long-range mega sniper rifles. Beams and darts hit the target. Other units use anti-beam shields to resist beams and protect mass-produced Gundams holding long-range mega sniper rifles. Koshi Gundam shoots the mega cannon and beam gun at the darts from both shoulders and right hand. EXS fires the Elf beam cannon. Regeneration Gundam fires the GN beam rifle and launches large and small GN fin-shaped fangs to attack Chiyasha. The big GN fin-shaped fangs attack one of the Chiyashas in all directions, and the retractable shield of Chiyasha can only block the attack of one of the big GN fin-shaped fangs, and the other 3 large GN fin-shaped fangs emit beams from the 3 sides of Chiyasha's back, left waist, and head are directly pierced and turned into fireworks. A Chiyasha's left arm telescopic shield continuously blocked the GN beam, but the continuous carrying of the beam also caused the heat temperature on the surface of the telescopic shield to skyrocket, and the surface layer had already appeared in a dissolved state. The Elf beam cannon fired by EXS devoured a red Yiksha, and the red Yiksha exploded in the blue beam cannon, and the blue beam continued to drive directly into the group of meteorites. A red light beam rushed out from the meteorite block group and collided with the blue light beam. Li Xiuqing checked the instrument display for a while, and there was no abnormality in the instrument display. A ruby-colored machine body rushed out from the group of meteorites, followed by more than 100 Chiashas and 5 demon cedars over 250 meters in length. The ruby-colored body is 20 meters high. Although the head is designed like a Gundam head, it does not have Gundam signature antenna. Instead, it has a pair of ghost horns. There are 3 pairs of propellers in the backpack and a pair of beam saber handles on the top of the backpack. The machine name, Ibaraki Doji, is De Young's car. Ibaraki Doji holds a hand-range laser cannon in his right hand, a telescopic arm shield in his left hand, a beam gun mounted on his back waist, 2 darts mounted on the rear skirt armor, and 1 dart mounted on each side of the skirt armor and thigh. Long Fei looked at Ibaraki Doji's body from the screen and saw that the whole body was covered with the color of ruby. The scanner couldn't scan out what material Ibaraki Doji was made of. It seems that the 100 Ghosts Night Walk organization also has contacts with the state of Dallas. It is estimated that the material used by this MS is metal from the state of Dallas. I am afraid that it also has the technology of the state of Dallas. Otherwise, according to the technology of the Dongyang Empire, it may not be possible to refine or forge Dallas country's metal. I don't know. When did that Mr. Mai in Kuroda City come into contact? When De Young saw Nyo Gouda, he felt a burst of fear in his heart. Back then, he had seen Long Fei's spiritual aura up close. Now, the spiritual aura displayed by Long Fei is much stronger than before. If he dared to challenge him, he would only be instantly killed by him. De Young ordered Chi Yasha and Demon Cedar to target Neo Gundam as a key target. De Young thinks that as long as Long Fei can be held back, others are nothing to be afraid of. Everyone, give me that ruby gloss machine. Li Xiuqing communicated to his comrades. Yes, please. The EXS rushed towards Ibaraki Doji, and the fast flight left a long trail of white light. For some attacks launched by Chiasha, the EXS could quickly fold left and right to leave a Z-shaped white light trail. De Young knew the information of this Gundam, and then saw the speed and movement of the Gundam and said, "This Gundam is at least 7 or 8 years old, but its speed and maneuverability seem to be faster than 7 or 8 years ago. It is more flexible, probably due to internal modification and improvement." The 4 cannon barrels on the back of the EXS are connected to fire at Ibaraki Doji. Ibaraki Doji didn't dodge anything, but faced the cannon directly. Several cannon shots hit Ibaraki Doji. Not only did the cannon not penetrate Ibaraki Doji, it didn't even hurt him. On the contrary, the energy of the cannon seems to be absorbed by Ibaraki Doji's body, and the rear end of the long-range laser cannon in the right hand is connected to the rear right side of the body's backpack by the transmission cable. The huge energy brewed by the long-range laser cannon counterattacked the EXS. When EXS dodges, Ibaraki Doji sweeps with a long-range laser cannon. The EXS flies fast to avoid the laser cannon's shooting. Facing the pursuit of the laser cannon, the EXS flies like a snake. It moves in an S shape, and the laser cannon shoots an S shape like a shadow. Throughout the process, both of them had different expressions. Li Xiuqing was a traitor with a sneer expression. De Yang's whole expression looked like he was eating a fly, and he was calculated by the other party. Because of the laser cannon fire just now, several red Yakshas and demon cedars were hit by mistake. The head of the demon Penipede was directly destroyed by the laser cannon, and the Micron layer armor could not withstand the firepower of the laser cannon. The demon Pedipale with its head destroyed represents that the driver has been killed, and the demon pedant with the remaining body remains still. Suddenly, the body modules were suddenly separated, and all the modules scattered and went their separate ways and were accepted by other demon pendulum bodies, or some modules dropped weapons or launched built-in missiles. Seeing this scene, Long Fei couldn't help admiring. This kind of container-like module can be taken over by other machines. This technology has great merit. EXS then fired the Elf beam cannon at Ibaraki Doji. The 2 cannon tubes on the thighs fired simultaneously, and the wired control cannons on the head started. Ibaraki Doji fired the long-range laser cannon with his right hand and collided with the Elf beam cannon, both of which had equal power. However, Ibaraki Doji's body absorbs 2 cannon shots and transfers the absorbed energy to the long-range laser cannon, thereby temporarily increasing the power. A warning came from the EXS cockpit, and the power of the opponent's long-range laser cannon suppressed the Elf beam cannon. red laser and blue beam. The former starts to advance. The EXS head-wired cannon fired at the target backpack above Ibaraki Doji. 2 darts popped out from Ibaraki Doji's rear skirt armor, and the beam disc mode was turned on. 1 dart blocked the attack of the wired cannon, and the other dart locked the wired cannon to cut off its cable. In addition to controlling the wired control cannon, Alice avoids the darts, and at the same time activates the leg-reflecting wired control cannon unit, so that the wired control cannon can emit another beam. Originally, only 1 beam can be launched, but after the improvement, you can launch another beam, using the refraction function of the leg reflection type wired control gun unit. The beam is refracted in 2 stages, penetrates the front of the chasing dart, and destroys it. Into fireworks. After Alice successfully kills a dart from the opponent, the wired anti-cannon and the leg-reflecting wired anti-cannon unit return to the main body. XS dodges to the side, and the red laser skips by. Li Xiuqing has some understanding of the characteristics of Ibaraki Doji. Its body can completely absorb energy weapons. The cannon can absorb it, but can the elf beam cannon absorb it? If his limit is that the elf beam run can't absorb it, there is still a way to beat him. Li Xiuqing said. Looking at the instrument and weapon display, the left hand is equipped with the weapon is an EMP rifle. I don't know how effective his armor made of unknown materials is against live ammunition weapons. De Young was a little annoyed. He just suffered a small loss and lost a dart. The driver of this Gundam is obviously an ordinary human being. The floating cannon in disguise like a wired cannon is for ordinary humans to control. But in the process of fighting with me, how does he control the wired cannon? The control system is quite special. Or does this guy have 3 heads and 6 arms? De Young was puzzled by his opponent. What is puzzling is how the 10 fingers of his opponent's hands are so dexterous, and how they can make such complicated manual commands during the battle. In fact, De Young didn't even know that the wired cannon and the leg-reflecting wired cannon unit launched by the EXS were controlled by Alice, a female AI. Little did De Young know that he was not actually playing one-on-one with his opponent, but strictly speaking one-on-two, and that he was facing a men's and women's doubles. The wired control gun of EXS is currently being charged, and the eye position of EXS has been improved over the years, not only retaining the refraction function, but also adding defense functions. Leg-reflecting wired cannon units can now also deflect EXS cannon barrels. The EXSS pair of leg-reflex wired anti-cannon units fire. Master fire. Good. The 4 cannon barrels on the back of the EXS fired rhythmically and continuously, and a pair of leg-reflex wired cannon units under Alice's control refracted and attacked Ibaraki Doji from different angles. De Young aimed at the opponent and immediately mentally manipulated the other 4 darts out of the body to start the disc mode. 5 darts to block cannons coming from different directions. EXS continued to fire at Ibaraki Doji with the spirit beam cannon in his right hand. Ibaraki Doji didn't go head-to-head with the opponent like before, because he saw the opponent's purpose. Once he chose to go head-to-head, the leg-reflecting wired cannon unit would use the refraction function to destroy his long-range laser cannon. De Young chose to avoid the front first and find a way to deal with the opponent's tactics. Ibaraki Doji dodged the refracted cannon with a Z-shaped flying movement, and 5 darts followed closely to protect safety. Ibaraki Doji switched weapons with his right hand, pulled out the beam handle on the backpack, and sprinted with all his backpack thrusters. EXS has already switched weapons with his right hand, pulled out the cannon barrel on his right leg, and switched to beam saber mode. Ibaraki Doji rushed to EXS and swung his sword away. EXS held up his sword to block, but Ibaraki Doji couldn't make a single blow, so he immediately dodged to the side, and a blue cannon flew across the position where Ibaraki Doji had just fought. The EXS moved back, and a dart came straight towards it. Li Xiuqing increased the power of the beam saber to block the dart. When the beam saber and the dart were in a stalemate, Alice activated the wired cannon that was already charged and penetrated the front of the dart that was in a stalemate with the beam saber from the side. Li Xiuqing looked at Ibaraki Doji, and the EXS fired the electromagnetic rifle in his left hand. A solid bullet erupted from the muzzle. Ibaraki Doji immediately dodged to the side, and the electromagnetic bullet quickly passed by Ibaraki Doji. The electromagnetic solid bomb was faster than the missile, and quickly rushed towards a fighting red rickshaw. When the Chiyasha driver reacted, it was too late to dodge, so he could only use the telescopic shield on his left arm to resist. As a result, the electromagnetic entity bullets connect the shield with the machine and directly penetrate to give a heartwarming feeling. The red rickshaw pierced through the body, turned into a ball of fireworks. De Jong looked at the fate of Akiyasha just now, and he knew the special armor of Ibaraki Doji and the armor of the electromagnetic solid bullet could not resist it at all. In addition to absorbing energy, Ibaraki Doji's armor can not only transfer energy to the long-range laser cannon, but also transfer it to other objects, including the propeller behind it, to instantly increase its own speed. The wired cannon hits another dart, but hits the side disc pattern. The EXS cannon is equipped with a leg-reflecting wired cannon unit, and the target of the refraction attack is not only Ibaraki Doji, but also darts. De Jong can only mentally control the darts and avoid the refracting cannon. Ibaraki Doji moved his right hand to switch weapons and used the upper beam rifle to attack EXS. Alice manipulated the leg-reflecting wired cannon unit to refract the light beam shot by Ibaraki Doji back. The moment Ibaraki Doji unfolded, he switched weapons with his right hand again and counterattacked with a long-range laser cannon. Because the EXS holds the beam saber in its right hand and the reflective wired cannon unit on the legs, it is really impossible to refract the attacking laser cannon. EXS dodged immediately, and 4 darts attacked EXS in all directions. EXS dodges to the left to avoid the first dart, and the second dart sneaks up behind EXS. EXS immediately turns around to block with the beam saber with his right hand. The third and fourth darts hit the top and the right at the same time, but Alice directly made a calculation. With the cooperation of Li Xiuqing, the cannon on the back of the EXS fired 2 shots, which were refracted by the reflective wired artillery unit on the legs. The third and fourth darts are pierced by the refracted cannon on either the front or the back. Damn it, De Jong didn't expect the other party to react so quickly, let alone every step he took was calculated by the other party. Doom 3 and Delta. Guy are responsible for mid to long range, shooting targets at longer distances. The Z-Plus Hummingbird flies fast, disrupts the enemy to find the right opportunity, and kills the target with 1 shot. The fully armored 100-style Kai is responsible for mid-range, bombarding the enemy with heavy firepower. Livigero and the 1.5 Gundam are engaged in short to medium-range combat. Zamzaza also conducts mid-range combat, but the focus is on opening the protective cover to deal with the laser cannons in the mouth that resist the Demon Scorpion. Neo Gundam has shot down 11 Chiyashas. During the battle, Long Fei got closer and closer as the group of meteorites got closer. Long Fei always felt that there was a universe inside the meteorite group. Long Fei ordered the final shooting version of Gundam TR Hazel Osla to fire at one of them. In fact, Gundam TR Hazel Osla has replaced the ultra-long-range cannon and replaced it with a new booster device. The original augmentation device was handed over to Big Lang to return to the Downs for replenishment. Another Big Lang releases steel to replenish energy for the final shooting version of Gundam TR Hazel Osla. Gundam TR Hazel Osla's final shooting version obeyed Long Fei's order and fired at the same place continuously. Long Fei blasted out a red rickshaw with the shield's double-barreled mega cannon at close range. Then, a long-range cannon passed not far from Neo Gundam. The deeper meteorite block in the group of meteorite blocks with a diameter of 2 kilometers was blasted into fragments of different sizes. Some of the fragments seemed to hit something as they drifted, causing a ripple. The ripples from ripple have the shape of a gigantic object. Long Fei frowned and said, "Could it be a new type of warship developed by Hyaki Yaxing?" Bachi Mirror 2. The battleship has a diameter of 1 kilometer, a height of 250 meters, and a thickness of the top layer of 30 meters. The plain design of the top layer is like a mirror. If you find a battleship, the ring side is covered with many anti-aircraft guns and beam cannons. The Bachi Mirror 2 is the latest development of the 100 Ghosts of the Night, and it is also the most advanced warship. It is also built by the Dongyan Empire with the most cutting-edge technology. In addition to being built with the most cutting-edge technology of the Dongyan Empire, the Besieging 2 battleship also received technological help from the Dallas Kingdom to make breakthroughs in the most advanced stealth technology and the ultimate weapon technology of the Besieging 2. With the help of technology from the state of Dallas, the battleship Besieging 2 sneaked into the territory of the Tianyi Empire. As long as it was about 200 kilometers away from the anti-stealth detectors of the Tianyi Empire, the anti-stealth detectors would not be able to detect the battleship Besieging 2. Then, using the group of meteorites as a cover can avoid the anti-stealth detectors of the Tianyi Empire. In fact, there are 3 8-foot mirror warships in the meteorite group, and the superconducting radars and detectors of the Tianyi Empire have already discovered their traces. When they snatched the second batch of meteorite blocks, they also lost 2 8-foot mirror warships. If the Skywing Army hadn't dealt with a pile of meteorites, wreckage and space junk floating in all directions, as well as the Hyakki Night Walk Organization, clone troopers, and other Dion pirate groups, troops have been sent to deal with the second batch of meteorite blocks. Long Fei would order Gundam TR Hazel Osla to fire in the same direction, and Long Fei always felt that there was something in the meteorite group. Therefore, there will be continuous ultra-long-range cannon attacks in the same direction. Only then did the battleship Besieging 2 appear. Looking at the battleship Besieging 2, Long Fei felt uneasy in his heart. Long Fei always felt that the mirror-like plane on the top of the Besieging 2 battleship felt like the battleship of the Imperial Overseer Army in the OG Machine War game he watched in his previous life. This mirror-like part, I don't know if it is the strongest weapon of this battleship. If it is a weapon, is it an irradiation type or a shooting type? Long Fei ordered all the Tangs in the Guardian fleet to get ready, in case the new warships of the Hyakki Night Walk Organization had powerful weapons. And the commander of the distributed Guardian fleet is preparing to mobilize the battleship and hide behind the giant shield of Downs. In addition to carrying 200 ms, the Besieging 2 battleship also has a repair shop and a manufacturing plant inside. The repair shop and manufacturing plant of the Besieging 2 battleship have been in continuous operation. Moreover, there are many reinforcements in the interior to replace the pilots. As soon as the airframe is manufactured, the pilots will be arranged to drive Chiyasha to attack. In addition to making Redyaksha, there is also a mobile fortress for making demons and scorpions. The battleship Besieging 2 and 3 battleships of Besieging are still hiding in the meteorite group. There is a 500-meter-long demon pedestal wandering around the Bachikage 2 battleship. The driver of Gundam TR Hazel Osla's final shooting version removed the covering helmet, twisted his neck, reached out, and rubbed his eyes so that his eyes would not be so tired. The driver then looked at the screen and aimed at the target Besieging 2 battleship. The ultra-long-range cannon bombards and suspends 5 floating amplifiers to the front, floating into a pentagonal shape, and an energy shield appears inside the pentagonal shape. Cannon bombarded the battleship Bachikage 2. The demon pedestal that has been roaming the Besieging 2 battleship is divided into 3 sections, with a total of 10 modules at a distance of 100 meters in the middle section. 10 modules exploded in front of the Besieging 2 battleship, and the 10 modules emitted countless beam particles at the moment of explosion. The ultra-long-range cannon fired by Gundam TR Hazel Osla final shooting version. The moment the cannon bombarded the beam particles, the cannon was offset by the beam particles a lot. The ultra-long-range cannon that threw itself into the protective cover of the Besieging 2 battleship was out of size and powerful, and could not penetrate the protective cover. It seems that these centipede-like mobile fortresses must be eliminated. Otherwise, these SHT-stirring mobile fortresses will only disgust us. Neo Gundam dodges the melee attack of a Redyaksha. Neo Gundam pushes the power of the beam saber in his right hand to the highest level, 6 megawatts, and cuts through the waist with one sword. The pilot of Gundam TR Hazel Osla's final shooting version looked like he just couldn't take a single hit, and then looked at the SHT-stirring stick just now, which was only about 400 meters long. The driver knew that another ultra-long-range cannon would be fired, and the Demon Scorpion would divide another 10 modules to resist his attack. The driver looked at the instrument and showed that the ultra-long-range cannon is currently too hot and needs to be dissipated. Fortunately, Big Lang still released a few steel and several containers. A radiator is placed in one of the containers, and a steel ball takes out the radiator. The radiator looks like a fire extinguisher. The nozzle is aimed at the ultra-long-range cannon, and a special liquid is sprayed to dissipate heat. After the temperature returns to normal, charge again and prepare to fire the next shot. On the battlefield, the body length of all the demon scorpions is less than 50 meters. The head of another demon peduncle was changed by the Jien Sword of the Angel R3, and it was cut in two. Yexes and Ibarakiduji fought back and forth. After Ibarakiduji's 6 darts were destroyed by Yexes, countless darts were ejected from the module released by the demon scorpion. Both Akiyasha and Ibarakidoji replenished the destroyed darts. Li Xiuqing looked at the 6 darts controlled by the opponent's mind and couldn't help complaining. Is this destroying loneliness? Yexes is also in the tank armor battle. The lower body and legs were destroyed by the opponent. When the lower body, the G-Bomber fighter, came to the scene, the lower body was separated and combined with the G-Bomber fighter. De Jong also looked at the EXS fit, and after returning to its original appearance, he scolded, "FCK, am I a white job? I worked so hard to destroy his lower body, but a fighter came directly. The fit is back to normal." However, De Jong had to admire long-phase design thinking for the combination function of EXS. This kind of separation of the damaged parts and then combination of new modules. The Demon Pedestal is equipped with the combination method of this Gundam. It is designed with reference to the Big Lang battlefield support mode. During the battle, Li Xiuqing had already grasped that Ibarakidoji could not absorb the Elf beam cannon at all because it had exceeded its absorption capacity. Although De Jong is a new human being, he did not receive injections to strengthen his physical strength. After fighting for more than an hour, De Jong was even more tired than Li Xiuqing. On the contrary, Li Xiuqing had injected the latest type of physical enhancement medicine and received relevant intensive physical training. Li Xiuqing has been fighting for more than 4 hours, but he is not very tired and can continue to fight. "Alice, I'll leave the battle to you for the time being. I'll have a drink first and be lazy." "No problem, master." Li Xiuqing removed the covering helmet, took out a bottle of refreshing drink and drank it, then twisted his neck and stretched. The Donyang Empire probably doesn't have mature physical strengthening surgery or injections. If we fight for another hour or so, this guy will be exhausted, and we will deal with him then. In addition to continuing to fire, the Gundam TR Hazel Osla final shooting version will also move back after each fire, trying to keep a distance from the second batch of meteorite blocks. Gundam TR Hazel Osla's final shot is fired again. The body of the demon pendulum responsible for protecting the besieging 2 battleships separated again, releasing 10 modules, which also emitted thick anti-beam particles at the moment of explosion. Ultra-long-range cannon results are the same as before. With the remaining 300 meters in length, the demon pedipale was supported by the battleship besieging 2, and 8 modules flew out from the ejection gate to fuse with the demon pedipale. The driver of Gundam TR Hazel Osla's final shooting version couldn't help frowning when he saw the situation just now from the special ultra-long-range camera. Then, the final shooting version of Gundam TR Hazel Osla moved back again, and the ultra-long-range cannon began to dissipate heat and charge. Behind the second batch of meteorite blocks came a Tianyi Barracks-class fleet. In addition to the battleships and the fleet firing beams and missiles at the meteorite blocks, Zaku, the spiritual power of the undead army, and the airframes equipped by the special forces also appeared. There are also 00 slashing enhancement mods, Blazing Angel Gundam GNHW/3G and Gundam Tristan RX 78KU 01 Juvenile. Yu Yang-chun and his team rushed back to Mars immediately after finishing their tasks. On the way, they also encountered special forces of the living dead. The 2 company-level fleets were temporarily combined into a battalion-level fleet, and they rushed back to Mars at the fastest speed. The 100 Ghosts Night Walking Troop did not expect that other Tianyi army would rush back, and they were being attacked from both sides at this moment. Among the 3 besieging battleships, 2 of them dispatched all the Red Knight Ghosts inside, a total of 125 units, and intercepted the enemy MS in the rear. The besieging 2 battleship and the 3 besieging warships have been lined up in a square formation, with the besieging 2 battleship at the front, 1 besieging warship on the left and right sides of the middle section, and 1 besieging warship at the rear. At present, the 3 8-foot mirrors have released all the red Yushas. There are still 100 red Yushas inside the besieging 2 battleship, and all of them are released at this moment. And there are 2 demon scorpions with a length of more than 200 meters. The internal maintenance plant and manufacturing plant continue to operate. As long as the airframe is repaired and manufactured, the driver will be arranged to drive the attack immediately. The propellers of the 4 battleships turned on, speeding up and rushing out of the meteorite block group. Long Fei knew that the 100 Ghosts Night Walking Troop was ready to play their whole cards. On Long Fei's battlefield, more than 60 Doom-type 3s and mass-produced Gundams were shot down, and Doom-type 3s accounted for the majority. On the Red Yaksha side, more than 130 units have been shot down. The remaining Chiyasha plus the newly invested Chiyasha, excluding the rear, total more than 200 units. It's just a matter of time before it's all wiped out. Taking advantage of their size advantages and the fact that the min of particles on site were not strong, the 4 warships launched missiles in addition to beam cannons. The point defense systems of all the MS on Long Fei's side are even better than those of other Tianyi armies' MS point defense systems. Energy weapons can generally counter missiles. Many Doom 3 and 1.5 Gundams lined up in 2 rows, with the point defense system turned on, and the beam system sniper rifles, submachine guns, etc. in their hands were under the command of several 1.5 Gundams. 1.5 Gundam Point Defense System Command Type is a technology designed and developed by Long Fei. It is currently in the testing stage and needs actual combat testing. Although the Point Defense System has a very high ability to intercept missiles, there is a huge problem, which is to activate the body of the Point Defense System. Once there are more than a plurality, then when the missiles responsible for intercepting, then it is possible that one missile will have several airframes attacking at the same time. This not only causes unnecessary waste of energy, but also allows some missiles to break through the defense line. As for the defense system, Long Fei did not participate in upgrading the system and software after development. Long Fei put all his energy on other places. Although many software engineers have upgraded the point defense system, each upgrade is unsatisfactory. Although the computing power and accuracy of the system have been improved, the problem of multiple aircraft overlapping targets still cannot be effectively solved. It was not until half a year ago that Long Fei officially optimized the point defense system and set up a new system. It is the commander type of point defense system, and this system is installed by the captain machine. Currently, it is only given to the Angels of Doom and some special and elite units for testing. All the MS with the point defense system turned on, and under the deployment and command of the Point Defense System Commander, all the airframes fired in an orderly manner and shot down the assigned targets. All the missiles were shot down one by one. Although the beams crossed, they did not overlap the target, and each beam hit the target. Every beam of light must have a burst of fireworks. 30 Misfortune 3, under the distribution of 2 1.5 Gundams, shot down all 2,000 missiles launched by enemy warships, and the last missile was shot down only 8 kilometers away from the point defense body. Each airframe is allocated 61-63 missiles to be responsible for shooting down. This result made Long Fei very satisfied. Point Defense System Commander Type. This system is very good. It can be linked with the team. It is estimated that the status of the missile will be run out again, and the status as a weapon will be on the next level. It seems that a new generation of energy-based missiles must be developed, or missiles with anti-beams must be developed. On the other hand, the commander of the besieging fleet was shocked. Although the Tianyi Empire's point defense system is the best in the world, as long as there are enough of them, it will affect many aircraft to attack the same missile at the same time. This also caused some missiles to break through the defense line without being attacked. This is why the missiles still have a place and can continue to be put on the battlefield. However, 2,000 missiles were launched before, and the distance from the battlefield was about 500 kilometers. As a result, only 32 airframes were fired at a distance of about 300 kilometers, and 2,000 missiles were shot down. It directly shocked the commander. Could this be their newly upgraded point defense system? The commander didn't expect this kind of thing to happen. Damn it! If the missiles continue to fire, it's just a waste. At this time, the staff reported to the commander. General, the Amaterasu mirror has reached the range of the enemy's Guardian fleet, and the energy has been replenished. Okay, the Amaterasu mirror is activated. The mirror-like flat layer on the upper part of the besieging 2 battleship began to be lifted up until it stood upright. The mirror is like a translucent glass mirror, and it starts to rotate, and the front of the mirror is aimed at the Guardian fleet in the distance. A sun-like energy ball appeared above the Bocce Mirror 2 battleship and floated behind the mirror. The sun-like energy ball is shining on the back of the mirror at this moment, and the front of the mirror is instantly dazzling like the sun, and the entire light wraps around the mirror. The commander of the battleship Besieging 2 put his mother finger on the button and said, "Taste the sun-like radiance of the Amaterasu mirror." After speaking, he pressed the button with his mother finger. The Guardian fleet has already taken precautions. The 3 space fortress downs are lined up in a row. The other warships are behind the space fortress. Even the MS of the Sky Wing Army and the mobile fortress who are still fighting. After the Guardian fleet sent out the signal flare, they all retreated immediately. Go out of the battlefield and hide in the fleet. The Dion pirates, who were fighting, saw the Tianyi army, which had clearly gained the upper hand, actually withdrew from the battlefield, making everyone feel confused. Dikla was at a place where the men of particles were not strong, and used a long-range camera to discover the Bacamira 2 battleship. The upper part of the lens was like the sun's rays, and it seemed that it was about to fire at the first batch of Guardian fleet and the group of meteorites. Dikla immediately sent out an emergency communication telling all the machines to hide in the meteorite block group. However, there are dense men of particles in the location of the meteorite group, and the basic communication cannot be transmitted or received, and there is no superconducting communication of the Skywing Army. Dikla could only watch helplessly as the battleship Besieging 2 launched the Amaterasu mirror with his own regret and self-pity. Resenting his incompetence, he killed the soldiers who followed him. The battleship Besieging 2 began to face the Guardian fleet like a mirror wrapped in sun rays. The scorching rays of the sun shone on the Guardian fleet. 3 Battlestar Downs opened the protective cover system, Giant's Shield. The principle of the Amaterasu mirror is like a magnifying glass that uses sunlight to burn targets. The Amaterasu mirror projected onto the target and swept from right to left, and the projected scorching light shone on the Giant's shield, causing waves of ripples. The 3 giant shields resisted the irradiation of the mirror of the sky, and the battleships, MS and mobile fortresses hiding in the 3 space fortresses could only pray that the giant shields could be carried down. The mirror of Amaterasu swiped from right to left, and the scorching energy could not burn through the giant's shield. Then, the scorching light of the Amaterasu mirror shone on the Dion pirates who had just reacted. Only now did they discover that the scorching light was not their own weapon, because they knew very well that they did not have such a weapon. It must be another force that attacked them. Some new humans with a keen sense of foreseeing the crisis have already rushed into the meteorite block group. The new humans who hid in the meteorite group also sent out communications or signal flares to notify other colleagues. But because of the relationship between the men of particles, none of the colleagues could receive it. Some of the latter's quick response drivers hurriedly hid in the meteorite block group, and the slow response drivers were evaporated by the scorching light of the Amaterasu mirror along with the body. Some of the violet holy machines who hid in the meteorite group were not all lucky enough to escape. Some meteorites with smaller volumes and relatively empty interiors quickly evaporated to nothing under the self-heating light, and some violet holy machines evaporated together with these meteorites. Only a small number of violet holy machines were lucky enough to hide in the deep meteorite block group, and survived by relying on several meteorites in front of them as several layers of bunkers. The Amaterasu mirror fired a wave, and the Guardian fleet was completely blocked by the giant shields of the 3 space fortress downs to prevent other colleagues from being destroyed. On the contrary, there were less than 20 violet holy machines left in the Dion pirates, and less than 10 meteorites left. Moreover, the trajectories of these meteorites were shifted by the irradiation just now. Dikla watched countless subordinates evaporate and disappear under the scorching light. Dikla shed tears of regret. This result surprised many people. The commander of the Hyakki Knight fleet did not expect that his own shot of the Amaterasu mirror would not only fail to destroy the target, but help the target solve the enemy. The commander immediately issued an order, and the whole ship accelerated and rushed to Mars. Long Fei also didn't expect that the giant's shield could completely take down the Amaterasu mirror, let alone that the white ghost Nightwalk would sell his teammates directly. The purpose of the Amaterasu mirror was to eliminate the Guardian fleet and the Dion pirates in one go. As a result, the teammates were killed, but none of the enemies were killed. The Guardian fleet directly adjusted their guns and prepared to kill the Hyakki Knight fleet. Kuroda Chung also estimates that if he can receive this news, he will probably vomit blood. This is the first time that the Space Fortress Downs has shown the giant's shield. The scene just now was also broadcast live by the entire international reporter, and Kuroda City was also very aggrieved watching it. Originally, Kuroda City didn't expect to get Mars back, but a few years ago, Mr. Mai from Dallas State sent someone to secretly meet with his organization. This made Kuroda City also feel hopeful in his heart, thinking that as long as he obtained the advanced technology of the Dallas country, and then secretly cooperated with the Dallas country and several forces, he would be able to get rid of Long Fei and retake Mars. For Kuroda Joya, recapturing Mars has always been his biggest dream. Compared with being the Emperor of Donyang Empire, being the Emperor of Mars gives him an incomparable sense of power and desire. Although it is the real power behind the Donyang Empire, the national strength of the Donyang Empire has always been small, although it has squeezed into the ranks of international powers by virtue of its relatively strong technological and economic capabilities. But in terms of sorting, it's just low level. His own wife is a person of no opinion, completely as his marionette. The Amaterasu mirror is also a super weapon born by mixing the technology of the people of Dallas and the technology of the Dion Empire. Originally, it was intended to take away the enemies and teammates, but it turned out to be like this. General, more than 300 missiles are coming from the right. The staff exclaimed. The battleship besieging 2, the battleship besieging on the right side and the rear of the middle section activate the point defense system. Countless light beams and electromagnetic artillery shells crossed, and missiles were shot down continuously. More than 50 missiles broke through the line of defense, and the 3 warships shot down more than 50 missiles with guard turrets, and only a few missiles hit the 8-foot mirror warship on the right side of the middle section. Several mobile drill missiles did not cause much damage to the besieging battleship. The general, commander of the Hyakki Knight fleet, was surprised. The only information he had was that the Guardian force was guarding Mars, and the other forces were dealing with other meteorites and space junk. Even if some troops rushed back to Mars, they were intercepted by other troops organized by their 100 Ghosts Night Walk. But why are there missile attacks now? The Men of Particle Relational Radar can't detect the exact location of the sneak attacking enemy at all, and can only rely on the staff to roughly infer the location through the reverse calculation of the source of the missile. The general walked to the special glass window, took a special electronic telescope to check, and found that a regiment-level fleet was 20,000 kilometers away from them. The electronic telescope could only capture the outline of this fleet. The commander made some adjustments and found that the flag of this fleet was not the Tianyi army, but the Tianyi mercenary group. Strange, the Tianyi mercenary group is at the mother base of Mars. According to the information they are either on missions to merchant ships away from Mars, or to assist other Tianyi troops in dealing with meteorites and space junk. The reason is that they should not have extra manpower. It can help the Skywing army. In fact, this new Tianyi mercenary fleet did come from the mother base, but this Tianyi mercenary fleet is just a rookie unit with no combat experience, just to catch the ducks on the shelves. Of course, this was only Long Fei's temporary backup. The Guardian fleet is rushing to support, but they are still hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from the opponent, and it will take a while. It also took a while for Long Fei and his group to rush over. The automatic navigation and automatic defense system was also turned on for a while on the way. The Hyakki Knight fleet continued to rush towards Mars at the fastest speed. On the other side, the battle between Li Xiuqing and De Yang was about to be decided. Ibaraki Doji's 6 darts were still destroyed by Alice. Ibaraki Doji was dodging the EXS leg-reflecting wired cannon unit at this time. Although Ibaraki Doji's body could absorb cannons, there was a limit. Once more than 4 cannon shots are absorbed within 1 minute, Ibaraki Doji's body will overheat, and the absorbed energy may be erupted in different parts to achieve the cooling effect. What Young is most worried about at this moment is not being hit by the EXSS leg-reflecting wired anti-cannon unit and being forced to absorb too much cannon energy. In fact, the real purpose of EXS is to destroy Ibaraki Doji's long-range laser cannon. In the early days, Ibaraki Doji's long-range laser cannon was destroyed once, and in the end it could only be replaced by the beam rifle on his waist, transferring the absorbed energy to the beam rifle to fight back. The beam rifle was also destroyed when another long-range laser cannon was sent by the demon cockroach. At this moment, De Jong didn't dare to let the new long-range laser cannon he had finally obtained be destroyed, because the demon scorpion was either destroyed or the modules had already been consumed. If the long-range laser cannon is destroyed, the absorbed cannon energy cannot be transferred back to the opponent. The retractable shield in Ibaraki Doji's left hand was destroyed by EXSS electromagnetic rifle. The 4 cannon barrels on the back of the EXS are continuously firing, using the continuous reflection of the leg-reflecting wired anti-cannon unit to conduct tricky attacks from different angles. Ibaraki Doji kept dodging right and left, or jumped up and down like a heart instrument testing his pulse, very embarrassed. De Jong felt extremely aggrieved. As a new human being, he was suppressed by ordinary human beings. In fact, in terms of the control skills of De Jong and Li Xiuqing is slightly stronger, but when Li Xiuqing fought against De Jong, he had already fought for a long time, and the situation was only 7 or 8 out of 10. However, Li Xiuqing has Alice as his right-hand assistant, so Li Xiuqing can do more with less. Alice, let me control the head wired cannon. Okay, master. De Jong was exhausted at the moment, and his spirit was a little dazed. While trying to dodge the reflected cannon, he did not notice the sneak attack of the EXSS wired cannon on the head. Ibaraki Doji was dodging a cannon that passed across his chest, but he didn't notice the wired cannon in the upper right corner of his head. When a shot hit the long-range laser cannon, the whole cannon broke in half. De Jong felt the vibration of the right control stick and looked at the screen on the right in horror. An explosion in the middle of the long-range laser cannon on the right hand of the machine came into his eyes. Oops! De Jong knew something bad was about to happen to him. The EXS switched to cruise mode, and the core fighter, the upper half of the fighter and the lower half of the fighter attacked Ibaraki Doji. What does this guy want to do? De Jong couldn't figure out what tricks his opponent was playing. The upper and lower parts of the fighter planes were attacking Ibaraki Doji from both sides, and the blue cannon fired continuously. Ibaraki Doji could only pull out a pair of beam saber handles on his back. Ibaraki Doji was hit several times by the cannon, and the absorbed energy was turned to the beam saber, and the blade of the beam saber was directly extended to 40 meters. Ibaraki Doji rushed to the core fighter. Li Xiuqing pressed the button, and the Vulcan cannons of the core fighter fired one after another. The power of the Vulcan cannon basically cannot cause any damage to Ibaraki Doji's armor, but the bullets of the Vulcan cannon are high explosive bullets, and when they focus on the target, they will emit a strong explosion smoke. De Jong couldn't see the core fighter plane clearly from the screen, and when the smoke went up, the core fighter plane lifted off. Just as Ibaraki Doji was about to give chase, the siren sounded. The lower part of the fighter plane collided head-on, and Ibaraki Doji had no time to dodge, so he could only cut off the fighter plane with the beam saber in his hand. The fighter plane that was cut in half exploded violently, and the violent shock wave made Ibaraki Doji's entire body unbalanced. The violent vibration from the cockpit made De Jong dizzy from the shock. De Jong immediately shook his head, hoping to wake himself up quickly, but his vision was a little blurry at the moment. Just as the line of sight returned to normal, the upper half of the fighter plane also came head-on. De Jong reacted naturally, and Ibaraki Doji swept it in half with a sword. Not good. There was a sense of crisis, and De Jong regretted and feared at the moment, because De Jong knew that the nuclear furnace of the upper half of the fighter was destroyed and caused a nuclear explosion. Ibaraki Doji was hit by a nuclear explosion head-on again, and the violent nuclear explosion directly caused great harm to Ibaraki Doji. More than 60% of the body was destroyed. Only the chest was still intact, but the armor on the chest also had obvious cracks. The cockpit of Ibaraki Doji was affected by the nuclear explosion, which caused some instruments to overload and explode, injuring Dell. Countless blood flowed everywhere in the cockpit, and De Jong, who was seriously injured, looked at the cockpit that kept jumping off the screen. How is this possible? De Jong looked at the EXS on the jumping screen. De Jong, who was a little confused at the moment, really didn't understand that the upper and lower parts of the fighter plane had been destroyed. Why is the core fighter combined with the previous upper and lower parts of the fighter? In fact, the EXS can be combined because the new upper and lower fighters rushed to the battlefield quickly, so Li Xiuqing decided to sacrifice the original upper and lower fighters. After Ibaraki Doji was severely injured, the core fighters were combined into EXS. EXS right-handed elf cannon took away Ibaraki Doji, who was no longer able to fight. Ibaraki Doji was swallowed by the spirit beam and exploded, turning into ashes of the universe. At this time, a split video suddenly popped up on the screen in the EXS cockpit, and it was Salamanda contacting. Xiao Cheng, have you killed your opponent? It's gone. Then hurry up and help. Good. The EXS switches to cruise mode and quickly rushes to support its companions. When Li Xiuqing rushed to the scene, the 100 Ghost Knight fleet still had some red yakshas and demons as escorts, and the 4 warships were also firing with all their might. Gundam TR Hazel Osla's final shooting version fires the ultra-long-range cannon again. The Demon Scorpion responsible for protecting the besieging 2 battleships separated and released a few modules, leaving only 3 modules. It can be said that the last anti-beam particles blocked the last ultra-long-range beam cannon for the besieging 2 battleship. The Demon Pedestal sent out the last 3 modules, sending the final weapon support to his colleagues. After the remaining head and tail are combined, when the powerful beam energy is brewing in the mouth of the Demon Seeder, a Z+ Hummingbird fires an elf beam cannon to destroy it. On the other hand, as the rookie troop of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps, they have not only a serious lack of combat experience, but also poor combat coordination. At a distance of 10,000 kilometers from the target, these new bird troops fired beam cannons. Even if it can really hit the target, the power of the beam is greatly reduced at such a long distance. The electromagnetic accelerator gun fired by the shield-breaking destroyer. In addition to the distance relationship, the target has been moving forward, resulting in a deviation in accuracy. The electromagnetic accelerator did not hit the Bacamira, but when the electromagnetic bomb passed behind the Bacamira, it caused a burst of ripples and explosions. Suddenly, a large meteorite block with a diameter of more than 15 kilometers appeared suddenly. At the center of the formation of the Hyakki Knight fleet, there were more than 30 propellers of different sizes behind the large meteorite block. When Long Fei saw this big meteorite, an electric current flashed through his head, and he saw the illusion earlier. A large meteorite fell towards the capital, and the outline of that meteorite was exactly the same as this meteorite. At this time, the propeller behind the large meteorite block was turned on, and the large meteorite block was facing Mars. Long Fei ordered to destroy this big meteorite no matter what. At this moment, all the propellers of the new bird troops turned on the propellers and rushed towards the enemy with all their strength. All the warships of the Hyakki Knight fleet turned their propellers to 120%, the purpose of which was to cover the large meteorites rushing towards Mars. In addition to the group of meteorites in the rear, there are nearly 100 Chiyashas that are still resisting Yu Yangchun and his party. There are less than 50 red Yushas left in the Hyakki Yakura fleet, and only 2 demon scorpions. The new bird fleet released the airship troops to rush towards the large meteorite block, and the new bird fleet launched missiles and beams to cover the airship troops to advance. Part of the fully armored Hyakushikai and Delta Kai entered the interior of the Bachikage battleship to destroy it. The purpose was to destroy the Bachikage battleship and weaken the defense capability of the Hyakki Knight fleet. The Guardian fleet launched wave after wave of missile groups. Inlay and the MS, who could transform into fighter jets, all used the missile groups as cover to rush to the left of the middle section of the target fleet. The battleship Bachikage 2 is ready to launch the second attack, the Amaterasu Mirror, and the target is the new bird troops. As long as the new bird troops can be destroyed, the damage can be reduced. However, the number of Chiyashas is seriously insufficient, which has led to countless mass-produced Gundams breaking through the defense line. The Bachikage 2 battleship launched beam cannons and near-defense turrets all over its body, hoping to shoot down the mass-produced Gundams attacking. However, the mass-produced Gundam itself has excellent maneuverability, and not only excellent new humans, but also ordinary human drivers with rich combat skills. The beam turret and guard guns of the 8-foot mirror battleship are not as flexible as the mass-produced Gundam. The full-armored 100-style modification launched 2 consecutive missile pods and beam cannons on the waist and destroyed several beam turrets and guard guns in succession. A beam blasted towards the full-armored 100-type modification, and the main body I-stand generator activated the I-stand to block the beam. Then the full-armored 100-type changed to launch a long-range mega cannon, blasting open one of the gates. Several mass-produced Gundams entered the interior of the Yashikugami 2 for destruction. Gundam TR Hazel Osla Final Shooting Edition launches a super long-range cannon. The battleship Besieging 2 does not have the protection of the Demon Pedestal and emits anti-beam particles to counteract the ultra-long-range cannon. The ultra-long-range cannon directly hit the Besieging 2 battleship. Although the protective cover offset part of the power, about 60% of the power was still bombarded on the Besieging 2 battleship. A shock came from the inside of the Besieging 2 battleship, and all the staff in the command could feel a feeling from the earthquake. The commanding general gripped the armchair tightly with both hands to prevent the whole person from flying directly out of the chair. How much percent has the Amaterasu mirror been charged? How long will it take? General, it will take another 30 minutes to charge up to 60%. The general was speechless for a while, because unexpected things would happen in these 30 minutes, and the news just came that several gates had been blasted open, and more than 10 mass-produced Gundams had already entered. At this time, another staff member reported, "General, the 8-foot mirror warship on the right side of the middle of the formation has stopped operating, and there is no movement at all, as if it was destroyed by the enemy." The general made a gesture at this time, and one of the staff immediately checked it with the ship's camera and then reported, "General, our colleague's warship has not been destroyed, but it is not in operation." The general was very puzzled. The 8-foot mirror battleship that stopped operating was actually destroyed by the internal nuclear power generator. The besieging battleship was once captured by the Tianyi army, and they knew its internal structure very well, and quickly destroyed its internal nuclear power engine, as well as some internal hard seat facilities. The violent explosion caused when the nuclear power engine was destroyed also caused great damage to the interior. After the 8-foot mirror battleship on the right side of the middle section stopped operating, it was attacked by many missiles. The airship unit sent by the New Bird unit was not attacked by any attack and rushed towards the large meteorite. The war reporters who broadcast the live broadcast reported the current situation and believed that it was only a matter of time before the Tianyi Empire resolved the current war that was a near miss. Kuroda City also watched the current live report, and when he learned that the large meteorite was only more than 1 million kilometers away from Mars, he couldn't help but sneered. The defense system of the 8-foot mirror battleship on the left side of the middle section of the Hyakki Night Fleet was unable to withstand wave after wave of incoming missile groups, and was continuously bombarded by mobile drill missiles, causing a lot of damage. What's worse is that the interior was also invaded by some mass-produced Gundams. The end was the same as that of the fellow warships just now, and the internal nuclear engines were destroyed. The internal command of the Besieging 2 battleship has been receiving bad news. Bad news kept coming, and the general knew that it was only a matter of time before his warship was destroyed. At this time, the staff passed a bad news that made him decide to initiate the self-destruct procedure. "General, the Amaterasu mirror was shattered. Even the energy core was destroyed." The general could only punch the podium, then took a deep breath and typed a program code on the keyboard on the podium. A red button device appeared on the podium, and the general closed his eyes and pressed it. The nuclear power engine inside the Besieging 2 battleship suddenly exploded, and then the self-destruct program also started to launch the internal bombs, which continued to explode. Everyone on the Hachikage 2 battleship died under this self-destruct procedure, and even the mass-produced Gundam units that carried out internal destruction operations were not spared. The internal explosion of the battleship Besieging 2 turned into a burst of huge fireworks. On the other side, The airship unit of the New Bird unit has entered the large meteorite block, and the suppression force has begun internal suppression and is preparing to turn off the propeller. There are members of Hyaki Yakaku who have been brainwashed to resist. As the suppression soldiers of the New Bird troop, although some members joined after retiring from the Tianyi army, most of them are ordinary people who have received relevant training after joining the Tianyi mercenary group. The coordination of those veterans is also slightly insufficient. Appears flustered when attacked by enemies. On the other side, when the airship troops sent by the Guardian fleet entered the large meteorite block, there was a sudden violent explosion and vibration. Many suppressors of the New Bird force died from explosions and shocks. 2 meteorites with a diameter of 2 kilometers were separated under the continuous explosion of the large meteorite block, and they rushed to Mars quickly with the help of the violent explosion shock wave. The Mars Ground Defense Force hastened to launch a large number of nuclear missiles to destroy the 2 meteorites. On the other side, a large meteorite block with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers rushed towards Mars more quickly. On Longfei's side, there was no such weapon as the Flying Wing Zero-style destruction cannon that could destroy it. The only way is to first turn off the propellers inside the large meteorite block and bomb all nearby airframes with weapons from the outside. In a few hours, the suppression soldiers of the New Bird squad and the Guardian fleet inside the large meteorite block were attacked from both sides, but the interior was covered with layers of traps, making it difficult for them to advance. In 4 hours, only one of the consoles was barely closed, and part of the thrusters were turned off. Although the speed of the large meteorite block was slowed down, it still couldn't stop it from colliding with the Martian capital area. The capital area is also undergoing emergency dispersal at this moment, and the ground troops are trying their best to take the local people to a safe place. Tao Xiang, as the queen of the Tianyi Empire, did not leave the scene immediately, but stayed on the scene to direct and personally sit in charge. Tao Xiang asked the palace guards to take away the Empress Dowager, the princess, the prince, Long Huiwan, and others to a safe place. Ground forces barely managed to destroy the 2 separate pieces of the meteorite. The distance to the large meteorite was less than 800,000 kilometers, and this situation also surprised all the field reporters on the scene. They did not expect that the other party would have a backup. Several war reporters who entered the large meteorite block to report did not expect that since there are layers of traps inside, and people who are not afraid of death are resisting. There were also some nuclear missiles leaping out from the ground of Mars and bombarding this large meteorite. Unexpectedly, they did not cause much damage. No one would have expected that the large meteorite block would be treated to prevent nuclear explosions. Your Majesty, if this continues, the big meteorite will hit the capital, and the Yagama battleship and the Flying Wing Type 0 will not be able to catch up. Yu Yangchuan's 00/strengthening model is still far away at this moment, and it is also impossible to catch up. Come on, what should we do? Salamander reported and asked Long Fei. Then use our body to push back. How is this possible, Your Majesty? Neo Gundam rushed to the front of the big meteorite block. Long Fei responded to Salamander. Neo Gundam is not just good-looking. Dikla drove the dilapidated Zishingang holy machine, heading forward, watching his plan. Although it was used by others, at least his plan was successfully implemented. Dikla still had a sense of joy. At least his revenge was avenged. Your Majesty, this is too messy. Salamander, is there any other way than this? My wife, children, and my people are all there. As a husband, a father, and an emperor, I will not stand up. Who will protect them? No matter whatever. I'm going to push it back. Salamander had nothing to say for a while, and ordered other colleagues to follow him to help His Majesty the Emperor. Li Xiuqing and Pan Jinhua also followed Niu Gaodao with some subordinates. Li Xiuqing said directly, Gundam is not only capable of fighting, but also looks good. Oh my god, Emperor Long Fei of the Tianyi Empire is driving his own Gundam, and his subordinates are pushing this big meteorite away. One after another, Gundams also joined the Emperor in an attempt to push the meteorite away. All the war reporters on the scene were reporting, some live broadcast media, some barrage. Many people thought that what Long Fei did was futile. But some random people said, don't forget that Long Fei is a new human being, and the new human being may cause miracles. Then, Doom 3 and Mobile Fortress followed more and more to push the meteorite together. Inside the large meteorite block, a war reporter wearing a space suit who was reporting live. The current battle is still going on. I don't know what's going on with this group of people. They are not afraid of death at all. After emptying all the ammunition and bullets, they pull out. He rushed to the Tianyi army with a knife and was shot to death in the end. Beam bullets flew across the scene, and war reporters reported live from a relatively safe place. Long Fei and his team, who were struggling to push the meteorite, had a total of more than 200 airframes. The final shooting version of Gundam TR Hazel Asla is doing side strikes, but after 2 shots, the energy of the booster device is exhausted. The ultra-long-range cannon is overheated at the moment, and the heat dissipation props have been exhausted, so we must wait for the delivery container to arrive. The MS and mobile fortresses of the New Bird Fleet and Guardian Fleet are rushing to the scene quickly. Oh my god, the blue spiritual airflow has reappeared in front of everyone, and the spiritual airflow is stronger and thicker than the previous battle. Neo Gundam exudes a strong blue spiritual airflow, and the blue spiritual airflow even wraps all the bodies that follow Neo Gundam to push the meteorite. Whether it was ordinary humans using superconducting communication or new humans with telepathic abilities, everyone heard Long Fei's voice. Everyone, if we don't push this big meteorite away, it will definitely hit our Mars. This will definitely set off a strong sandstorm on Mars. It is impossible to predict how much sequelae it will cause on Mars, let alone how many there will be. Casualties, the last ones to bear this injury, must be the compatriots living on Mars. And it's a pain that will stay in our hearts forever. Are we going to leave this pain to future generations? Although I was born on Earth, I came here and became the Emperor of Mars. I have the responsibility to protect Mars and the people living on this planet. Everyone, push away the meteorite with me, protect Mars, and protect our relatives on the ground. After Long Fei finished speaking, he exuded a stronger spiritual aura. All new humans can feel Long Fei's mental fluctuations. He really wants to protect Mars and his people. The warriors fighting inside the meteorite block also felt the spiritual fluctuations of their emperor, which gave them an invisible force and made them guard Mars no matter what. Your Majesty, we are willing to advance and retreat with you. All the pilots who pushed the big meteorite together with Long Fei shouted in unison. Numerous pilots of the Guardian Fleet and the New Bird Force rushed to the scene. These pilots were originally the former Dion army who were dissatisfied with Long Fei's noodles or the neutral Martian residents. They could all feel Long Fei's protection. The sincerity of Mars and the people made them extremely moved and resonated. They already agreed in their hearts that Long Fei was their emperor, and they were willing to pledge their allegiance to Long Fei and to sacrifice their lives for the Tianyi Empire. Dikla also felt Long Fei's mental fluctuations, but Dikla let out a hysterical cry. Fake. All of them are fake. Citizens of the Dion Empire, don't believe this hypocrite. He is lying to you. This is just deceiving you, and I will definitely avoid it at the last moment. No one heard Dikla's hysterical cry, and even if someone heard it, they would refute him on the spot. As the eldest grandson of the Dion Empire in the past, he threw meteorites on Mars. He never thought that the people who were hurt in the end would be those people. You are the executioner who caused the lives of the people to die. What qualifications does a person like you have to be our emperor's eldest grandson? What qualifications does your highness have to be our emperor? It's a pity that even if someone refuted and accused him on the spot, Dikla, who had fallen into a demon, couldn't listen. After Tao Xiang felt her husband's mental fluctuations, Tao Xiang tried to contact Long Fei. After finally contacting Long Fei, Fei, you leave quickly, I don't want to lose you. Tao Xiang begged Long Fei with tears in her eyes. Honey, I can't leave, and I can't give up. I have the responsibility to protect you and my people. Even if there is only one person in the capital, I can't give up and shrink back. This is my responsibility as the emperor. But fly, Long Fei directly interrupted. Tao Xiang, as my wife and the queen of the Tianyi Empire, you should know what a great responsibility is, and I believe you know that a great responsibility falls on everyone. Tao Xiang fell silent, and she also knew that what Long Fei said was correct. Tao Xiang could only silently pray for a miracle to happen and her husband to return. Oops, my body seems to be out of balance, and there seems to be something wrong with the pseudo-solar furnace. The orange-red particles emitted by an Erdo-3 were unstable, and the operation of the pseudo-solar furnace suddenly dropped by less than 30%, just as the entire machine was about to fly out. A 1.5 Gundam grabbed its hand and pulled it over. Sir, let go, or it will drag you down. What nonsense. We are comrades in arms. We can't give up. Let's help His Majesty the Emperor together. My body is already failing. You caught me like this and killed you. Let go, sir. It is better to die alone than two. I will never let go. The driver of Doom Type 3 saw the officer so persistent, so in order not to drag him down, he pulled out the GN sword with his right hand and swung it towards his left arm while Doom Type 3 was still in use. Bastard, what are you doing, stupid? Just as Doomsday 3 was about to cut off the joints of his left arm, his right hand was suddenly grabbed. It turned out that a MKV grabbed its right hand. Don't give up lightly. We don't know who will win until the last moment. We must fight with His Majesty until the end. You, the driver of Doom 3, looked at the Tianyi mercenary on the split screen and then said to his commander, Sir, I'm sorry, I shouldn't give up lightly. Silly boy, I will give you a punch when I go back. The officer scolded with a smile. The Doom Type 3 investigated on the instrument and then typed on the keyboard, hoping to make a remedy. The Doom Type 3 responded as if sensing the driver's unwillingness to give up, and the Doom Type 3 pseudo-solar furnace returned to normal. When many airframes seemed to be out of control, they were about to float out and were caught by other companions, or after being rescued by the airframes that rushed out while floating out, the pilots made a series of adjustments and self-rescue. Follow other companions, and continue to push the meteorite block. Everyone's concerted efforts were also photographed by some war reporters. Countless reporters at the scene paid tribute to these soldiers with the spirit of never giving up. No matter how powerful your mental strength is, you can't push away the meteorite. If you give up now, you still have a chance to survive, but then your status in the hearts of the people will fall to the bottom. Kuroda City also watched the live broadcast sneered. On the other side, Su Jingyun was very nervous watching the live broadcast, clasped her hands tightly, and prayed silently in her heart. Long Fei, please be safe. Longhua, Longfu, Longquan, and their relatives have been taken to a safe place. Everyone is watching the live broadcast, and everyone is praying for Longfei's safety. Tao Xiang prayed extremely strongly in her heart, folded her hands together, and muttered in a low voice. Fei, you must come back. You must come back. On Mars, all the people of the Tianyi Empire watched the live broadcast, seeing that their emperor was guarding them, and all the people prayed that the emperor and the frontline soldiers would return safely. The prayers of countless new humans on the ground, the spirits of countless individuals, whether strong or weak, all drifted to the emperor who fought for them and guarded them with his life. Wait a minute, what's going on with Mars? How come there are countless starlights, spiritual air currents of various colors and sizes, drifting from Mars to blue spiritual air currents? The cameras of countless field reporters on the scene have captured countless starlight spots and airflows of various colors on Mars, scrambling to float to the blue airflow. The brilliant, colorful airflow is formed in the intersection of starlight and various colored airflows and blue airflows. There are countless dazzling embellished stars in the colorful airflow. This scene shocked everyone who watched the live broadcast. A thought flashed in everyone's mind. Is this the miracle of the new human beings working together? Is this the unpredictable spiritual power of the new human beings? Could it be that the fluctuation of long phase mental air current resonated with them and produced a miracle? Seeing the scene in front of him, Dikla felt extremely frustrated in his heart. But he had fallen into a magic barrier, unable to accept the facts, and roared even more hysterically. You idiots are all a group of idiots. Why should you believe the words of this enemy who robbed our planet? He is an enemy. Idiots. Snort. Dikla was hysterical, and he heard a familiar voice in the depths of his mind, and he stopped abruptly. Grandpa. Dikla looked at the spiritual body of his grandpa in front of the screen, and Julius was still standing beside him. Fardis looked at his eldest grandson with disappointment. Dikra, you let me down so much. If you let go of your hatred and spend the rest of your life on the same side as your aunt, I will be gratified. But, for revenge, you have to sacrifice the people on Mars. They are all us. The common people, even our compatriots. Why are you so ruthless? Facing Grandpa's questioning, Dikla responded, Grandpa, I want revenge. I want revenge against Long Fei, and I want to restore the Dion Empire. Even if you can really take revenge, the kingdom of Dion is restored. Can you hold it? Can you protect all the new humans on Mars? Your ability is simply impossible. That's why I begged Long Fei before I died, begging him to be the master of this planet, begging him to protect the new humans on Mars, just because he can do it, but you can't do it at all. And it didn't make me think that you dragged other new humans for revenge going into the water will kill Long Fei, who can protect the new humans. Everything you do will only become the eternal sinner of the new mankind, and you will be a pillar of shame in the history of the new mankind. Faced with Fadis's reprimand, Dikla was speechless. He didn't expect that everything he did was wrong in his grandfather's heart. I, Fardis, don't have your grandson, and you don't deserve to be my grandson, and you don't even have the right to call me Grandpa. After Fadis finished speaking, he turned into a red spiritual airflow and floated towards Long Fei. Julius glanced at Dikla, shook his head, and turned into a purple airflow to follow the red airflow. Dikla felt extremely ashamed when he was reprimanded by his grandfather, but he didn't expect that everything he did was wrong. Dikla took out a briefcase from the hidden compartment of the driver's seat, took out the pistol inside and pointed it at his temple, pulled the trigger, and ended his life. What's going on here? Why are there red and purple airflows drifting towards Long Fei? How do these two red and purple airflows look like Fadis and Julius back then? My God, there are two figures appearing in these two streams of spiritual energy. I don't know if it should be called the soul body or the spiritual body. My God, I was scared to death. Isn't this Fardis and Julius? Kuroda City also jumped up from the chair and looked at Fardis's mental body with resentment. He didn't expect that the person he hated the most died, but his spirit was still there. Damn Fardis, you are still unwilling to rest in peace after you die, and you still want to disrupt my plan. Kuroda City was also a little out of control and directly picked up the teacup on the table and threw it on the ground. Everyone who watched the live broadcast was taken aback, and everyone had a flash of a thought. Does the new human have a so-called soul after death? On the other side, Long Fei received the spiritual power of countless new humans, and each new human spirit was injected into Long Fei with energy, such as hope, hard work, and other positive emotions. Although these mental powers were not integrated with Long Fei, they improved Long Fei's mental power a lot, and pushed the meteorite together with these spiritual powers. Moreover, this spiritual power also made all the new humans who were fighting side by side with Long Fei, even the adjusters and ordinary people, feel an indescribable positive energy gathering in their bodies. But Long Fei did not expect that Bosque, the former king of Salamanda, would appear beside him. Long Fei found that Bosque's spiritual body was even more ethereal because it was his remaining spiritual power in the room. Long Fei, I don't have much spiritual power left, but I still want to do a little bit for you. I dedicate this power to you. I hope it can help you a little. Bosque, you will disappear forever if you do this. It doesn't matter. Under your leadership, the country will be prosperous and the people will be safe. The people will be prosperous and the country will be strong, and we can't lose you. Except, Bosque hadn't finished speaking when he suddenly sensed a familiar force. Long Fei also felt the spiritual bodies of Fardis and Julius coming to his side. Hey, my defeated Bosque, I didn't expect you to be in such a bad mental state after death. A loser is a loser, and you are still useless. Fadi satirized Bosque. Not to be outdone, Bosque fought back. Humph, you are not much better. You are also a loser. At least my mental body is not as bad as yours. Bosque wanted to retort, but Long Fei interrupted directly. Guys, if you are here to quarrel, I advise you to find a place to quarrel. The two rivals stopped talking. Fadi said, Long Fei, this meteorite is about to rush into the atmosphere. Although there are countless spiritual powers to help you, it can't change the current situation. I will help you and give all my spiritual power. If you do this, your spiritual body will disappear. That is to say, your soul will be scattered. It doesn't matter. As long as I can protect the new humans on Mars, I will sacrifice, so what? I didn't expect Fardis to know how to sacrifice himself to save others. Bosque deliberately stepped on Fardis while talking. Fardis rolled his eyes at Bosque. Julius said to Long Fei, Long Fei, although my mental strength is not as good as my emperor's, I am still willing to sacrifice myself to help you. Julius put his hand on Long Fei's left shoulder. Bosque put his hand on Long Fei's right shoulder. Fardis put his hand on the back of Long Fei's neck. The spiritual bodies of the three people dissipated like a quantum and merged with Long Fei's blue spiritual airflow. The large meteorite block has broken into the atmosphere, rubbing against the atmosphere and emitting flames. The miracle caused by the new humans seems to be unable to stop the meteorite from hitting Mars. What kind of force is it? Could it be that the civilization of the alien system made a secret move to bring the Tianyi Empire into such a catastrophe? Just received the news that inside the meteorite block, although the Tianyi army has suppressed many locations and shut down most of the thrusters, their mission has failed. All the Tianyi Imperial Army and Tianyi mercenaries have already started to leave the scene one after another. Although we can't see their expressions, we can feel their dejection at the moment. Quite a few war reporters on the scene were reporting. Some reporters felt sorry, some expressed gloating in their tone, and some even suspected that aliens were playing tricks. Suddenly, many journalists unanimously reported the changes that had taken place in the body group that was still struggling to push the meteorite. The originally colorful spiritual airflow. At this moment, the entire colored spiritual airflow is blooming with colorful light, and the originally embellished starlight becomes even more dazzling. Moreover, the colorful spiritual air current spreads in all directions like a gushing river, and the strong colorful spiritual air current is blocked like a river, making it difficult for the large meteorite to move even an inch. Everyone watching the live broadcast was frozen in petrochemicals or was dumbfounded and speechless. Kuroda City was also completely speechless. He did not expect such a thing to happen. No one knew what was going on with this colorful spiritual aura. As the party involved, Long Fei called this colorful spiritual airflow spiritual galaxy. All members of the Hyaki Knight troop had been wiped out inside the meteorite block. The Tianyi army and Tianyi mercenaries of the last few groups of hundreds of people suppressed the troops, turned off the last thruster instrument, and several groups left the scene from different directions to escape from the meteorite. But the internal gates or passages are either closed by gates or blocked by rocks. Moreover, due to the strong vibration and the damage to the internal gravity system, all members of the suppression force floated into the air. Internal shocks and high pressure, etc., including some instruments flying around. Many members of the suppression force were unable to react for a while and were hit and smashed by these instruments or appliances. Some soldiers or mercenaries who were too late to activate the function of the solid stone were either seriously injured or crushed to death. Some Tianyi soldiers or Tianyi mercenaries were lucky enough to slip into some vacant rooms and stick them to the wall or the ground with some grapple lines or gecko functions. These relatively safe Tianyi soldiers and Tianyi mercenaries looked at the props and companions flying around outside the window. Many of them wanted to save their colleagues, but at this moment they were unable to protect themselves, and there was nothing they could do to help them. All of a sudden, all the equipment and people that were floating and watching the flight stopped suddenly, and everyone on the scene was surprised. On September 30th, 131, the first year of the universe, the spiritual galaxy was later in history, and historians called it the miracle of Mars. The colorful and brilliant starlight spiritual galaxy gradually began to wrap up, and the last part of the propeller was also turned off. The large meteorite block no longer advances, but hovers, and then gradually moves back. This scene shocked everyone. Some of the bodies had problems and could not function normally, and they were all taken away from the scene by Spirit Galaxy, and all of them were pushed to outer space. Then it was the turn of some functioning organisms to be propelled into outer space. Old Fei, what do you want to do? My body is fine, don't send me out. Li Xiuqing protested to Long Fei. Your Majesty, let us stay and fight side by side with you. Salamanda asked Long Fei. Anton, Thors and the others who came earlier all begged Long Fei. You all leave. If anything happens to me, the Empire asks you to protect me. My queen will help her with all my strength. This spiritual galaxy will send you away while I can still control it. Unpredictable. After Long Fei finished speaking, he used his mental power to control the spiritual galaxy, first pushing the heads of the 8 directly subordinate troops to outer space, and then sending other MS and mobile fortresses to outer space one by one. At this moment, Long Fei tried his best to send as many people out of outer space as he could. Long Fei's originally jet black hair had gradually begun to turn gray. Although his appearance had not changed, his mental power was still being used continuously. Although several people in Fadi's sacrificed their spiritual bodies to enhance and strengthen Long Fei's spiritual power, the spiritual power of countless people converged on Neo Gundam's spiritual framework. The spiritual power of countless people merged and became extremely powerful to form a spiritual galaxy. When Long Fei controlled this power, with the progress of time, he was already somewhat powerless. Moreover, Long Fei felt that the spiritual galaxy was about to get out of control, and it seemed that the spiritual galaxy was about to tear apart the space. Long Fei didn't know what the consequences would be if he lost control of his mind and heart, and he didn't dare to predict what would happen if the space was torn open. While Long Fei was still under control, he first pushed the others into outer space and pushed out the big meteorite. At this time, Neo Gundam's mental frame turned into colorful colors, and Long Fei felt that Neo Gundam's mental frame seemed to be evolving. 6 floating cannons and 1 long-range floating cannon gradually changed from original metal to crystallization. At this moment, Long Fei also sensed that the original Gundamium alloy of Neo Gundam's mental frame was gradually crystallizing. The crystallized spiritual framework gradually purified the spiritual power of those countless people into a purer spirit, exuding a purer spiritual energy and starlight. Long Fei also benefited from being in the cockpit of Neo Gundam. Within the crystallized spiritual frame, Long Fei sensed his own spiritual power and has been improving and evolving. The spiritual flow is more pure, and there is blue flash in the blue spiritual flow. Junior sensed that Long Fei's spiritual power was getting stronger and stronger on a transport ship, which was even stronger than the strongest Noah's new human beings he encountered in the Noah civilization period. Long Quan also felt that his father's spiritual power was getting stronger and stronger, and he had already surpassed him and was about to surpass him. Long Fei felt that his mental ability was getting stronger and stronger, but the spiritual galaxy was even stronger, and the purification became more shining under Neo Gundam's spiritual framework. Long Fei has already found that he can't control the spiritual galaxy, and the spiritual galaxy is out of control. There are nearly 100 MS and mobile fortresses that pushed the meteorite with him, and he has not yet pushed them out. The colorful and dazzling spiritual galaxy seems to have torn a crack behind Neo Gauda. The cracks gradually opened, and the opened cracks gradually expanded. This is how the same thing. Colorful spiritual airflow suddenly tore open a space. Is this tearing open a black hole? This scene also shocked everyone. Could it be that as long as the power of new humans gathers to a certain extent, they can tear apart the space? Is this torn apart space a black hole? Is our solar system going to end? No. I'm still young. I haven't had a girlfriend yet. I don't want to die. The new humans are indeed a group of scourges. I really hope there won't be any miracles before. Just let this big meteorite hit Mars and wipe out all the new humans. New humans, let's all die. The barrage broadcast live by countless media shows worry, schadenfreude, and even curse. The cracks that were torn apart gradually grew larger, reaching a diameter of 30 kilometers before stopping. Long Fei felt the power of the torn-apart space. This torn-apart space was torn apart by spiritual power. Long Fei said in horror. With a feeling of panic, Long Fei mentally explored the torn space. This torn space turned out to be a space tunnel. The space tunnel torn apart by spiritual power. I call it the spiritual space tunnel. After the torn space stopped expanding, the spiritual space tunnel sucked the spiritual galaxy into the mental space tunnel like a vacuum cleaner with a huge suction force like a vortex. Neo Gundam and the current MS and Mobile Fortress were first sucked into the mental space tunnel. Then, the large meteorite block began to be sucked into the spiritual space tunnel, and the war reporters and the people watching the live broadcast felt as if the large meteorite was swallowed by a huge mouth of a dark abyss. After the large meteorite was completely sucked in by the mental space tunnel, the space where the mental space tunnel was torn apart immediately shrank. Then, the entire torn space returned to its original state, as if nothing had happened. Fly. Tao Xiang let out a heart-piercing cry, because she sensed that her husband had disappeared. Dad, X2 Longhua Longfu shouted sadly, because they sensed that his father was gone, and they thought he was dead. Longquan didn't yell, because he knew that his father was still alive, but he didn't know where his father had gone. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you. On October 1st, 131, the first year of the universe, the Tianyi army and Tianyi mercenaries were conducting a carpet search around Mars, including the ground. The international media is also reporting heavily. The Sky Wing Empire is now mobilizing the power of the whole country to find their emperor. The miracle of birth, the powerful tearing space sucked in the big meteorite. Emperor Longfei and some of his subordinates filmed them being sucked in during the live broadcast. The authorities of the Tianyi Empire are not only conducting searches on Mars and its ground, but also conducting investigations at some locations. Yu Yangchun and his wife are driving their exclusive Gundam nearby. Earlier, the husband and wife broke through the interception of the 100 Ghosts of the Night Walk. When they arrived at the scene, the spiritual space tunnel was opened, and they also watched Long Fei, other colleagues and meteorites being sucked into the spiritual space tunnel. Every new human in the Tianyi Empire can sense that Long Fei has disappeared, but they can also be sure of one thing. Although Long Fei disappeared, he is not dead. Everyone is looking for Long Fei's whereabouts. On October 15th, 131, the first year of the universe, the Tianyi Empire announced that the emperor was missing. The authorities officially declared that the empress temporarily acted as the emperor and exercised the emperor's rights. Moreover, the local media of Tianyi Empire reported that Emperor Long Fei had already written that if something happened to him, everything would be done according to his letter. Long Fei disappeared, and some people in the whole world were happy and others were worried. Those who are happy think that during the period of Long Fei's disappearance, the Tianyi Empire may lose Long Fei's relationship, resulting in a stagnation of technology or a slow progress in technology. Worried people worry that the Tianyi Empire may slow down the progress of science and technology due to Long Fei's disappearance, if there is an attack from an alien civilization in the future. Whether the Sky Wing Empire can be the leader and the frontline country to resist the invasion of alien galaxies. They don't know how the Jupiter Federation's technology is, and they don't know to what extent it has reached. The Sky Wing Empire, which resists the invasion of alien galaxies, is the greatest hope. Worried people are most worried about whether Long Fei has left some more advanced design drawings or materials. If there are, if they can be stolen, they must be stolen for development. Even if they work behind closed doors, they can also protect themselves in a crisis. If not, then I hope that the Tianyi Empire can use these advanced technologies as the front line to protect the solar system. On October 30th, 131, the first year of the universe, Tao Xiang, as the Empress, temporarily took over all positions according to the will of her husband, including being the leader of the Tianyi group besides being the emperor. The latter is handed over to Long Xian and Long Wen for help, and Tao Xiang can devote most of her energy to the empire. Tao Xiang has been exercising the power of the emperor for some time, and has gradually begun to adapt to these tasks. Her husband's disappearance hit her hard, and Tao Xiang forced herself to cheer up quickly. She had to protect the empire and group that her husband had entrusted to her. In the court hall, Tao Xiang was still sitting on her queen's throne, looking at the vacant emperor's throne. No matter how many times Tao Xiang watched it, she felt a twinge of pain in her heart. She kept telling herself that her husband was still alive. He must have gone somewhere, and she believed that her husband would definitely return to her. Tao Xiang discussed the country's next affairs with the ministers in the court hall, and the construction of the Stargate continued. If the Stargate is built successfully, if the effect is really good, a few more Stargates will be built. Added enhancements to Sky Wing Empire trade. Because the star gate can allow the spacecraft to directly step into the B star gate from the A star gate and directly go to the B star gate location. Then this will not only reduce the sailing time of merchant ships, but also reduce the cost of sailing, which will also increase the trade import and export of the Tianyi Empire. Moreover, the Stargate can be completely controlled by the Tianyi Empire, and merchants from various countries will have to pay fees for using the Stargate, which can also increase the income of the Tianyi Empire. Tao Xiang then discussed with the ministers and began to make some rectifications within the empire. The rectification plan was already planned by Long Fei, and the letter was handed over to Tao Xiang to execute it on his behalf. The plan for rectification had several phases, starting with some meritocratic rectification of some government operations within the empire. The first is that the emperor delegated some powers to some selected elites for management. The selected elites must go through layers of examinations, as well as performance evaluations and some psychological tests and so on. The most important thing for these elites is to put collective interests above personal interests, and they will have a very high level of calm thinking and reason to choose the most appropriate option. These elites all come from the Elite Council. After some discussions, the emperor and ministers will hand over the decision to the Elite Council for discussion. During this discussion, the emperor and ministers have to discuss with the elites. As long as 51% of the members of the Elite Council support it, the decision will pass. There are only 100 members of the Elite Council, and the salary of each is second only to the minister. In addition to going through layers of inspections and evaluations, the members of the Elite Council must also be voted by the citizens before they can be elected into the Elite Council. Long Fei's rectification plan is that the empire is only divided into civilians and civilians are ordinary people who enjoy the benefits given by the empire. Citizens are elites who have made contributions to the country or are the country's elite. For example, some soldiers can take scientific examinations after making contributions, and once they pass the scientific examinations, they will become citizens. Civil servants, doctors, scientists, etc. have high achievements, and after passing through layers of inspections, those who pass can also become citizens. Citizens have the right to vote and to run for membership in an elite parliament. In addition to the benefits of civilians, citizens also have special treatment from the state. Citizens elect elites in the constituencies where they live, and citizens look at the talent and merit data of those elites who are running for election. Citizens make their own judgments and vote for those elites they think are most appropriate. However, this rectification structure and elite parliament cannot be established now, and it must go through several years of reform before it can be implemented. Tao Xiang is now completely following her husband's plan. In addition to work, Tao Xiang will try to squeeze out as much time as possible to spend time with her son and daughter. Tao Xiang is now both a mother and a father, taking care of 3 children. On December 15th, 131, the first year of the universe, Long Chuan's 6th birthday was declared. Long Quan wears a mask that exposes his mouth. In Long Chuan's birthday party, besides the company of his family, the heads of the 8 directly subordinate troops, as well as ministers, and some nobles brought their children to the little prince's birthday party. In front of Long Quan was a luxurious birthday cake, with a 6-shaped candle inserted in the center of the birthday cake. Long Quan sat on his mother's lap, drinking his favorite spring water. Afterwards, the maid personally lit birthday candles for Long Quan. Everyone sang happy birthday to Long Quan. After singing, Long Quan blew out the birthday candles, then turned to his mother and said, "My queen, I want the birthday present from my father." Tao Xiang suddenly thought of her husband. Her expression was a little sad, but she still forced a smile and said, "Okay, it's ready. Mom will take you to the garden later to see the birthday present that father left for you." "No, I can call it over now." Tao Xiang's expression was a little astonished. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the scene, and a golden Gundam appeared in the sky. Who brought Gundam here? Who is so bold? As a result, Long Quan shouted loudly, "I called you." The scene was silent for a while, and everyone looked at Long Quan. The golden Gundam is Long Fei's birthday gift to his son, Long Quan, RX-0 Phoenix. Phoenix in destruction mode slowly landed in front of Long Quan and knelt down on one knee. Long Quan got off his mother's lap and walked to Phoenix. Long Quan stretched his right hand forward slowly, and Phoenix also stretched his right hand in front of Long Quan, and their index fingers touched. The book is over. This is the end of our story. Thank you for your support. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.